Okay then. Now, shall we start today's session, Steve?
Sure. Yeah. Let's jump right in.
Oh, excellent. Great. In fact, okay. We'll start today's session. Uh, so we have completed almost 50% of the 2 days, last week we did on Saturday and Sunday. So today we are going to start with project resource management. Before that, let's take a quick recap what we discussed in the last two sessions.
Sure.
Okay, is it fine with you? We just go through. Say we started with PMP introduction. We discussed about the need for the PMP certification, the advantages one gets by getting certified. Then just to inform you that I know we also discussed that the PMA is present in more than 180 countries across the world. And the exams are conducted worldwide nowadays. Yesterday, I just heard that about 900,000 PMP professionals across the globe today. And PMP framework, we also discussed the portfolio management, program management, project, and the PMO role we discussed on the first day. We also briefly discussed about the metrics organization, the projectized organization, and the functional organization, some of the advantages and the disadvantages of that, and also the project management role on the power and authority the PM will have in this type of organization, the metrics organization, the strong metrics, the weak metrics, and the projectized organization we discussed. We also discussed about the PMI talent triangle, which is very important in terms of leadership, the technological skills the PM should have, and the business environment that he always operates. You need to keep in mind the project manager, he or she. So these we discussed in the talent triangle. Then we also discussed about the PMP process groups, the 5 process groups of initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing, the 5 important process groups. Then 10 knowledge areas we discussed, the scope, what should be done, what needs to be done, and schedule when it should be done, the cost, at what cost the project will be going through, and the quality, at what quality, in fact, or quality level that we need to maintain in terms of customer satisfaction. Then today we are going to discuss about the resources, what and how many resources that we are going to talk. We also discussed about 49 processes. I hope you remember the 10-digit number, 7664363734. Easy to remember these 49 processes. Then in the integration knowledge area, first day we discussed, second day we discussed about 7 processes, like develop project charter, develop project management plan. After that, you direct and manage project work, manage project knowledge, then monitor and control, then perform, integrate, and closing the project. In fact, these are the 7 important processes in the integration management. As I told you that the primary responsibility of a project manager is in, hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I hear you much better now.
Much better? Oh, I see. There are some issues, I think. That's okay. Can we go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, should I repeat once again what I was covering?
We're probably down through project management process groups.
Yeah, process group. We were able to hear up to that, am I right? That's
yeah.
right. Okay, great. That's right. Yeah. 5 process groups we discussed. Then 10 knowledge areas also we discussed: scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholders. And the most important is the integration. That is the primary responsibility of a project manager. In scope, we decide what needs to be done. In schedule, when it should be done. The cost is at what cost this project has to be done. Then quality, at what quality that we need to maintain to meet the customer satisfaction. Then today we are going to discuss about resources, communication, and risk. Before that, we also discussed about integration. There's 7 processes in integration, like develop project charter, develop project management plan, direct and manage project work, manage and project knowledge, then monitor and control, then perform integrate changes and close the project. These are the 7 important processes in integration management. And in scope management, first you need to plan the scope. Well, after planning, you need to collect the requirements from your customers, from your stakeholders. After collecting that, you define the scope. Then you make an important process of creating the WBS, that is a work breakdown structure. Then you validate the scope and control scope. Then in schedule management area that we discussed about plan scheduling, then define the activities. After defining, you sequence those activities. Once you sequence that, you need to estimate the activity resources required to do that activity. And then you do the estimation of duration to do that activities. Once you do that, then you develop a schedule. After develop that, you need to control the schedule. Then coming to this cost knowledge area, we discussed about planning the cost management. Then once you plan that, you estimate the cost. After estimating, you budget the cost. Then you control the cost. And the last one, which we discussed in the last session, was the plan quality, manage quality, control quality, and very important to remember the 7 basic quality tools which we discussed, like control chart, histogram, flow chart, these things. Any question on this so far, Steve? Hello? Steve? Steve? Hello?
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah,
No questions at all.
No questions? Okay. Is it clear? The concepts, what we discussed the first 2 days has been clear? In fact, that's right.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. So today we'll start with the project resource management. Okay. There are project resource management is what we are going to discuss today. In the last PMBOK 5, I know that you are very familiar with the PMBOK 5 because you have that copy, that the resource management was basically for human resources. But in the PMBOK 6, the resource management also include the physical resources, because to do any project work, you need human resources and also the physical resources. Resources like equipments, the materials, all these things are very much required. I'm sure, being a very experienced seasoned guy, you must be familiar with these physical resources and the human resources challenges that we face in the resource management. Some of the key concepts in the resource management today, what is happening is the team environment is one of the important the development which is taken, because the team members are based in different places like geographical locations. The communicating among the stakeholders is also another important concept. The internal and external politics that can arise in a project environment. Some of the cultural issues, because today you have the multi-countries, multi-religion, people working in different organizations, in fact. So the cultural issues and the organization uniqueness is also another important thing. Then other factors that may emerge, these are all some of the key concepts in the resource management. What are the trends which is happening today? In fact, today, because of the technological advancement like JIT, just-in-time manufacturing, the Kaizen, which we discussed, the TPM, in fact, with total productive maintenance, all some of these trends which are emerging in the resource management area. Now let's take one by one. There are 6 processes in resource management. If you look at it, can you see the screen, Steve? Is it visible?
Yes. Yes.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, that's right. So in the resource management area, if you can look at it here, there are first you plan your resources, then estimate the activity resources that you require. Once you estimate, you acquire those resources in terms of human resources or physical resources. Particularly, developing the team is one of the important things. Once you acquire the human resources, then you need to manage the team, then control your resources. These are all the 6 processes in the resource knowledge area. If you look at, the 7664, the 10-digit number which I given, 7 is the integration. Then you have scope management. There are 6 processes. Schedule management, you've got 6 processes. Then project cost management, we discussed about 4 processes. And quality, we have got 3 processes. And 363, the second number of 363 is that the project resource management. So where you have 6 processes in fact. So let's go through one by one. Plan resource management is what are the key inputs here? The project charter, which we discussed at length. Project charter is one which authorizes the project manager to go ahead with the project to acquire the various resources. You'll get the permission by having the project charter. The project charter will also have the business case, which we discussed, why this project is being taken up, what circumstances, what is the need, is it organization need or the market requirement, is a social need, which we discussed. Then also performance management plan, that, the benefits, the project you are going to get after that. These are all some of the important inputs in the project charter. Then you have project management plan, which also consists of subsidiary plan like quality management plan, the scope baseline. These are the 2 important inputs in the plan resource management. Then various project documents like project schedule, your requirements documentation, risk register, stakeholder register. Stakeholder register is one which will have all the information of all the stakeholders, their expectations, their needs, their requirements are recorded in the stakeholders register. Risk register will contain all the other information, that what type of risk and who will be handling those risks. In fact, how do we manage those risks? In fact, all that information will be in the risk register. Then 2 important inputs like enterprise environmental factors. Enterprises or internal factors, environmental factors are outside the organization, outside the project. Then your organization process assets containing, like, for example, lessons learned and various other processes of the organization. These are all the OPA. These are all the important inputs in the plan resource management. Some of the tools and techniques are expert judgment. As I told you that the project manager may not have all the required knowledge of all 10 knowledge areas. So at the time, in fact, you need to get the guidance from the experts who are the subject matter experts within the organization. They may have, in case if the organization does not have, then you need to outsource the subject matter experts. Then we also discussed about the data representation, like hierarchical charts. Every organization will have an organogram. Then responsibility assignment metrics, we'll discuss about that. Then organizational theory. This is a very, very important from the examination perspective. There are 3 organization theories which we are going to discuss in detail about that. You have an organogram in your organization, Steve. You have the organization chart.
Sure. Yeah.
Who reports to whom and their job function. All those things are clearly mentioned. Am I right?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's a very important parcel of any project, in fact. And RACI, this responsibility assignment metrics, in the following slide, I will discuss in detail about that. Then what you get is a resource management plan, that what physical resources, human resources, how you are going to manage the resources, at what level you require these resources, physical resources, what capacity you require, what numbers you require. All those things will be the output of the resource management plan. The team charter, usually the team charter is one, initially during the initial stage of the project itself, it is very clearly defined. The team charter will have the information like, for example, the objective of this project, the roles and responsibility of the people, the resources, for example, budgetary resources, all those information will be part of the team charter. The team charter will also help to bind the team together, because everybody will have the clarity of the project work that they are going to undertake. So the team charter will have all those information. Then what documents you get updated is your assumption log. As we discussed, these various assumptions while developing the project charter, for example, you will have the various assumptions for the project, and also the risk register is one of the important output you get from this process. Just to revisit this project management plan and the project documents, because this is another important thing. The various project documents which we discussed. Here, the three important things is scope baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline you will have. And the project documents like change log, issue log, lessons learned register is one of your OPA, organization process asset. Then you will also have the project schedule network diagram, which is very important to plan your resources. That project schedule network diagram will also help you that how many days of schedule. Right? Then your risk register and the risk report and the stakeholder register. These are some of the important documents that we use in this process. This is one I was talking about, RACI. Are you familiar with this, Steve? RACI? Responsibility assignment metrics? No. Okay. This is called a RACI chart. Basically, RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. You see, the project manager, everything you cannot do on your own, am I right? You need to delegate certain responsibility to your team members. Am I right? You agree with me on that? Everything you cannot be doing it on your own as a project manager. So what you do, when you delegate, you make a small teams in your thing, then you make somebody responsible, somebody accountable, and somebody should be consulted, and somebody should be informed. So this is how that. But every RACI will have, there'll be one person who is accountable for that activity. So the responsibility is one person will be responsible to perform the duty, but overall there will be one person who will be accountable for the outcome of that objective or of that activity. It's called RACI chart. Here is an example. If you look at, there are 4 guys, John, Chris, Sally, and Ting. So the activity, each one of them, the roles and responsibility are clearly defined here. The project plan, for example, John will be accountable for that. Chris will be responsible for that, and Sally will be responsible, and Ting will be responsible. But John will be accountable for the outcome of that, because he's accountable for the responsibility that you would have given, but other 3 are responsible to perform that objective. In the configuration management, John should be consulted, because probably he might be an expert in this area. So he will be consulted, in fact, whereas Chris will be accountable for that. So this RACI chart, it will clearly define the roles and responsibilities of the team members. And also always just remember, there will be one person who will be accountable for that completion of that activity. Is it clear, Mr. Steve?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. This is a very, very useful tools and technique that should be used in project management, so that particularly when you are handling large projects where people are more than 100 people or 200 people working in a project, this type of RACI chart will help, so that there will be a lot of clarity will be there, and there will not be any misunderstanding or misconception about the roles and responsibility. In fact, do you think you can make use of this chart in your projects?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Sorry, in the morning, I think there was some audio issues. Am I right? There was. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. So flow also got affected because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is it clear now? Is it quite audible and is that right?
Yeah. Much better.
It's not breaking like in the morning. What happened? That's right. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
great. In case if you come across, just send me a message so that, I will know that in case if any breaks it down, so that's.
Sure.
So this is about the RACI chart. It's also called RAM. In fact, the RAM is the RACI charts are a form of RAM. In fact, RACI stands for this. So just repeating of that, the project plan, this can be only one accountable person in each of the row of a RACI. This is very important to remember that. This another one is the resource histogram. Are you using this type of histograms or in your projects? Particularly for long-term projects, if it is multiple, for example, running into several years, this is also very important to plan your resources. For example, how many resources you require, 14, 15, 16, as your project progresses. This will also help you to arrive at the number of resources, physical resources, and the human resources required. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. Screen, can you see the screen or no?
Yeah.
Okay, you're able to see the screen also? That's right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, thank you. So the histogram is very important, particularly for the long, if it is located in multi locations or multi countries, this will help you to plan your resources accordingly. Do you use such this technique, resource histogram, Steve?
Not generally.
Or
Usually, yeah, we it's something that we can do. Usually our projects aren't that big, or the time frame isn't that long to actually use a histogram.
Histogram. Okay. So you're telling the short period like 6 months or 9 months, then probably you may not require that. Yeah.
Right.
Yes,
right.
correct.
6 to 9 months.
Okay. That's right. Okay, fine. Hello?
There you are. There you are.
Yeah. Oh, I think internet seems to be some problem today.
I'm thinking it is.
Yeah.
Actually, what I've done was I've called in on my telephone. So that I'm not burdening the internet.
Yeah.
So I'm using the internet just for visual, but then voice I've called in. So
mobile, is it? You're using a mobile internet? Okay.
Yeah, I'm using my mobile phone, right?
Oh, okay. I think that's where some issues are there. I hope it also affects my flow also when you have this disturbance.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's try to manage somehow impact. It's beyond our control, am I right? Internet.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
It is an environmental issue, not an enterprise issue.
There you go.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So let's try to manage this. Like you sent a message, just please inform me so that we'll be on the same page.
Sure.
So once you plan your resource management, then you need to estimate the activity resources. So estimate the activity resources. You have a resource management plan is your important input. That number of physical resources you require, human power, manpower resources you require. Then your scope baseline is also important, one of the important input. Then you have the activity attributes, the activity list and assumption log and cost estimates and resource calendar. These are all some of the important inputs. Resource calendars is the availability of the resources month-wise, day-wise, all these, and also their skills, in fact, what is expected from all those things will be mentioned, and your risk register is mentioned. I hope you remember these bottom-up estimating, analogous and parametric estimation, which we discussed in both in schedule management and cost management. Okay.
Sure.
Should I repeat once again? For that, just bottom-up estimating is from your work packages you are estimating. Bottom-up estimating is the most accurate one, but the disadvantage is that you take a lot of time to estimate. So that is only the disadvantage in bottom-up estimating. Otherwise, it's a very accurate one. Analogous is that taking the previous history of the project for the similar project. In fact, let's say to do an activity, it has taken 100 hours. So you just take for a similar 100 hours and try to adopt that here. Parametric is the estimation along with some mathematical calculation. That means that 100 hours has taken, 10 people have worked for 8 hours per day for 5 days. So that's how the parametric estimation comes. These three are very clear, I hope, Mr. Steve. Analogous, parametric estimation.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
they are.
Because even from the examination perspective, it's important to remember all these 4 estimations. Other 2 which we covered is a 3-point, that is a triangular distribution, that is optimistic, most likely plus pessimistic divided by 3. Then one more estimation technique which we discussed, PERT, program evaluation review technique, that is optimistic 4 times most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. So that is the PERT estimation technique. So these are the 4-5 techniques. Kindly remember, from the examination perspective, you can expect at least 1 or 2 questions. If you remember these formulas, if you remember these concepts, it will be easy to answer those questions with much lesser time. Then data analysis is another tools and technique. Here you look at the alternative analysis. Alternative analysis like make or buy decisions, whether the automation is required or the manpower is required. So all these data analysis, you look at as a alternative analysis in this concept. Then your PMIS, project management information system, that every organization will have. You customize it according to your project requirement, the complexity of the project, what PMIs will be using it. PMIs like your, for example, spreadsheets, it could be, or it will be Gantt charts, or the ERP system that you'll be using in your projects. And of course, you are very familiar with the meetings that you conduct with your stakeholders, with your team members. These are all some of the important tools and technique in estimating the activity resources, which is almost similar like what we discussed in schedule management, estimating the activity resources. Then the outputs you get, resource requirements, resource in terms of physical resources, in terms of human resources, what you require. Based on these estimation techniques that you use, you will get an output of your resource requirement. Is also the basis of estimation. How did we arrive at? What is the rationale of estimating this requirement? How many manpower you require? What is the basis? How many equipments you require? What is the basis? So you will have a rationale for all these resource requirement. Then you will have the resource breakdown structure, that on each phase of the project, that you need so many physical resources, so many equipments you require, so much materials you require. You break it down, in fact, so that easy to get those resources at that particular time. So resource breakdown structure will have all those. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You're now?
Yeah, it's coming and going, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get it.
Okay. So any questions on this, estimating activity resources or any of these concepts? I hope it's very clear, right?
It is.
Yeah. Okay, great. Interesting. So once you estimate your requirements, the next one, this is, for example, your organogram sometimes you will have in your company, like project, then personal, material, and equipment. This is your resource breakdown structure. Then personal, you will have role 1, role 2, role 3, in fact. Then materials, what material you require and what is the grade of the material that you require also will be clearly mentioned. Then your equipments, equipment 1, 2, 3, and you will have a big list of those equipments. Their capacities will be clearly mentioned. Then under the personnel, probably you will have a different levels of people I require. This is an example of resource breakdown structure. It's a very useful template. You can download it, Steve, in fact, and you can customize it according to your requirement.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is very good.
There is one more website I can give you where you can download a lot of templates. It's a projectmanagement.com. Projectmanagement.com. If you go to that website, there are thousands of free templates are available. If you type it, you will get whatever you require. It's like that. Projectmanagement.com. That's another website, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the one I was talking. Can you see this, Steve? No.
Yeah, project management docs.
Yeah. So if you go here, if you type it here, for example, you need some quality, let's say, quality management, quality metrics, let's say that you require some tools. If you type it here and if you go that, you get this quality metrics. So all important things about quality metrics, you can get here and you can download it. In fact, is a template. So anything regarding projects, any templates you require is a free project management templates. As a very, very useful site, I thought I wanted to share with you that site. So you'll have initiation, planning, execution, monitoring. Under each of these things, if you go, you can just download any of those templates.
Okay, good.
Yes. These are all some additional information I thought I keep sharing so that it will be useful for all of you. That's right.
Sure.
So once you estimate, then you need to acquire the resources. You go through the flow. It is the planning. You estimate. Oh, hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Maybe not. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Yeah. Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I know every few minutes is happening in talking, right? So you need to acquire these resources. What are the key inputs here? Resource management plan, your procurement management plan, which we'll discuss in detail about the procurement management plan in the following knowledge area. Then you will have a cost baseline. You'll also have the project schedule, your resource calendars, your resource requirements, which we just physical resources and the human resources and the stakeholder registers. Then you will have your enterprise environmental factors and OPAs. These are also some of the important tool techniques here. Here is a multi-criteria decision analysis. Multi-criteria decision is looking at the various parameters. Suppose you want to select a team member. I'm sure you must be having some criteria for selecting that person in terms of number of years of experience. It could be numbers of qualification, the location. Am I right? These are all certain criteria that you keep in mind while selecting a human resource or your team member. Similar way, for example, equipment selection also that, you need a particular capacity, you need a particular output, you need particular making, in fact, a particular brand or from the company. I'm right, these are all some of the criteria that, you keep in mind while selecting or while making such decisions. This is very important from the project management success. So you'll have always this one of the important tools and technique. Interpersonal, of course, negotiation, you are very familiar, I'm sure about that. Any negotiation has to be a win-win negotiation. It cannot be at the cost of somebody you try to win over and acquire that resources. Then what happens, you may not get the required support all the time. So any negotiation has to be win-win negotiation and both the parties should agree. That's important. You heard about the pre-assignment, Steve? Pre-assignment while selecting the people?
No, what do you mean by that?
Pre-assignment is, for example, for certain jobs, you require some particular skills. And that means you are assigning, pre-assigning. For example, if it is a hospital project, let's say what is important that in a hospital project, you need to have the doctors, am I right? The people who are qualified with the required qualifications, am I right? You require doctors, you require nurses, sure. You require nurses, you require compounders, you need midwives. So it's called pre-assignment. So for a particular project, very clearly for the making the project successful, you need to have these type of qualified people. Similar way, for example, in software industry, suppose you want to do a project, you need to get people who have expertise in computer science. Am I right? Correct? They should be qualified in the computers. In fact, they should have the various skills of the computers. Then only they'll be able to do a software project. Similarly, in the construction project, you need to have, for example, civil engineers who are good in construction, in fact. So there's called pre-assignment. Even in terms of equipments, for example, in the same example, like hospital, you need to have X-ray machines. You need, for example, the testing tables. You need all stethoscopes. These are all some of the pre-assignment, all the prerequisites of that project. In fact, it's called pre-assignment. That means by nature of the project, you know that you need these people, in fact. So that's a pre-assignment. Virtual teams, I'm sure you must be very familiar with virtual teams. Am I right?
Sure. Yep.
Virtual teams is based in different geographical area. In fact, am I right? So today, particularly with the technological advancement, you can hire anybody in any part of the world today. In fact, you need some expertise. Sitting in the US, for example, you can consult somebody in China or India or Africa. So they need not be present for their inputs in your project is happening, in fact. So it's a virtual team. Today, that's the biggest challenge that the project managers do face of having the virtual teams in many places. You need to, because one is you can get at a lesser cost, at the speed or the time that you require. These are all some of the advantages. Few other probably challenges that you will have sometimes. The communication could be a big challenge there. In fact, suppose somebody you hires from another country, they is not very familiar with the language that you speak, but they are good in their subject as a subject matter experts, then you need to have a translator like that so that the communication will become easy and smooth. So these are all some of the advantages and some of the disadvantages, but the virtual teams today, it is the thing happening in across the projects today, across the organizations. So these are all some of the tools and techniques while acquiring your resources. Then you have your outputs of physical resource assignments. That means we discussed in RACI, the responsibility, accountability, consulting, informed. So like that, you will have the clear roles and responsibility of your thing. And also for the physical resources assignments, also each equipments that, a particular job, the capacity, all those things will be clearly aligned into that. Then your project team assignments, you will have a different teams. In fact, their roles and responsibilities are clearly mentioned. Then you will have your resource calendars. Resource calendars will have both your physical resources and the human resources. Then their availability, the time, all those things will be clearly mentioned in your resource calendars. Then you will have a change request, then project management plan, and resource management plan. Then you will have your cost baseline, because the cost baseline you are taking into consideration of all the physical resources, of all the human resources, their availability, the time frame. So based on that, you work out the cost baseline, which also gets updated. If there are any changes, in the change request, for example, we need additional capacity or additional human power you require. In fact, once that is approved, then your cost also gets updated. In fact, this will become your cost baseline. So the project documents updates like lessons learned register, your project schedule, resource breakdown structure, all these various other documents also in the process gets updated. So far in the resources, we planned the resources. After planning, we acquired, estimated the resources we require. After estimation, you acquire those resources. So the next step is, this is an example of, okay, this we covered. This is the resource calendar template. You'll have, for example, you'll have, let me show slideshow. Resource calendar, the week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, you require week 5. I'm sure this you must be preparing it. Am I right, Steve? You must be having that resource calendar.
Yeah, yeah, we do.
You must be having it.
But in typically for us, instead of it being a resource, may not be a person. It's generally a subcontractor.
Oh, subcontractor. Okay. Because you're outsourcing it. It's outsourcing.
Right. Right. Okay. So we group our resources by subcontractors or materials.
Okay.
To be able to track them and get them scheduled.
That means the procurement knowledge area will be very interesting, I think, because most of the things, what I understand is that you are outsourcing a lot of things. In fact, correct?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So the procurement knowledge area will be very interesting to discuss with you. That's great. But even when you're outsourcing, you will have a calendar like this, correct? Because you should know that when they're available. Yeah, that's right. Do you mention your equipments requirement also here? Any physical requirements you require?
Yeah, we track that on a resource calendar also.
Okay, great. That's good. So once you acquire the resources, you need to develop the team. Particularly this is very important, this process, as we are dealing with people, because ultimately your team members are going to deliver the project objectives, right? So you try to understand their limitations, the need for training, and all those things, when you do the developing the team. So here, what are the inputs here? Resource management plan, then your project documents, your lessons learned register, your project schedule, and team assignments and resource calendars. Based on this, you will have your people on your projects. You heard about co-location, Steve, by any chance? Co-location?
Yeah, why don't you explain that?
Co-location is nothing but, suppose if your team is spread across, let's say, some guys are working in New York, some guys are working in Washington, some guys are working in your projects in Oklahoma, in different places. Co-location is sometimes you bring them together to one common place. And you have a meeting and you talk about your project progress. You try to motivate them so that you can develop the team building. In fact, that's a co-location, that is bringing them together from different geographical areas to one place, and you discuss about the team, the challenges you are having in the projects, or the good work the project is happening. So it's like you can do the motivation, you can to the team members, you can build team building in all those activities you can do in co-location. Um, uh, in India, when I used to handle several projects, in fact, our guys are spread across all over the India because the distribution team. So once in 3 months, we used to meet in a common place and we used to have some rewards for those who are done well. In fact, you appreciate the good work they have done. You distribute certain certificates, so that, keep the team morale very high. All those things can be done in co-location. Even in examination perspective, there could be a question on this co-location. In fact, so that's what it is, bringing the team together to talk about the project objectives, and also it will help for the team building. Suppose if they're spread across and if they don't know each other, this will be an opportunity for them to meet across and discuss, and the bonding, the team bonding can also develop. That's co-location. Virtual teams we discussed just now. In communication technology, that's another very, very important. In fact, the interpersonal and team skills like conflict management, which we are going to discuss in detail in the following slides. Influencing, Steve, can you throw some light on what is influencing? As a project manager, how you can influence your team members?
Oh, there's dozens of ways to influence. I mean, you can use an intellectual argument. You can use a cost-benefit analysis argument.
Excellent. Yeah.
You can use personality to influence.
Yeah. Absolutely right. Yeah, that's right.
You can talk about the advantages for the team or certain segments of the team.
Yeah.
There's just many ways to influence.
Absolutely right. Your subject matter expertise, your knowledge, your domain knowledge on the project, and your personality, you're absolutely right. Your leadership quality, in fact, all those things you can influence your team members. That's absolutely right. Then motivation, of course, when you're dealing with people, you need to keep motivating them. Negotiation, as we discussed, it has to be a win-win situation. You cannot put somebody on the spot and try to win an argument. That won't last long. Negotiation is also important when you are discussing with your interdepartmental colleagues. For example, you have taken some resources from your HR department or an IT department for your project. You need to discuss them very clearly. You need to negotiate well with them. Just because you require somebody in the project, they should not give a person who is not competent enough to handle those project requirements. Am I right? You would have seen such
Sure.
issues many times, correct? That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a very, it's again conflict area. Many times it happens. It used to happen to me also when I used to require resources from other departments. They've got a tendency to delegate somebody that who is not competent enough, who is not that great, or a junior person. But if you take that guy, your project will suffer. Am I right? So because you have the responsibility and you are accountable for your project success. So all those things are the negotiation skills, which is a project manager should have that negotiation skills. Then the team building, another, of course, very clearly that without team, no project can succeed. So you need to have the team bondage, in fact, caring and sharing. As a project manager, you should be a mentor. You should be, for example, take them along, holding their hands sometimes, guiding them. These are all some of the important interpersonal and team skills we talk about. Recognition and rewards. How frequently you do in your projects, Steve? This reward system or recognition you have at the end of the project, or you have any particular cycle you do it?
Generally at the end of the job.
End of the project.
Right.
Yeah. So most of the organizations like that. Normally, once the project is gets over, that's where the reward. But it's also important that, particularly if the project is running for years, 1 year or 2 years, then regular rewarding is also regular rewarding. In fact, on a frequency, for example, once in 3 months will also help to motivate the team members. Because particularly if you call one of your team member has done exceedingly well in a meeting and give him a certification or an appreciation in presence of others, that will also help others to get motivated. In fact, okay, if I do a job properly, I will also get this recognition or the reward. In fact, so it will also help. So recognition and reward is the most important thing in the project management when you are dealing with people. Training is another, of course, when you know that their skills are not adequate enough to handle a project, you normally train them. In fact, there are internal training and the external training also. The internal training, you make use of your training manager or the experienced people who train. And sometimes, if you find that, internally you're not able to train them, you also send them outside because there's so many facilities available today and you get them trained, in fact. Do you take up such things in your projects? Suppose you find that somebody is not competent enough, you send them for external training?
Yes, sure.
Sure. Yes, right. It's also very important, in fact, for the project success. Then individual and team assessments, that's very important to give a feedback, how the individual is performing, how the team is performing, in fact, is also very important. Then you have the regular meetings. Then team performance assessments. Once you do this individual team assessment, then you do the team performance assessments also, how the team is performing against the set parameters. You have a deadline, you have a scope baseline, you've got a schedule baseline, you've got a cost baseline. These are all what you use them actually, how the team is performing, in fact, against those objectives. Then the change request, this another also gets updated because in terms of people, in fact, the new changes, new request keeps coming. So all those things gets updated. Then your project management plan, your resource management plan, and all these various other documents gets updated in the process. So this is a team charter, which I was just talking about a few slides back. For example, this is one input team charter, which I was talking about here. You can see here, which is a very important input here. So in the team charter, just to mention, a team charter is a document that's developed in a group setting that clarifies the team direction while establishing the boundaries. So it will have the mission and objectives, your budget and resources. The signature and approvals is also part of that. That means who has to approve those things. In fact, you have authority level. You have certain, for example, to have the controls. Then the roles and responsibilities. This approval system, for example, they need to approve certain financial bills or anything. You will have certain levels. So at different people can have the different level of authority, in fact. So that's also very clearly mentioned in the team charter. Normally, when releasing the funds, who approves that? Project manager, and you need to take your sponsor approval, Steve, in your projects?
Yeah, I approve all the subcontractor invoicing and prepare a master bill for the project, and then the sponsoring authority approves that or any funds are released.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, that's how it's being done. So that means you have a very established policy and procedure in that. Clearly.
Correct. Right.
Yeah. So it's all part of the team charter. Sometimes, of course, we may not know the concept or the terminology, but we'll be doing that work. But probably from the PMI, from the PMP perspective, it all comes under team charter. I think. That's right. That's right. Team dynamics. This is another important slide, even from the examination perspective. When you are developing a team, when you are forming a team, the team goes through 5 stages according to Bruce Tuckman's. First stage is the forming stage, then is the storming stage, then third one is the norming stage and performing stage. And in the projectized environment, once the project is over, they get adjourned, in fact. So first, when you're establishing a team, the first few months, the team formally comes together. After 2 to 3 months, the team may have disagreements. They don't have trust, in fact, to each other. They don't believe in the project. For example, immediately after forming the team, every team goes through this stage. The team have a lot of disagreements because they don't trust each other. They don't trust the project. They don't trust the project manager sometimes, in fact. So it will be in a storming stage. Once you start developing a team, once you start building the team, in fact, like a co-location, which I was just giving an example, then the trust develops within the team. In fact, that is called the norming stage, that each one start respecting each other, each one start trusting each other. They will have a lot of confidence on the organization. They will develop confidence on the project manager. That is the stage called a norming stage. Once this goes through, then the team starts delivering results. They will be wholeheartedly, they'll be supporting the project objective. They get very much convinced, in fact, about the project. They know their roles and responsibilities. They're very clear about the project objectives, and the team start performing, in fact. Then, as I told you, in the projectized environment, after the project is there, we say goodbye to them, or they will take over the other projects, in fact. So these are the 4 stages that when we form a team, we all go through this, in fact. Any thoughts on this? Your personal experience, when you have a lot of teams you have handled, have you come across this type of situations, Steve?
Yeah, I've never seen it before, but it makes perfect sense. It's the organic process of building a team.
Yeah. So this is how every team goes through. In fact, sometimes, as you clearly mentioned, you may not be knowing this, but this is how it goes, in fact. Initially, first few days, they will have a lot of animosity among themselves. They don't trust. Then they will have a storming stage. That is the most difficult stage, actually. This is where we lose out many team members, in fact. Correct?
Sure.
And if a team member sticks for more than 3 months, he will continue in the project or in the organization for long, long time. If he leaves, you would have experienced, if your team member leaves within 1 or 2 months, that's where the most of the people also leaves in a project. You will have a lot of attrition level will be very high in the first few months. But once they start understanding, once they start developing the trust among the team member or about the project manager, then they will continue forever, in fact. Correct? You agree with me, in fact.
Sure.
In India, we keep talking, like people work for people, Steve. You believe in that statement? People work for people. Yeah. Just right. You work for the bosses, in fact, many times. So that's how the performing stage. We have seen many times when a senior leader leaves the organization, sometimes along with him, many other colleagues also leaves with him. That also can happen, in fact, because people have so much confidence on the leader, the team members, that they work for him many times. So it depends upon his leadership skills, his motivation skills, his man management skills, his empathy that he has got towards the team member. All those things plays an important role. So even from the examination perspective, Steve, this is very important. These 5 stages of team formation. Please do remember Bruce Tuckman's these 5 stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjoining. Sometimes in the examination, what they do, they will give you 4 options. Tuckman's 4 stages or 5 stages, they will give you awesome. Now, in one of the option, instead of forming, they would have mentioned as foaming, in fact, FOAMING. All other things will be there, in fact. So it will be so confusing. So you need to remember this very clearly: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjoining. That is one type of question might come. Second type of question could be, at what stage the team will have disagreements, they don't perform. That could be another type of question, in fact. Or during which stage the team will start developing confidence among themselves, will start trusting each other, and they'll start performing. Like that, they will ask you the same 4 in a different way, the questions. You can definitely expect one question from this, from the people perspective. So please do remember these 5 stages so that it will be easy to answer that.
Sure.
So this is how, for example, just to revalidate the forming stage, and during the storming stage, your team morale will be very, very low because they don't trust each other. Then depending upon the leadership skills, you get into norming stage, well, they start trusting each other. But this is the stage where they start performing, because they would have complete confidence on the organization. They would have developed confidence on the project manager. They will trust each and every team member. So that is the performing stage. This is where, most of your project work gets done by the team members, performing stage. So please do remember this: forming, storming, norming, and performing. This is a formula you need to memorize, like your earned value management formula. Kindly do remember this, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah. So once you develop the team, then you need to manage the team. So how do you manage the team? Basically, you have the inputs like your project documents. Your issue log is one of the important inputs, because whenever the team members are there, the people are there, you have issues, in fact. Am I right? So you will have the various issues of your team members are clearly managed or clearly mentioned in the issue log. Who created an issue, for example, and how it was resolved, what was the conflict, when it was the conflict, all those things you document in the issue log. In the project environment, again, I'm repeating that even if you think it's a very trivial issue, sometimes it's important to record those issues, in fact. For the sake of the project manager, for the sake of, in the interest of the project manager, everything should be documented. If was there any issue, how it was resolved, because all those things will become handy. Suppose tomorrow as a project manager is questioned, why so and so issue has come up, I said it already came, I discussed, I documented it, and I resolved the issue. So all those things has to be part of the issue log. Then your various lessons learned register. Then project team assignments, when you delegate, each team member, each team, will have the assignments very clearly recorded. Then the team charter, which I just discussed, the team charter will have all the information that we discussed, like, roles and responsibilities. It will also have the budget and resources. You will have the approval, authority level. All those things will be part of the team charter input. Then your work performance reports and the team reports. Work performance reports is another important, where you'll be communicating to the various stakeholders. Your team performance assessments, where you keep discussing with them and you giving them the feedback, the team performance assessments. Then your environmental and organization process assets are the other two pieces. Then the tools and technique will have interpersonal team skills like conflict management. We'll discuss in detail about that. What are the reasons for conflicts? How you can overcome those conflicts? In fact, what are the tools and techniques? We'll discuss that. The decision making, emotional intelligence. You're familiar with this emotional EI, Steve? Emotional intelligence, I hope.
Yeah, I would think, yeah, somewhat.
Someone. Emotional intelligence is not only thinking from your perspective, even putting yourself in from your team members' perspective also and thinking. That's also very important in the project environment. Suppose somebody comes for some family reasons or some particular reasons is not keeping well, and still he comes to the office. Suppose if he's not able to contribute, I'm just giving an example, that how the project manager reacts to such situation is all part of emotional intelligence. You need to understand your team members, their strengths, their weaknesses, the operate their their limitations they have, or the circumstances or the context they work. All those things will become the part of emotional intelligence. How you handle the team members, putting yourself in their position and thinking sometimes. That's also a part of emotional intelligence. Empathy and sympathy, I think you must have heard about that. Sympathy is, of course, you show your soft corner for them. Empathy is putting yourself in their condition, in their situation and think. That is empathy. I think you are familiar with those things, am I right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's right. I just want to incident, for example, somebody goes to a hospital to meet a person who is injured and bedridden in the hospital going through an operation. Sympathy is, just go through and say, though, I'm so sorry, it's fine, it should not have happened like that. They're all sympathy. What is empathy is putting yourself, suppose, because of this accident, how it's going to affect his family members. Suppose he is the lone breadwinner in their family, how will they manage? Putting yourself in their condition and thinking and trying to help or trying to resolve or trying to show your concern about it, it becomes empathy. Today, in the people management, emotional intelligence is the most important, one of the most important factor. It's one of the most important thing to when you handle people. Because people have emotions, am I right? Everybody has got emotions. So how you touch those emotions, that is a leadership skill. Any thoughts on this? Can you give some example in your working experience, Steve?
Oh, sure. Like you said, when there's a single breadwinner, you have to be understanding of someone's issues when they either poorly perform or can't perform.
Correct.
And it's in the best interest of the in the project to help them through that. So you become empathetic for their situation and see what kind of help you can get to get them through their issue.
To narrate an incident, it happens telling.
Pardon me? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello, are you back? Yeah.
Well, I'm back.
Yeah, sorry. Again, I think internet issues. That's right. Yeah. So in a multinational company, the projects have got deadlines, and one of the guy, who is that, so he used to have under a lot of pressure. So in the meetings, that he used to use all sorts of language about the team members. One of the, and sometimes, during the end of the projects, the meetings used to go up to night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, like that. And he used to fire the team members. One common firing, he used to always use that: if you don't deliver, I'll throw you out of the window. Like that, he used to fire the team member. Okay, then he goes back after one of these meetings to home, and his wife, poor lady, was waiting, and she had kept the food on the dining table. So he reaches home at 11 o'clock in the night, and she takes it for heating that, because the food was cold. It was taking a few minutes more. Then he got lost his temper, and he said that if you don't serve me next 1 minute, I will throw you out of the house. Like that, he used the same thing on his wife. Next 2 days, he was not allowed inside the bedroom, like that. So this really happened. Of course, he used to narrate these incidents. I still remember. So they're all part of the MO. You should know that what to speak, when to speak, how to speak, with whom, what we should speak. Also, it's important sometimes. So it's like that's all part of the emotional intelligence. The success of the leaders is basically how they deal with people. It's like that. Sorry, that was on the lighter side. I thought I wanted to share with you. Right.
Sure.
So influencing and leadership, of course, we had discussed at length. Then the project management and the PMIs that use. Then the change request is the output, the project management plan updates, resource management plan, schedule baseline, and your cost baseline. The two important baselines also gets updated in this. Any questions on this so far, managed team, or anything so far we have covered, Steve, or is it fine?
Yeah, no, it's this is fine.
Yeah, okay.
I'm good with it.
Okay, great. That's nice. So coming to the conflict management, this is a very, very important slide, both in terms of PMP examination perspective as well as generally to manage our projects. There are basically, according to the PMI, there are 5 basic reasons why the conflicts happens in a project. One is the scarce resources. I'm sure you must have experienced that always, you don't get the required resources in terms of people sometimes or in terms of equipments. Your team members will be always complaining that, I don't have the adequate resources. Am I right? That is one common problem that, the scarce resources is where the conflicts can come. Then the scheduling priorities. Most of the projects, like what you have now, it has extended from 270 days to 500 days. I'm sure because of the priorities also there will be a lot of conflicts among the team members. Then your personal work styles. Sometimes the project managers or autocratic way of functioning, or for example, if they are not caring for people, and that also can be a conflict, a reason for the conflicts. Then expertise and experience levels. When your team, you will have a mix of senior people, junior people. In fact, suppose for a very senior team member, you are given him a task which is not challenging for him. Again, conflict can come. Sometimes even among, suppose they find that one of the junior member is talented, he's good enough. Suppose you recognize him and you promote him, again the conflicts can come. In fact, how can you promote a junior guy? I've got so many years of experience. In fact, I've not been recognized. How did you? Then the communication issues, the language sometimes they use, particularly if a team members are comprising of from different countries. In fact, sometimes in the communication, if you're not able to communicate well with the language they understand, that also can be a reason for conflicts. In your projects, which is the most number one reason for conflict, Steve? Is it scarce resources?
Probably work styles.
Work styles?
Communication issues. They honestly, they're all 5 of them are applicable to what we do.
Yeah. Correct.
I can cite instances in each of them.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Probably in different project environment, you have handled several projects, and in each project, I think the issue might have been different. Am I right? It also can happen.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. According to PMI, the number one reason for conflicts in project environment is the scheduling priorities, it seems. This is their research, or this is what they found, that the number one reason for conflicts is the scheduling priorities, because we always work on the deadlines, the project, the customer's deadline or the sponsor's deadline, and we try to put pressure on the team members to complete the task within that time period. And that is one of the reason why, the number one reason for conflicts, according to PMI, scheduling priorities. Yeah, that's right. So otherwise, there can be any reasons of any of these, or it can be even some other reasons also could be. Sometimes, there could be the conflicts. Another common thing could be that, your pay packs or the perks that you offer to the team members, sometimes if they find that, there is some disparity among the team members, also a conflict can come. Correct? They may not express it many times, but if you talk to them that somebody is getting more than me, even though he's less experienced, the conflict can come there also. You agree with me on that? I think that's also another common area.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yes. So these are all the 5 common things. There could be many other issues, many other reasons also for the conflicts. But please do remember that according to PMI, the scheduling priority is the number one reason. Then it could be scarce resources. As you mentioned, most of the time it can be personal work styles, how the project manager deals with a team member also can be a reason for that. How do we deal with that? Having understood, there are 5 techniques that you deal with the conflict management. One is the 2 easiest thing, the cooperativeness. If you look at it, avoiding or accommodating is the cooperativeness or the compromising. These are the 3 techniques that you avoid. Suppose if there is a conflict coming, a project manager avoids in dealing that. The 2 guys are fighting, for example, in a project team, that as a project manager, what you do, you just don't bother about it. You try to avoid that. That could be one technique. Or you accommodate both of them and you compromise on that. These 3 are known as lose-lose situation, in fact. The best way to handle the conflict is the collaborating. It's also called the problem solving. This is the best way to handle the team, is the collaborating, in fact, or the competing among them. The direct force or competing, so that could be another technique. But again, this could be a win-lose situation. But the best way to handle any conflict is the collaborating. In fact, collaborating, that means taking them into confidence. You call them, talk to them in confidence. Suppose in a group they are fighting, the best thing is to call them individually to your room or somewhere place in part. You talk to them one-to-one and you try to solve the problem, in fact. That is the best way of solving any conflicts in the working environment. Which is the technique you normally use, Mr. Steve, in your while handling the conflicts?
Compromising. I try
compromising.
To always try to
compromising.
Yes.
Yeah. But when you compromise too many times, if you compromise, does it hurt your project objectives?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the argument that you bring to the compromise.
Okay. Okay. So
sometimes it does.
Sometimes it does. Okay. While compromising, that means you are satisfying the both people's ego, right? That's what happens actually. Right?
Yes.
And that is the most important thing. But satisfying their ego while handling the projects is also very important. I agree with you. That's right. But collaborating is the one technique that normally generally appreciated. I understand, practically sometimes collaboration may not be practically possible. From the PMP perception, from the PMP examination point of view, as a project manager, you need to collaborate. That is the best technique from the project management, from the project manager, they expect PMA that you need to collaborate or problem solve or confrontation. That means directly you solve the problem, you take them into confidence, you talk to them individually and convince them, and so that it becomes a win-win situation. So collaborating is a win-win situation, whereas you are avoiding, accommodating is a lose-lose proposition from the project perspective, project management perspective. Again, compromising, as you said, it depends upon the situation and other things, but still it's considered as a lose-lose proposition. That means you are accommodating or you are accepting them to do what they're trying to do. These are all some of the techniques. This is called Thomas Kilmann model. Please do remember, again, from the examination perspective, you can expect 1 or 2 questions on this. So please do remember these techniques. I'm sure you're familiar with some of these terms, right? Even earlier, like compromising, accommodating, avoiding.
Sure.
Okay, great. That's right. Now, let's come to another important slide, on the powers of the project manager. What are the powers a project manager has got? So the project manager is vested with certain powers to facilitate the project work from the team members. The first one is the legitimate or the formal power. That means you are the project manager. So you have the authority as a, formally you are assigning, you have the power. That is a legitimate or a formal power. Then the next one is a reward power, which we have been discussing about is can reward and recognize the team member based on the performance. This is another power you have. The third one is a penalty. Just because you are in a position, you can fire somebody, you can penalize somebody, you can cut their increments, you give them a bad appraisal. That is called a penalty power, or the cohesive power. This is also called as a cohesive power. Then the expert power. That means you command authority with your expertise on this subject. Suppose you are doing the construction project, your expertise in the construction project, then you can really command your team member with your expert or the domain knowledge. Then the referent manager, you're like a role model, in fact, high authority to get work done. In fact, they respect you because of your experience, because of your contribution, because of your knowledge. It's also a referent power, in fact. So these are all the 5 different powers the project manager should have. The number one, according to the PMI, the number one power a project manager should have the recognize and rewarding power. This is the most important. Reward and expert are usually the best forms of authority to use, whereas your penalty power or your cohesive power should be the least one you should use in your project environment. Today, I don't think this penalty, it works, am I right? Today the team members, they got so many opportunities. In fact, the moment some boss is strict, immediately they leave and go. Am I right, Steve? You must have experienced it, in fact.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Right. Yeah, that's right. What powers you normally use, Steve, in your project environment?
I try to reward.
Reward power?
Or at least, acknowledge performance, to let people know when they're doing a good job.
Okay.
And I usually acknowledge people in front of other people, and then when they on the other side of that, when they don't do well, I take them aside and try to see what I can do to help them up their game. And then I try to become as much of an authority or an expert on subject matter as I can.
Okay.
Depending on the project that I'm working on. And that, I think that works with the reference also. They kind of go hand in hand.
Okay. That's great, in fact.
I don't, I don't usually like pulling rank and using, telling people I'm in charge because I was put in charge. That's probably one of the least forms that I use.
That's great, in fact. Yeah, I really appreciate you for that. In fact, that means you have a lot of that emotional intelligence skills you have. In fact, that's great. Today, the people-driven the management, is like the people-driven, in fact. And if you are good in people management, I think you can succeed in your project environment. That's right. Great to hear that. Great to hear that, Steve. That's right.
Yeah, I agree with the statement that it's no matter what, it's a people business.
Yeah, it's a people business. Absolutely right. In fact, recently, correct. That's right. Yeah, absolutely right. I was just trying to share I penned down an article for LinkedIn recently, and that's what I mentioned. 3 important things to manage today is a relationship. In spite of so much of automation, so much of technological advancement is happening, what I learned about 40 years back in terms of managing people, building relationship, that's what I learned about 36 years back when I started my career. Even today, those values holds good, in fact. There is so much of automation is happening in the industry, but still the relationship with your trade, with your channel partners, with their team members, that plays number 1 actually to have a successful team today. That's right. Yeah. The second one, of course, your subject matter knowledge on the industry that you work. And the third one is, again, I mentioned that the reward, recognition, rewarding the people at the right time. Because ultimately your success is because of your team success. So probably those three, if you have, you can really succeed in today's complex business world. Even those values holds good. I agree with you, in fact, as you mentioned. And I really appreciate you for that emotional intelligence you have about your team members, like recognizing, rewarding, and all those things. Great. That's really nice. I'm sure, these are all, you're very familiar with other things also. Great.
They are.
Yeah, great. Mm-hmm. Now, coming to again now from the examination perspective, these three popular motivation theories that we have, McGraw-Hill's theory, Maslow's theory, hierarchy of needs, and Herzberg's theory. Have you heard about these theories earlier by any chance, Steve, in your, I think,
no.
Maslow's hierarchy theory or Herzberg's theory, probably?
No.
Yeah, okay. Even though we may not be familiar with these names, but I'm sure that sometimes, how some of the project manager or bosses, how they behave, you can easily make out. One is McGraw-Hill's theory, that's number one. It is theory, there are certain people, they're called theory X and theory Y. Some managers, you always, they believe that the team members need continuous supervision or monitoring. It's called micromanaging. They don't trust the team members. They don't trust, they think that, if they don't supervise, they don't work, in fact. So they try to micromanage the team members. It's called theory X. There are other set of managers, they have total trust on the team members. They say that my team members are good enough. They don't need supervision. They know what to do and they'll be doing their job. So I don't need to do the micromanaging. They will work on their own. I can delegate responsibility on them. That is called theory Y. So theory X is a micromanaging. Theory Y is having trust on your team members. It's called McGraw-Hill's theory, in fact, theory X and theory Y. I'm sure even though you are not familiar with these things, I'm sure many managers, they do this type of jobs, right? You agree with me on that?
Yes. Yes.
You would have experienced, I think. There are many, even I have seen even some sponsors or the promoters, they always keep an eye on what is happening. In fact, they'll be micromanaging things. In fact, every day they try to interfere. Some project managers, some leaders, they keep doing that. In fact, every time they try to poke their nose in with the team members, what is happening, what you have done, and all those things. It's called theory X. Theory Y is trusting your team members. In fact. So this is McGraw-Hill's theory of X and Y. Easy to remember, but I would request you to memorize this from the examination perspective, because definitely there will be one or two questions on these three concepts. And if you remember, I'm sure you'll be able to score those questions easily. The next one is the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I'm sure this you must be very familiar. If you look at this triangle right side, this applies to all the human beings. First, initial stage of our life, what we need is we need the physiological needs. Physiological needs like we need water, we need to breathe, we need to sleep, we need home stays, etc. These are physiological needs. Once we achieve these physiological needs, then we need resources like we need a family, we need health, we need property, we try to build homes, we need to have our own property, in fact. So we need to look at the safety needs, in fact. Once we achieve the safety needs, the next stage we look at our social needs. That means we try to make friends, we'll have an extended family, we'll have children, we'll develop other friends, circle. In fact, we'll try to enlarge. In fact, we'll become the community members. All these things, the social needs after we achieve the safety needs. After achieving the social needs, we become self-esteem. That means you get a lot of confidence. You want to achieve certain things in your job. You want to get respect among your colleagues in the industry. You try to contribute. In fact, you try to help. All those things do is self-esteem. And the final stage, when we reach the later part of our career, probably we look at this self-actualization. That means we look at the creativity, we try look at the solving the problems of our team member, our societies, and we will not have any prejudice among anybody. In fact, we try to accept the facts as it comes, so it will become self-actualization. This is called Maslow's hierarchical needs, which applies to all human beings. In fact, when we start our career, we'll be like here. After a few years, we will become safety. Then probably after 10 or 12 years, we'll achieve this. Then, self-esteem and self-actualization. I'm sure at this stage, you must be either self-actualization or self-esteem, Steve. You must be in one of these. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. More towards self-actualization, I think, because you got so much of experience. You try to help your team members. You want to contribute for your society, for your community. Correct? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is
That's
called
correct.
self-actualization. In fact, even though we are not familiar with this Maslow's, probably I think you are familiar with all these things. Am I right? This is how we all grow in our career. In fact, in our life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So this is what you need to remember when you are handling from the PMP perspective, from the project management perspective, when you're dealing with people, if they are junior members, for example, then, you need to know that, they are interested in more of physiological needs. Once they have 5 to 7 years of experience, then probably they'll be looking at safety needs, then the social needs and their self-esteem needs. Your experienced people, probably when you interact with them, probably you need to keep in mind that they have crossed the social needs, they are looking at self-esteem today, in fact. So this will also help you to motivate your team members based on their needs that they are undergoing, in fact. So I think it's a very, very important tool. And if you remember this technique, one of the motivational theory, the project manager can handle the team very well. Any thoughts on this? Any feedback you want to give on this Maslow's hierarchical needs?
No, I get it, but I understand the importance of it, and I can understand the relevance of it.
Relevance, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that's very important, actually. So this
Sure.
will really help you to manage your team members sometimes and motivate them according to them. For example, if a guy is, let's say he has got around 15, 18, 20 years of experience, and there's no point in talking to him about these things, either the safety of his job or those things. Am I right? It doesn't make any sense for them when you talk to them like that, in fact. And for a very junior member who is looking at his safety or security of the job, you can't talk to him about his creativity part or his other part of it, in fact. Correct? You agree with me?
Mm-hmm.
So these are all
Sure.
very important. Sometimes the project managers, if they're not aware of it, some of them, they tend to make such mistakes, in fact. They try to motivate the wrong person in a wrong way without understanding his needs, in fact. So this is very, very important. So McGraw-Hill's theory, again, just to repeat, it is a micromanagement theory X. Theory Y is trusting your team member. Maslow's hierarchy needs, you start from physiological needs, safety needs, social needs, esteem needs, self-actualization. In the examination, there might be a question that a team member is good in creativity, spontaneity, or the problem-solving area. So what is the stage he is in? Probably his needs. Like that, they might ask you, in fact, a question. So if you are very familiar with all these 5, it will be easy to answer those questions. Another important theory is Herzberg's theory. So here, Herbert's theory, there are two things to remember. One is the hygiene factors. Another one is the motivating agents. The hygiene factors is, for example, personal safety, fair compensation. That means the salary, he should get good salary. In fact, he should have working condition. These are all the hygiene factors. These are all the basic minimum requirement, hygiene factors. But this this is not sufficient for him to motivate him, in fact. So he needs to have personal safety or a fair compensation or good working conditions, good company should work. These are all the hygiene factors. But this will not be sufficient to motivate him. What motivates him is the recognition, his promotion, for example, his higher responsibility, elevating him to different positions. These are all what motivate him to do, in fact. So just a hygiene factor is not sufficient, whereas he need to have some motivating factors like recognition, higher responsibility, promotions, all those things will motivate him, in fact. So this is the Herzberg's theory of motivating fact. Any questions on this? You want to give some thoughts or in your working place? Have we experienced this, in fact?
Yes, yes. It depends on the company.
Okay. Depends upon the company and the project. Yeah.
Yeah. The company or the project. Sometimes it's very, very difficult to. I see this put in place by management and upper management.
Yeah.
And I see the impact of it. You know, the hygiene factors is
Correct.
definitely our projects and the work environment.
Correct, absolutely.
And going that becomes the team and the team environment.
Correct, absolutely.
Kind of the team zeitgeist, the feel on the project.
Yeah.
Then motivation factors. You know, there is unfortunately, and I know this is the same in all industries. There's kind of a glass ceiling for advancement. You know, there may not be any place for people to advance.
Correct.
In the company.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. It's a very limited opportunity there. In fact, correct. Yeah.
Right. And you need to look for the motivation.
Yeah.
That you're going to use to keep people interested in pushing forward.
Correct. Absolutely right. In fact, correct.
Yeah.
Personal safety. Yeah, correct. I can give another example is that, in India, for example, these northern states, where sometimes the weather is very severe, the temperature is very high, and many people from the cold areas, or relatively comfortable weather areas, they were reluctant to go and work in such heat conditions. So they are looking at their safety. If I go there, probably my health will become upset. I may not be able to manage. So like that, the climatic conditions, the working atmosphere, particularly the drilling, when some people like, Dubai or the Gulf countries where the temperature is very high, many people, they refuse to go sometimes. In fact, we can't go and work in the open field in this type of environment. So they are all the hygiene factors for them. They look at their safety. In fact, it's not just the salary, or they also look at the working conditions. Correct? You agree?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
There are several examples we can give. That's right. Slide. So this is also very important. These three theories, which has got so much of meaning in our working style and in a working environment. The McGraw's theory, we have seen some managers who are like that, always doing. In fact, I have experienced many. My bosses in my earlier company, who used to do micromanaging many times. Some team members, in fact, they never used to have trust on the team members actually. But And I've also worked under many managers, who always used to trust us, in fact, and give a free hand. Our team members, in fact, go and you are ultimately responsible for the objective like that. So these are all very important theories. It touches our life. Am I right? The way we handle our people. That's right. So I would request you to just these three names. I want you to memorize it. If you can remember it, fine. If you don't remember, probably then you need to memorize these three theories: McGraw's theory, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and Hasberg's theory.
Okay.
Any question on this, Steve? Any organization theories?
No.
Okay, great. So leadership styles, the autocratic, authoritarian leadership, then participative or democratic leadership, delegative or laissez-faire leadership. These are the three types of popular leadership style. Many people in many environments, autocratic is that the leader gives a clear direction and expands everybody to comply that. Participative or democratic leadership that encourages the team participation. Delegative or laissez-faire leadership is that leaders offers no guidance and lets the team be on their own. There are some advantages and some disadvantages. Delegating you can do if you have team members who are very experienced, the subject matter experts, the seasoned players, then probably you can delegate. Then you know that they work on their own, they will contribute, they will achieve. In fact, you can delegate. Suppose if your team is having a team member with limited experience, then probably you cannot delegate. In fact. The participative and democratic, I think this is the most popular among the project work. That means you take everybody into confidence and you work with them. Sometimes the disadvantage could be that the decision making could be sometimes can become difficult because each one tries to throw their weight on that. In fact, that can be happen. But if we encourage them as a team member, probably this is the best one. But most of the time, or many times at least, the autocratic or authoritarian leadership also happens in the project environment. What is your experience? What type of leadership you normally? What I could make out is that you are more of a participative democratic leadership. Am I right? That's what you do.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah. Great. That's right.
Yeah, I like to get people's buy-in.
Yeah.
In coordination.
Yeah.
And make sure that everybody's part of that team.
Correct.
Dynamic.
That's great. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's very important. But I think you also come across autocratic leadership many times. I'm sure. I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. In most of the project environment, this happens. I've seen that. In one way, it's good. There will be clear direction, and everybody follows. But if it reaches a certain high level, then probably we'll have problems. In fact, you will have a lot of people living, sometimes not accepting the authoritarian leadership style and other things. So this also could be another reason for the conflicts which we discussed. One of the reasons your working style and managing your people also can be. Have you come across this laissez-faire leadership? Any of your projects have you left your team to decide or such things?
Not very often.
Not very often, yes. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's for us in our industry, it's very, very counterproductive.
Yeah, counterproductive, that's right. Sometimes, the projects like NASA or the ISRO, they take up space research where you have very senior scientists working in your projects. Then probably delegating, it helps there actually because they're all very experienced professionals and they know what to do. In fact, at that time, you can delegate. So again, it depends upon your project, your size, the complexity, and the nature of the team members you have. The combination or all those things are very important. And also, not necessarily that you should be always a participative or democratic leader, always an autocratic leader, always a delegate. It's not like that. Probably you can have the combination of these things according to the situation. Am I right, Steve? That also can.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Sometimes you may require to be an autocratic. Sometimes you may have to be participative, and sometimes you may have to be delegative also. So, but a combination of all these things will help a leader. But most, as you said very clearly, it's a participative or the democratic leadership. Most of the time, it works in the present environment, particularly in the agile concepts, which we are going to talk, which the project management in PMI is giving a lot of importance nowadays. Agile, there is no, for example, boss, or there is no controlling. In fact, every team member has been given a responsibility. So they talk about the servant leadership there in the agile concept. Servant leadership, that means you are also one of the part of your team. So you no longer control the team. In fact, you also contribute for the team success. In fact, that is, you participate in a democratic leadership. That's what the industry is moving towards that today. In fact, in the agile concepts. Once upon a time, agile, that was meant for software, but today it's not like that. It's spread across the various other industries, including the construction industry. For example, even software, is becoming a part of the construction industry. About 5 years back or 10 years back, nobody would have believed that, software can have the impact on this construction industry. Am I right? You agree with me, Steve, on that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now it's a huge impact.
Yeah, today it has got a huge impact on the software industry. For example, many things are getting automated. When you leave the office, you can just go to the website and you can just log in and you can just
Hello, can you hear me?
That's a very common thing we see.
There we go.
Yeah, in US, correct. It's like that. So that's great.
Yeah, you dropped off for a minute.
Okay. Sorry. You got.
Hello, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't hear you at all now.
Hello, are you back?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay. Oh, okay. Cannot hear. Okay. So once we understand the various leadership style, then they control the resources. So how do we control our resources? You look at your resource management plan, your project documents, your various lessons learned register, and resource breakdown structure. Are you with me, Steve? Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. Then you have tools and technique like alternative analysis, which we discussed. You also look at the cost benefit analysis, because any resource you take, it's always important you do the cost benefit analysis. Are we spending the right amount of acquiring this resource? Are we spending right amount of acquiring these physical resources? So it's always important to do the cost benefit analysis. Then your performance reviews, it's also very important, is your appraisal system, your regular performance review you do. So you give a feedback to your team members, they're working fine, they're on the target, or they're below the target or above the target, like that. Then you also look at the trend analysis from the similar projects, the previous projects. Then problem solving technique. When you're dealing with people, there's another very important tools and technique. How do we solve a problem? First, you define the problem very clearly. There are 4 or 5 steps you normally you undertake to solve a problem. First, you define your problem. After defining the problem, you do the root cause analysis of the problem. Why this problem has come? So you try to analyze, try to find out 8 to 10 reasons for that. Probably you can use a fishbone analysis diagram, or is also known as the Ishikawa diagram. You try to understand, you try to analyze the root cause of the problem. After analyzing the root causes, then you try to find the solution for those problems. Then you select the best solution, which is a long-lasting solution. That's how you solve any problems in your project environment. Then you have interpersonal team skills like negotiation, influencing, which we discussed. Then you will also have the project management information system where you can get a lot of data to analyze about the people, about the process, and about what's happening. In fact, all those things, you do the project management information system. Then what you get out of that is the work performance information. Like the control process, in all the control processes, either control schedule, control scope, you have your work performance data, and that goes through this process and you get work performance information. Then you have change requests, then your project management plan updates, your resource management plan gets updated, your schedule, your cost baselines also get updated, in fact. Because depending upon the availability of the people, depending upon the availability of the cost that you spend, all those things, it goes through changes, and those changes gets updated also in the schedule baseline and the cost baseline. So you know that, just to recap that, your scope baseline, your schedule baseline, and cost baseline are the three baseline for your performance baseline. That's how you measure your performance against the actuals versus planned. Then you have project documents updates, assumptions log, issue log, lessons learned register, and the physical resource assignments. These are all some of the outputs that it gets updated during the process. So in the resources, first you plan your resources. After planning, you estimate the resources. After estimating, you acquire the resources. After acquiring, you develop the resources. After developing, you manage the resources. And while managing, you control the resources, and various techniques we looked at this process. Any questions on this resource management so far, Steve?
No.
Yeah, I think it's fairly straightforward and clear, these concepts. What we need to remember in the resource management is some of the tools and techniques that we discussed, particularly the management, the organization theory. Those three theories are very important to remember. McGraw-Hill's theory, hierarchical needs theory, Maslow's. Then you also have Herbert's theory. Those three theories. Then the conflicts, the reason for conflicts in the project environment, scarce resources, or scheduling priorities, or working style, or those are some of the concepts that I request you to remember. Then leadership style, like autocratic, it is a democratic, or a laissez-faire. Those three styles, in fact, a leaders should have. So those are some of the things probably, and the conflict handling. How do you handle it? Collaborating or the problem solver is the best technique to solve the problems according to the PMI. From the examination perspective, that's what they expect you to answer that. And the other three or four things is like accommodating, smoothing, or compromising, or also avoiding also could be other techniques for that. These are all some of the important things to remember in the resources management. So let's look at some of the questions. Quiz. All the following are forms of power derived from the project managers except formal power, reward.
Well, I thought all four of them were. I don't.
All the four works, I think. Correct. All the four works actually, but probably there was mistake. Then the next one you look at, the highest point of Maslow's hierarchy of need is it physiological satisfaction, or attainment of survival, or need for association or esteem?
Esteem.
Esteem, absolutely right. Actually, if they're given self-actualization, there's one more thing, since that's not mentioned here. So the next one is the esteem, in fact. Suppose if they are mentioned both self-esteem and self-actualization, then self-actualization would have become the right answer for that, in fact. Correct?
Sure.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So senior management has been extremely impressed by the new team member on the software development project. The team member has enthusiastically and efficiently completed his assigned activities. He has also demonstrated courtesy, respect, and consideration to everyone around him. For these reasons, management is planning to promote the team member to a business analyst position that is currently open on the project. The effect refers to the tendency to promote from within, hire the best, move people into new roles or new technical fields because they are good in their current technical field, move people into project management because they have project management training. Which one do you think is the best?
Or C, technical field.
C could be the right answer. Correct. C could be the right answer. Yeah. Yes, I think that's one. Okay, look at it. It will start. Yeah. Of course, someone is given the job, they will have formal reward and penalty power, but just having a position does not make the project manager either a technical or a project management expert. So expert power has to be earned, in fact. This is the reason they have given for this thing, in fact, sorry. For example, here, all the following are powers derived from the project managers except it's a formal power, reward power, penalty power, but expert power has to be earned, in fact. That's only the reason, rational for answering that question. Otherwise, these two, yeah.
Right. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, you got it. That's right. Otherwise, you are absolutely right. Even the expert subject matter power he should have, but only thing is he has to be earned for that expert power, in fact. Otherwise, formal power is because of his position, it is given. The reward power, being a project manager or head, he can reward. Penalty also he can do. But expert power is one thing, he has to earn for that actually by contributing, by all those things. That's right.
Okay.
So otherwise, these two answers are right. This question is asking which of the following highest. Self-actualization is not listed as I explained. So the next best choice is esteem. This is also known as the halo effect. Steve, just remember that. That is, just because you are good in doing something, suppose you are promoted to do another job. It's also called halo effect. In examination, that will be sometimes, that will be asked. Just because somebody is doing an excellent IT job, suppose you promote him to make a HR, for example, as a head of HR or head of supply chain. Do you think they'll be able to deliver the same effectiveness in their job? Do you think that it's possible?
I don't know.
I don't know, sometimes it's difficult, in fact. So sometimes, just because you are good in something, it doesn't mean that you can be equally good in another area also, correct? So it is called halo effect, actually. Many organizations, they do that. And sometimes, they get into problems also because of that. Just because somebody has proved that, they're excellent in good area, they cannot do the same thing in other things. It's like, just an analogy, an excellent baseball player who is number one need not be or cannot be good in soccer also. Yeah, right. It may not be possible.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get the analogy.
It's called halo effect. Just remember that word, halo effect. The next few questions. In determining the physical resource requirement of the project, the team has identified the need for a highly specialized piece of testing equipment that will be used for approximately 6 months. The organization only owns one of these units, and it has been committed to other projects during the time this team will need it. Purchasing another similar unit is assumed to be cost prohibitive. Which of the following is the least effective action for the project manager to take? Remember, the least effective action. That's what you need to remember here. Negotiate with the project manager that has reserved the equipment during the time it is needed by this team. Consult with the procurement department about the possibility of leasing a similar unit, or request that sponsor intervene on behalf of the project. Adjust the schedule so that the work requiring the equipment can be done when the equipment is available. These are the 4 options you have, in fact.
I would say C.
You would say?
C.
C is a request that sponsor interviewer on behalf of the project. Okay. Okay, let's look at it. A project is being completed by a virtual team with the team members from 6 countries. From their various locations, the team members are arguing about which office will take the lead on the project, disagreeing over meeting schedule and questioning the abilities of individuals whom they have not worked with before. In which stage of the Tuckman ladder is the team function? I think we discussed it at length. It's a storming stage. Correct. C in front. Okay. Yeah. So let's look at the answers. Yeah, you are absolutely right. It is a professional responsibility of the project manager to consider the needs of the entire organization, not only of this project. It is also the project manager responsible to attempt to deal with the situation before involving the sponsor. For this reason, involving thought is a mistake. All the other choices or options the project manager should consider. You answered it very smartly, Steve. I must appreciate, because that is the least effective action. There's no point in going to your sponsor directly. Am I right? So sure. You read it question very well. I must really appreciate and congratulate you for that. Many people, they don't read least effective. Then they will answer something else. In fact, you're absolutely right. This is the least effective thing. And storming is the stage. Again, you are absolutely right. I think you got a hang on this resource management very well. That's good. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Yesterday I was just reading some journals from PMA last few days. And they say that, your PMBOK guide of 6, what you are going to study, and a few other things. All these things are important, but at the same time, from the project management perspective, what they look at when you answer the questions, your industry experience, how you have applied these type of, how you have handled these type of situations in your working experience or in your project management areas. That's how you answer many of these questions, in fact. Am I right, Steve? So like you answered, I'm sure it must be from your practical experience, what you would have done if you are in that situation, correct? Am I right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I do in my situation.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that's very, very important. In fact, that is what the PMI test your skills many times in some questions, in fact. If you are a seasoned, that's why this PMP, PMI have got several courses. You know that, 7 to 8 programs, but PMP is considered as a gold standard. It is the top of all the other certification courses. PMP stands number 1. So whoever pass PMP, that means, they are really, really good in project environment. It is not just by reading this PMBOK guide, or it is not just going through this 35 hours, 30 hours of content. It's not that, but most of the time it's your practical experience, how you would have applied those skills or knowledge in your project. And they will test your skills also, in fact. That's very important to remember. I'm glad that, you're already doing that. That's very nice.
Okay. Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. So any questions on resource management? Any thoughts you want to give? Or
No.
Yeah. It's like, just to remember resource management, as I said, some of the changes which has happened from PMBOK Guide 5 to 6. In PMBOK 6, they cover not only the human resources. Earlier, it used to be called as a human resource management, but this time it is called resource management, in fact, because it includes both your physical resources and human resources. Again, I'm repeating just to that. So both are very important to run a project. It's not just only human resources is enough. So the PMI realized that even physical resources, how you manage your skills, because managing physical resources and managing human resources are entirely a different cup of tea. Am I right? When you manage your human resources, you need to have empathy. You need to have different type of skills like motivation. You need to have the good listener. You should be a good team leader. All those things are very important, and you need to develop the team to manage. Whereas the physical resources, again, it requires some other type of competence, like hiring the right type of equipments, planning the right materials, uh, planning it on time, in fact, so that, your project work will not get suffer. Even some of the decisions like make or buy decision, whether those equipments, whether you own them or you need to outsource them, and you need to do a cost benefit analysis, which is better, by owning is better or hiring is better. All those, some of the competences that you need to have for the physical resources. So these are both comes under resource management, but both requires different type of skills and different type of knowledge to handle that, in fact, and it is combined together as a resource management. So that's one change that has happened. And the second thing is, today we spoke about, we discussed about the virtual teams that is very happening in across the industry, across the project. You need not have all the resources in the places that you require. In fact, you can hire from outside and get their expertise, opinion, or the advice on your projects. Co-location is another important, is an emerging trend today. When you're hiring from different places, you need to bring them together at least once in a month or once in 2 months, so that you talk to them over the project progress. You develop a team building, those things also happening in the projects. These are all some of the concepts and emerging trends that you need to remember while handling the resource management. It's great. So, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you back? Yes, great.
I'm back.
Okay, great. So the next knowledge area, Steve, is that project communication management. Actually, a few years back in 2013, if you just go back to the PMI thing, the communication management and stakeholder management both were the same knowledge area. In fact, communication was the part of the stakeholders management. But then the PMI realized that one of the important responsibility of the project manager is the most of the time the project manager spends, in fact, 90% of his time is on communication, communicating with stakeholders, communicating with the team members, communicating with your external stakeholders or internal stakeholders. So then they realize that it's very important to have a separate knowledge area for communication. Because basically that's what a project manager will be doing right across the projects. Am I right? You agree with me on that? Most of the time you'll be communicating with your team members, with your promoters, with your stakeholders. Am I right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So more than your physical requirements that you use, you basically we deal with people. In fact, we discussed at length in the resource management. So the next knowledge area that we are going to cover is about the communication knowledge area. I just wanted to give a little bit of the history about how this knowledge area branched out from the stakeholders management, because it is so much of important today communicating with your stakeholders. It's all the more challenging because many of you are in a large projects. Your different stakeholders are based in different geographical area, the virtual teams that we are talking about. So it is all the more challenging nowadays for the project managers to communicate in the language, the time zones. For example, you are having a project in, let's say, in India, in fact, where you have got 12 hours time difference is there, correct? So how do you plan your communication? Language could be another issue, in fact. Many people, many countries, many team members may not understand the English. So how do you communicate with them? But they'll be part of your project team. So these are all some of the trends and challenges that the project manager is facing today. So in keeping all these factors in mind, the PMI has a different knowledge area, the communication management. Are you with me on this? You agree with these thoughts? You're right.
Sure.
Yeah, So there are in the project communication, we look at three processes, a fairly short knowledge area. You plan communication, you manage communication, and you monitor communication. These are the three processes we have here. So again, coming back to that once again, in the integration management, you got 7 processes. I just keep repeating so that you will remember, right? Scope management, you've got 6 processes. Schedule, you've got 6 processes. Cost, you've got 4 processes, which we discussed. Quality has got 3 processes. And resource management, which we just covered, that you got 6 processes. And in the communication, you got the 3 processes: plan, manage, and monitor. So if you look at your 10-digit number, 76643663. In fact, these are the 3 processes that we have got. So 363. So out of 10 digits, we have covered almost. This is the 7th one we are looking at, in fact. And tomorrow, and the next one after this will be risk management. And tomorrow we'll try to complete the procurement and the stakeholders management and few other things tomorrow. So let's talk about our communication management. So as I mentioned that there are 3 processes here: plan communication, manage communication, and monitor communication. In the plan communications management, you have got a project charter, which is the most important, because the project charter will also have the stakeholders list. The important stakeholders list you will be having. So, and their requirement, their needs are also mentioned in the stakeholders list. That's one of the reasons why you have project charter as an input here. Then your project management plan, it is a detailed management plan that how the project is executed, monitored, controlled, planned, and closed. That's what the project management plan. Project management plan also contains the various subsidiary plans like your cost management, schedule management, scope management, stakeholders management plan. All those plans will be part of the project management plan. Then various project documents we looked at, for example, schedule baseline, your scope baseline, your cost baseline, and various other documents will also part of the inputs. Then you have your enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets. Since we're dealing with people here, you also need to have what are the enterprises issues and what are the environmental factors relating to this communication, then organization process assets. These are all some of the inputs. Then what are the tools and techniques in plan communication? We look at the expert judgment, then communication requirements analysis. We'll go through that. It's a very interesting thing. Then what are the communication technology that we have today in running the project? Then what are the models and methods and interpersonal team skills and data representation? Then what outputs you get a communication management plan. So let's go through this one by one. Communication, Steve, you agree with me that it's always a two-way process of transferring information from one entity to another. That's a communication. For example, from the project perspective, you will be, from the project, you'll be communicating, for example, to the project manager, senior management, and other management. Since the project is an entity here. So the project manager, senior management, and other stakeholders will be communicating with the project, in fact. So as I said, 90% of the project communication is what the project manager spends on 90%. Do you agree with this number, Steve? This is what the PMI has come out with after so much of research on the project management.
Yes.
That's right. It's again a wrong perception. I mean, in the sense, we all think that project manager has to do only the project work, for the technology has to manage and equipments like that. But the contrary, if you understand what actually the project manager does is communicating or managing the stakeholders, in fact, correct? That is a wrong perception, at least many of us used to have earlier, in fact. As a project manager, you need not speak much or you need not communicate much, but once you get in a project environment, actually 90% of the time is you're spending on this. In fact. That's a great revelation for me, at least it was. So what are the communication methods? I'm sure you're familiar with all these things. You've got a written communication, you've got a verbal communication, uh, formal communication, and informal communication. The formal communication, you follow certain rules. Informal communication, it could be take a casual approach while communicating, but they are also equally important in communicating. So these are all the four communication methods we have. So some examples of formal communication: your project management plan is a formal communication, your project charter is a formal communication. Your long distance communication, when you do, it will be always a written communication. Am I right? You agree with me on that? Usually when you do a long distance communication, because of certain reasons, because of the disturbance in the communication, because of sometimes in the language, it's always good to have written communication when you do a long distance communication.
Sure.
Then your informal communications, your notes and your email is also an informal communication. Many people do misunderstand that email can be a formal communication. It's not so. It is an informal communication, but it's equally important because looking into the speed, the number of people you can reach at a stroke, email communication is nowadays is very, very prevalent across all the industries, across all the project areas, in fact, but it is an informal communication. Verbal communications or your presentations, what you do, your PowerPoint presentations, all those things are your verbal communication. The non-verbal or the informal communication is the informal communications is the conversation is your informal communications. We know very clearly what is verbal. Can you give some lights on what is non-verbal communication, Steve? Non-verbal communication.
I guess reports, photographs are nonverbal. You can communicate through photographs, emails.
No, email is an informal communication. Non-verbal communication is your body language. When you are communicating with your people, with your team members, what posture you have, your eyesight, your body language, how you stand in front of your people, your eye-to-eye contacts, all those things are non-verbal communication. Your gestures, your tone, the speed at which you speak, your anger mood or your pleasant mood, all those things are the non-verbal communications. Actually, when two individuals are communicating, 75% they communicate with their body language more than the words, it seems. That is another research has found out that when you're trying to communicate, particularly when two individuals are the hand signs, your eye-to-eye contacts, your handshake, all those things communicate much more than what your words communicate. You agree with me on that? I think your experience.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Even when you are, for example, when you are conducting your team meetings, how you stand, your eye-to-eye contacts with your team members, all those things, it gives the right signals. Suppose if you are talking to somebody by eye-to-eye contacts, that means, they are very confident. Suppose you are talking to somebody and looking at somewhere else, that means there are two things. Either you are talking not seriously, or you're not interested in talking to them. Am I right? These are all the body language conveys, in fact. So these are all non-verbal communication, which is also very important in our project environment, even in our personal life. This is also very important, in fact. How we speak to our children, for example, when you are angry, you raise your tone and speak. When you are pleasant, you smile with a smiling face. I'm right. These are all non-verbal communication. By looking at your face itself, sometimes, your team members can make out whether you are in a good mood or bad mood. Correct? You agree?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So these are all the non-verbal communications. So much to learn, so much to understand these things. In fact, sometimes, we take all these things very casually, but our team members will be looking into those things and try to understand our moods, how the project manager or the leaders, they behave, in fact. So it's very important that you maintain good body posture, eye-to-eye contacts, firm handshake, particularly when you are greeting the team member or your customer. You look at their eyes and you greet them. In fact, that's what that shows that you are interested in that party. You are very serious about what you are going to discuss about it. So the firm handshake is very important and very critical. Recently, I happened to see, that the Russian president went to UK. I don't know, you would have seen that picture. It was flashed across all newspapers. And he went to meet the May, she was the, I think, UK president, in fact. They are handshaking together, and each one is looking at different, they are looking at differently in a different place, and they're handshaking because already, you know that there were some issues between UK and Russia on certain agreements and all those things. So that clearly stood out, how the meeting went off and all those things, in fact. So there was a big, in fact, even in India, that photos were, even internet, those photos were published, in fact. So the body language of leaders or the team members and the project manager is very critical and important. I thought I just wanted to give that as an example. For whatever reasons, each one, they may have their own reasons for that. I don't want to comment on that, but the body language speaks very, very important when you're communicating with your team members.
Okay.
So, of course, communication technology, you're very, very familiar with all these things: emails, telephone, meetings, Blogger, Twitter, Facebook, Skype. Then you can add up WhatsApp also, one more thing. Probably fax is a little out of date, am I right? It's outdated nowadays. You agree with me on that? Many people, they may not use fax.
No,
Yes.
I haven't seen a fax in,
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a fax in 5 years.
5 years now, in fact. Absolutely right.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's outdated now, in fact. Anything else you can add here so that, I can update it in my next presentation? Anything you can add, or any other technology you use here?
The telephone is
yeah,
kind of going behind texting.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a telephone person.
Uh-huh. Okay. Mobile is, of
Meetings
course,
are,
very, very common, is that okay?
yeah, meetings. We still have meetings.
Yeah.
There are different meeting platforms.
Yeah.
That
video conferencing, those things will come, of course. That's right.
Right.
Your Skype meeting, video conferencing, all those things will be part of the meeting, probably, is right. Sure. Not necessarily one-to-one or physical meetings, even across the global you connect, like we are connecting now, for example, through technology, also could be a meeting. That's right. Of course, the Blogger, the Twitter, the Facebook, Skype, and as I said, WhatsApp can be added here. Anything else, anything else you feel in the upcoming or the latest technology that you are using here?
Yeah, I mean, collaborative information software. That's communication.
Okay, collaborative information software. Okay. That's a good one. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, those are generally the
yeah, that's right.
Bigger platforms.
Yeah,
communication platform.
That's right. Actually, there is one Delphi technique you must have heard about it. Definitely a Delphi technique is that, when you are subject matter experts based in different places, sometimes, they want to give their opinion, individual opinion, without the other hurting the other members' opinion, or they want to be anonymous. It's called Delphi technique. That's also one of the, communication, that probably your meetings can do it, in fact, where the virtual teams and they're placed in different places is also there. And as I said, the informal, this email could be an informal communication, whereas your meetings and direct, could be your direct communication, your video conferencing, your Skype meetings, all those things can be part of that. Fax, I know that it's a bit outdated today. Whereas the Twitter, you do communicate. Today, if you look at most of the companies, presidents and prime ministers, they are following this Twitter as a communication, correct? It's very common nowadays.
Yeah.
Even major policy decisions are announced on Twitter nowadays. I've seen that, some of the decisions like trade or anything, they say that even GDP growth sometimes, they mention on Twitter nowadays. Yeah, it's becoming so very powerful communication. It reaches very fast to the right audience or whatever they talk about. Of course, the blogger is very another common thing. Many people do blog about the projects and other things about the success of the projects, and that's right. Skype is another very powerful thing. These are all some of the communication technology that which is driving today the project managers and the project environment, which was not so about 10 years back or 15 years back. But today, the advancement which is happening in the technological development, it is an advantage, and sometimes it could be, sometimes in fact, if because an email, when you send it, within few seconds, it will reach the people across the globe today. Correct? You agree with me, in fact.
Oh yeah,
So,
absolutely, sure.
So you need to be really careful when you draft an email and sends an email also, because before, if somebody has made a mistake, before they could realize, the email would have reached the concerned party or the thing. In fact, that also can be dangerous. In fact, you heard about the C-mail, airmail, and email. Am I right? I'm sure you are familiar with those three terminologies. C-mail. If you look at about 15 years back or about 30 years back, suppose from India you write a letter to reach US, it used to take C-mail, that means at least 35 days to 40 days to reach that letter to US those days. If you go back to the history, in fact. Then in the last 25 years afterwards, the airmail came. Within 3 days, a letter from India or from US, various parts of it is to reach. It is to take about 3 days. Now in the email, it is taking hardly 2 seconds or 3 seconds, in fact, correct? You will get a mail, in
right.
fact. It's so fast. So normally in communication, we talk about this C-mail, airmail, and email. Today, we are in the era of email. The speed at which we are traveling is very fast. So even taking decisions in the project environment is also has become so fast today, in fact. So the expectation from the customers, from the sponsors, from the team members is so fast nowadays. They want everything in a jiffy, in fact, just in time concepts. And that's what the communication, the technology is ruling today. Okay. So this is another important things to remember from the examination perspective also, Steve, that number of communication channels that a person can have in a team. Now, let's say, that you remember, if there are only two people, how many channels are there? For example, you and your team member, you communicate to him and he communicates to you. So there will be one communication. Now, let's say there are three people are there. You are the boss and you've got two colleagues reporting to you. So how many communication channels are there? You communicate to one member. He communicates back to you. He also communicates to another team member and you also communicates to another team member. So there will be three channels for three people. Now, let's say there are four people are there in your team. How many communication channel are there? You communicate to him. If you look at it here, he communicates to him. He communicates to him. He or she communicates to again back. In between, these two keep communicating and these two keep communicating. So there will be 6 communication channels if there are 4 people. Are you with me, Steve? Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we remember? Suppose if you are having 100 people, then how do we, you can't keep doing this. So there is a formula for this. N into n minus 1 divided by 2 is equal to 6. Now, n is the number of people multiplied by n minus 1 divided by 2 will give you the number of communication channels. So there are 4 people are there here. So 4 into 4 minus 1, that will become 3. So 4 into 3 is 12 divided by 2 is equal to 6. So 6 communication channels are there. Now, let's understand from your perspective, how many team members you have, Steve, in your company? How many they're reporting to you?
No, probably 10.
10? Okay, you're including you 10 or excluding you?
Including me.
Including. So how many communication channels you have in your company, that means? Can you just apply this formula and calculate?
We had 10.
Into 10 minus 1.
Divided by 2.
Yeah.
Would be 45.
So 45 channels you are having communications. Interesting, you know, am I right? 10 people. That means among them, they keep talking, they'll be talking to you directly or communicating you directly. So 45 communication channels your team has got. Interesting, am I right?
Yeah, very interesting.
By any chance, were you aware of it? There could be 45 communication channels with 10 people?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it gives you an idea of what happens to the information.
Absolutely right.
And when you get all 45 of those communication channels open.
Yeah, that's right. Were you aware of it earlier, before this?
No.
No. Yes, correct. That's very interesting. You know, I'm absolutely right. Many of the time we don't know that who all will be talking, who all will be communicating without our knowledge. So there is a possibility of 45 communication channels in your own small team of 10 people. Just imagine if a project has got, let's say, 500 people. There are several projects will be working with 500 people, 1,000 people. Am I right? Mega projects. What is the largest size of project you would have handled in your career? Biggest project?
Probably 50 people.
30 people? Okay. Okay. So if you apply the same formula, 30 into 29, 30 minus 1, 29, the 870, that means almost about 435 channels they would have handled those days. Correct? 30 people means.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting, that's an interesting formula.
Yeah, it's very mind-boggling and it's practical. It's actually, it's proven. It's like that. There'll be so much of communication will be happening in your projects without our knowledge. There are possibility of so many channels that will be conveying on that. That's one of the reasons that 90% of the time we spend on the communication part.
Sure. Yeah, you want to make sure that people are getting the right information.
Right information, absolutely right. That's right. So that's about the communication technology. So far we covered about the technology we covered about the number of channels that we covered. Now we'll also look at how the communication model works. I'm sure you must be very, very familiar with this. Just to go through this slide, you see between the communication, there will be always a sender and there will be always a receiver. I'm sure you'll agree with me on that. So a sender, when you send a message, he encodes the message. And the receiver, when he receives the message, he decodes that message, in fact. The medium could be anything. It could be your mobile, it could be Skype, it could be various technology which we just discussed. And you are conveying the message. The noise is the disturbance over, we had, for example, we had some internet connectivity, that could be a noise. That means when that noise is there, what I am trying to convey, you are not able to receive that message. In fact, that's a classic example. One more example of noise is also the language. Suppose you are communicating to another country person who doesn't know the English. he is not able to understand what language you are communicating, that also could be noise. So noise is, here you need to look at from both the context. One is the internet or network problems. We are not able to hear properly, or could be the language that is not comfortable for or not familiar for the receiver to understand the language. So a sender sends the message, a receiver receives the message. After receiving it, he decodes that message. That means he tries to understand what you have conveyed. So he receives that message. Afterwards, he encodes that message and gives a feedback to you, stating that I got this message, I have understood this message, or I got acknowledging that message is a feedback, and the receiver receives the message and he decodes that. Whatever I have sent this message to the receiver, he has understood or he has received it, and this is the feedback is given. This is the cycle of the communication model. I'm sure it's a very general thing. You must be knowing that. Only two important thing from the PMP examination perspective is the noise thing that we need to understand. That it could be either because of the language or because of the network issues or the communication challenge that would have happened actually. This is how the communication model works in the communication knowledge. Any thoughts or any this comments on this? Very straightforward, I'm sure.
Yeah, it is. Sure.
Yeah, it's like that.
I get it. We're communicating well.
Yeah.
There's a clear understanding on my side, and I get the
correct
the interference function of it. And it can be physical or it can be cultural.
Absolutely right. It can be culture also. You're absolutely right. I agree with that. That's right. Yeah.
Sure.
It can be culture also, in fact. What's really important? Yeah. Sorry, you were able to say something.
Well, and I guess you got to be on a project manager. You got to be sensitive to.
Yeah.
You have to understand the loop that you're going through, or the medium that you're going through.
Correct. Sure. Absolutely right. Yeah, that's right. Another important thing here is that it is the responsibility of the sender to make the receiver to understand the message. We cannot say, for example, I've given the information, I have sent the communication, he or she has not understood. You cannot say, you cannot put the blame on the receiver. It is always the responsibility of the sender that to ensure that the right communication in the right form, it has been received by the receiver, in fact. So the responsibility onus is on the sender, not on the receiver, in fact. So suppose you send a message, you ask them, have you understood? Is it clear? If it is not clear because of any of these reasons, noise level, then it is important, it is the responsibility of the sender to ensure that receiver understand the message even by repeating once or twice or thrice, in fact. This is a very important thing, in fact, which in the project environment, of course, senior project managers, you all know that, do that. Many times, the junior team members, they don't understand the importance of it. They say that I have conveyed it, he or she has not done it, so it's not my responsibility. Am I right? You would have heard this many times in your project environment. Am I right, Steve? In fact, many times they do say that. I conveyed, but
sure.
he didn't do that. Am I right? Many times they say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have to make them understand that it's not just giving that information, but have to ensure that whom they are trying to convey, that they also understood that message. That's very, very important. So the responsibility, the responsibility is on the sender, in fact, not on the receiver. That's the point I just wanted to highlight about. Even from the examination perspective, there might be questions like that. Definitely, there will be questions on the noise level, and also making them the understanding the communication is also the onus is on the sender, not on the receiver. This is important. Of course, somebody is very reluctant to not to understand or not to accept. You cannot do anything about it. Am I right? If they pretend that I'm not understanding, what can you do about it? That's an attitude. It is an attitude issue there. In fact, so somebody, sometimes they try to take a shelter of that. Yeah, he told me that, but I didn't understand what it is, so I didn't follow that. So somebody tried to take the shelter of it also. That is an attitude issue there. But this is how the communication model works. Okay. So this is what we are talking about, the non-verbal and verbal. For example, encoded message communication type, message received or decoded. Then verbal, it can be a non-verbal communication also. Active listening is another important thing. Communication type, the noise, the feedback message you received and decoded, feedback message encoded and sent back actually. This is a sender, this is a receiver. This is the science behind the communication model. Just to understand, of course, I'm sure you're all very familiar with that. But what I want you to is when you talk to your junior team members, I would request you to talk to them about these things. So they will also they will also understand the importance of communication. And it is not just sending that information. It have to ensure that the receiver also understands that information. Okay.
Sure.
So here is an example. Of course, I'm just telling that a Japanese tourist calls a hotel in Dubai to book a room. The tourist speaking in Japanese is the encoding of the message. The telephone serves as the medium, whereas the decoding is a problematic as the receptionist does not understand Japanese. The same would be true if the receptionist speaks Arabic. However, the communication can be streamlined if they communicate in a language comprehensible to both, in fact. That's one of the reasons today, if you see that the world leaders, when they address various forms, immediately that particular language translator are put into their earphone. Am I right? You must have observed it today, in fact.
Sure.
Many of them, for example, Russian President Putin, have hardly seen him that speaking in English, in fact. He speaks Russian language. But whenever he comes to India or any other parts, normally those translating that, it's immediately it happens. The Prime Minister of India, Modi and Putin, they are very close pals. They spend hours together actually talking to each other. Modi does not understand Russia, but they spend so much of time probably with the translator or their body language. Many times they understand each other so well. That's becoming very, very common nowadays, the translating to the various things. That's one of the reasons, the technological advancement, you are able to have today global markets, you are able to have the global exposure to your technology, many of those things. So elements of communication model, just to revisit that, anything that interferes with the transmission and understanding the message is noise. This is very important to understand. It is not just your networking issues, even the language that you speak. Then you are the encode, translates thoughts or ideas into understanding the language. You convey the message, the medium, whatever might be the medium you are using it. Then the message, you decode it. Translate the message back into meaningful thoughts or ideas, and you give the out encoding and receiving. This is the full cycle of the communication. Just to recapitulate this. Again, from the examination perspective, there might be one or two questions on this, on the noise, on the medium, or on the encoding and decoding, and who will be responsible for the communication, just to understand from the examination perspective. So the first process here is in the communication knowledge area is the planned communication. Here you have the inputs of project charter, project management plan, your resource management plan, your stakeholders management plan, then project documents, your requirements documentation, and the stakeholder register. Why stakeholder register is important? Because you have all the stakeholders and you understand the needs and requirement of which stakeholders want what type of communication he wants or she wants. particularly when you have virtual teams, when you have the global projects based in different places. You need to have the time zones, you need to have the language you communicate, you need to know the form you need to communicate. Whether you would like to send an email, or you want to do a video conferencing, or you want to just text the message or the communication. These are all part of your stakeholders, in fact. Those things are clearly mentioned. And in your requirement documentation also, sometimes, all those details, that what are the various requirements, in fact, in the project documents is covered very clearly. Then you have enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets. Again, it comes to your policies, your various templates you have. Enterprise environmental factors like your internal issues or the environmental issues that you have. Environmental factors could be the time zones, could be another factor here. Suppose you are, as I told you, that you want to communicate to India or some Asian countries, there are about 8 to 10 hours of time zone differences there. So how you plan your communication? Secondly, even in US itself, for example, there is 3 hours or 2 hours time difference between your central time and your eastern time. Am I right? Or those time zones. So that also could be a challenge today. It could be an environmental factors for you. Correct? You agree with me on that? That's right.
Sure.
Suppose from central time to your western time, you have I think almost about 2 or 3 hours. From your New York to California, I think there is 3 hours difference in that. So 9 o'clock meetings, for example, New York time, I don't think many times you can start at 9 o'clock unless you ask your team members to get up at 6 o'clock in California and attend your meeting. Have you faced such challenges, Steve, in your projects in US?
Yeah, I have.
You have?
I worked for a company that had an office in Seattle, and I'm on they were Pacific time zone, and we were Eastern time zone. So,
Eastern time, correct, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. Right. So we definitely had to make accommodations for that.
Yeah, absolutely right. You have to keep in mind. So normally, what you do, you ask them to be ready early, or you delay the meetings. What do you normally do, Steve? What you used to do?
Usually, our meetings with the West Coast were toward the middle of the day.
Middle of the day. Okay. Okay. Great.
11, 12, 2. There were probably about 4 hours that we shared in common for the workdays.
Yeah.
We would try to manage business to work during those 4 hours, and there were some instances where the head office was in Seattle, so there were some instances where I'd have to stay late to attend project meetings.
Okay.
If they were late in the day out there, I would be late in the day.
Yeah, correct. That's right. In fact, what used to happen to me, in fact, I was based in India and handling a few projects, and I had some customers based in US. Even my chairman and managing director sometimes used to operate from Milwaukee. Actually, he was based there, but after his father's demise, he was controlling. He was our boss. So what used to happen, particularly some customers, I used to have some international customers. In India, I go to the office morning 9 o'clock and till 6:30, 7 o'clock, many times even 7:30, 8 o'clock in the night. Since I was the vice president, I used to a lot of responsibility. I used to leave office only by 8 o'clock, not before that. I reach home after 1 hour of crazy driving in India. You know that India driving, you must have heard about it. It's always bad, in fact. Even I used to reach home at 9:30, damn tired, and 9:30 you go and take a shower, and 10 o'clock you have the dinner. Then 10:30 my US customer used to call me from US.
Oh boy.
Fresh in the morning for him. And for me, almost about to retire for the day, I used to get a call, and they used to speak to me for about half an hour, 40 minutes sometimes on some of the issues on some problems or any product requirement they used to tell, in fact. So I used to find it many times, it used to be very challenging actually. In fact. But since you are in a responsible position, of course, you have to honor them because customer is our king, am I right? Here the customer is our boss always. So
That's true.
you have to give respect thing at any time. In fact. There's another very interesting on the customer is a boss and customer is a king. You know that Procter and Gamble, a very popular company in US, they are there in more than 160 countries. I'm sure you must be familiar with many of the brands. And
Oh yeah.
and they call, Steve, very interesting. Customer is the boss, they say. In fact, they don't say customer is the king. The reason why they say customer is the boss, that boss many times, they don't have any feelings. Am I right? Sometimes.
Right.
If they're not happy, for example, any customer today, if they're not happy within a particular product, they just move away. They don't, buy second time. So, so you got to be always on your toes to satisfy the customer needs, customer satisfaction. In fact, that is the principle the P&G company follows worldwide. They always think that customer is the boss. That means you need to deliver always to the satisfaction of your customer, because boss will not take any second opinion. Boss always wants performance. Am I right? That's what every boss expects. They expects only two things from their subordinate. One is the performance. Second thing, that every boss expects, whatever the hierarchy is, no issues or no problems. Correct? You agree with me? Am I right?
Sure.
If
Yeah.
these two relationships are good, as long as we keep delivering, as long as we don't create any problem, the equation, the relationship between the boss and the subordinate will be always good. The moment if there are some issues between one of these two, somebody may perform well but create a lot of problems. Even that performance is not appreciated. Am I right? You agree with me, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So that's what the company believes, that customer is the boss. So that's how many companies they work, and that's another reason why P&G today, whatever category they are in across the world, they are number one in most of the categories they are operating today. You take their brands like Airtel, you take their brand style, for example, Whisper, you take their Vicks brands. In fact, you take into any category. In fact, Ariel is a brand which I was talking about, not Airtel. Ariel is a brand, and Whisper is a brand. For example, sanitary napkins, you take their Gillette pen. I think you must be using the Gillette, for example, the brand. So you take any category today, they are ruling the market today. This is because they believe that customer is the boss. That's what they believe in that. Since I come from the FMCG industry, I thought I'll give that as an example just to understand the importance of the customer. Like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I recently read a book called Playing to Win. It was about Procter & Gamble.
Okay, Playing to Win. Absolutely right. That's right. Yeah. It's amazing, in fact, the way they plan. In fact, I trained their distribution people in Bangalore. About 700 people I trained during 2018. They have a distribution house. In fact, they outsource the distribution. They don't do the distribution directly nowadays in some places. So almost about 700 people, Delhi and Bangalore, they spread across. I trained them, in fact. I worked with the team in the market, understood their strength or weakness. I made a SWOT analysis, and I developed the content for the team and roll out around 35 training sessions for the company. So they were extremely happy about that. So it's like that. There's Amazon group in Bangalore. They're based, of course, nothing to do with US Amazon, but there's another Amazon group where they are the distribution for the P&G, Kellogg's, Mars chocolates, all multinational company, US-based companies. They are the distributors for those brands. So that's where they teach it. For consumer is the boss. That's what it is very strongly in my memory. It is stamped in fact. And that is the reason for the success also. So, okay. So the stakeholders register gives that the requirement of each stakeholders and their requirement, the needs and all those things are clearly mentioned there. Then you have expert judgment, the communication requirements analysis, which we visited that requirement analysis, the communication technology, communication models, and communication methods. We touched about it, in fact. And we also touched about the communication channels. These are three important things from the examination perspective also. Communication model is, again, revisiting that encoding, decoding, and sender is the one who encodes the message, decoding is the receiver, receives, gives back, feedback is the message, and the noise and the language are the two, for example, is the noise thing, any disturbance in the network, we discussed about it, and the various communication methods, written communication, verbal communication, non-verbal communication, formal communication. I'm sure you are familiar with those things, but sometimes, in the examination, they twist and ask you that what is verbal communication, what is non-verbal communication. So just kindly remember those things. In fact, it will help you to answer those questions very clearly. Then your interpersonal and team skills. Again, we talk about interpersonal team skills. You should be a good listener. It's not that you keep speaking all the time. You also should listen to our customer. We should also listen to our team members. That's also very, very important. I gave that analogy that why God has given us 2 ears and 1 mouth is basically that we should listen more and talk less, right? That's one of the reason God has given. But we do opposite of that. We tend to speak more and listen less. Correct, Steve? Many times.
That's true. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So that's particularly in when you're collecting the requirements, particularly as a project manager, you need to listen very clearly what your team member or what your customer is speaking about. That's very important. Then communication style and assessment. Communication style is nothing but what language, what tone you speak, and all those things are very important. Then political awareness and the cultural awareness. I think I'm happy that you touched about the cultural awareness. In fact, in your team members, you have, I'm glad that you're already familiar with that. What language you speak, how you speak, in fact, is also important. And the political awareness. Each stakeholder, for example, comes from different background, different perspective. In fact, some stakeholders will be your positive, some stakeholders will be also negative. They'll be opposing your projects, in fact. So you should be aware of all those things to plan the communication. In fact, in stakeholders management, we will discuss a little more in detail about the, the silent stakeholders who are non-cooperative stakeholders, how you can handle them, how you can deal with them. All those things we'll be discussing more of that. The cultural awareness, you're absolutely right. Today you have stakeholders from different religions, different language speaking people, different even food habits. In fact, all those things, the cultural awareness, we should be familiar with those things when you're handling a team. Of course, in handling a small team, could be less challenging because every day you meet your team members in your office, you interact with them, you try to understand. But the bigger challenge is when you are handling the virtual teams who are based in different places. We don't know under what circumstances they'll be there when you try to interact with them. You will not be able to understand their body language. You will not be able to understand the posture, but still you need to communicate. Am I right? And they are all some of the bigger challenges that you will have. That cultural awareness is also very important. Then you have data representation, the stakeholders engagement assessment metrics, which we'll discuss in the stakeholders management, how you can assess those things. And the meetings is another. These are all some of the tools and techniques. I'm sure you must be using many of these things already. Am I right, Steve? You must be already familiar with these things. It's not something new.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. That's right. Then since you said all your 10 guys are based in the same place, am I right? So it's more of verbal communication. You must be doing it, correct? Every day.
Correct.
But the meetings and follow-ups, probably you send them the minutes of the meeting. All those things must be, you'll be documenting those your meeting processes also, correct? That's what you do.
Yes, right.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. So with these tools and techniques, what you get is the communication management plan. So you'll have a comprehensive communication management plan, which is the part of your project management plan. Because you know that whom to communicate, what to communicate, how much information you need to communicate. You need not communicate everything to all the stakeholders or the team members, right? You have certain uh, ground rules, or you have your own procedures. In fact, let's say, for example, for your sponsor, you need to communicate everything, whatever is happening in the project. Correct? You agree with me on that? Everything. In fact, it could be cost, it could be schedule, it could be quality issues, everything your sponsor wants to know. Whereas, for example, you have your financial head. What he would be interested, the financial head, he would be interested only how much fund they have allocated for your project, how much you have utilized, and how much you are pending, or how much you require more. That's the first information your financial head requires. You agree with me on that? That's what he will be interested in.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, and your HR manager, your human resource manager, will be interested in how many resources they have provided, whether they are underutilized or overutilized, or they're competent enough to handle your projects. That's what he will be interested in, the project communication. And what your customer will be interested, he'll be interested what is the status of your project, how much it has reached, is it meeting the deadline? That's what probably he'll be interested on the schedule. So in the communication management plan, you will be mentioning all those things very clearly. Which stakeholders want what information at what frequency or at what level he wants. There are also some stakeholders, they want, for example, they just want an email that is enough for them. But there are some stakeholders, they also need, after sending the email, some of the important stakeholders, they want you to talk to them and inform them by mobile or phone that that such thing has happened. That also can be a demand by some of the stakeholders, in fact, in your camp. So all those things needs to be informed. I remember when I used to handle my project, I used to send a mail to my one of the board of directors. But after sending the mail, the board of directors used to expect me to call him up and tell him, this is what has happened actually. He said, email is okay, but still keep me briefed about what has happened on a day-to-day basis. That's what one of the important stakeholders is to demand. So in the communication management plan, all those things has to be documented. Do you have such things in your projects? You have any communication management plan very clearly described or prescribed on
that? We don't. It's actually not formalized. It's more it's more informal on what we do. Right.
But when you handle larger projects, Steve, I think this is very, very important that you need to document everything.
I could absolutely see that. Yeah.
Yes, you need to do that. That's very important. Because tomorrow no stakeholders or team members should say that I was not communicated unless it's documented. You don't know, am I right? Tomorrow anybody can say that I was not informed. So that is enough actually. So that is very important. Then you get an output of a project management plan and stakeholders engagement plan, that how you are engaging your stakeholders with regular communication, particularly the non-cooperative stakeholders. There are many team members, there are not team members, your stakeholders sometimes, they don't fully supportive of your project. So that's how you engage them. In fact, once you understand their need, then you know how to engage with them. In fact, what type of communication, whether you want to meet them one-to-one and talk to them, or by sending the regular communication plan, all those things will be part of the stakeholders engagement plan. And what you get output is your project documents updates and project schedule stakeholders updates. These things gets updated. So once you plan the communication, the next step is, this is the, for example, a nice, interesting template, probably for larger projects. You can, just a template, you can have it. You can download it also, as I told you, the project management documents, from that, you can download this template. So here is a stakeholder. Then let's say the client executive, client sponsor, development team, client managers, client sponsor. This is just a sample of that. You can customize it according to your requirement. The key stakeholders, how do you communicate? What is the communication method? You in the project kickoff meeting, you communicate in the beginning itself. That's very important. The start of the project itself, you are communicating. Responsibility is your program management office has to do because he happens to be a key stakeholder. Then notes both team and client kickoff meetings recommended. This was some of the observations you can put. Then you do that through extranet, frequencies and ongoing regularly have to keep them. Who is responsible for that? Your program management office. It includes project schedule, key project deliverables, meetings, minutes, change requests, issue log, everything you need to communicate to the key stakeholders. Key stakeholders are including your sponsors, including, for example, sometimes you can include your customer also. In fact, depends upon the project. It's like that. And you said in most of your meeting, you also inform the customers, am I right? Because you involve your customer also in the projects.
Many times.
Many times. Yeah. Okay.
Unless sometimes there's a problem that we're going through and we don't want to escalate that.
Estimate, yeah, correct. Absolutely right. Then you can take a decision whether you want to have them or not. It's like that. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's right. Then your client executive, for example, executive steering committee, your monthly first Wednesday, you have a definite schedule there. In fact, how frequently or regularly that every Wednesday meeting, you will have. Then who is responsible for that? You delegate this responsibility to your accounts manager. They will do the review status, the milestones met, earned value indicators, because here we are talking about chief executive steering committee because they want to know the status of that and they want to do the earned value indicators, whether the project is going as per the schedule, is it going as per above the cost or below the cost, like that they want to know. Then your client sponsor, status meeting, status report in email. Weekly, again, you will have a deadline of every Friday, 2 p.m. We have, in fact, then a project manager. Normally, they expect you to run Friday so that, they can go through that during weekends sometimes. And first day in the morning, on Monday morning, they will bounce upon you that what's happening. It's like that, all those things, review project status, schedules. Then you have a development team, clean, and so you can customize it according to your project requirement. If it is a very less complicated project, or if all your team members are based in like a similar example you are giving, then probably you can have less number of templates. But at the same time, you need to have a communication management plan, which is very important. It has to be documented so that tomorrow no stakeholder or no team member can say that I was not informed or I was not aware of it. They cannot take a shelter out of that. So we need to have a definite communication plan. As I keep repeating, Steve, in the project management today, everything has to be documented. However, we feel it's a trivial issue, but for the sake of the project manager's safety or the project manager's tomorrow, for his good thing, he need to document everything. That's important. And this is what the PMI, recommends all the time. Everything needs to be documented in the project environment. And it will also help when you document it to analyze the reasons. In fact, if something has not gone, it's easy to understand and it is easy to analyze. In fact, when it's documented. If it's not documented, then you'll have issues. You agree with me on that, Steve?
Yeah, sure. Well, standard policy to make sure that everything is documented and memorialized, whether it's a verbal conversation or an email. Yeah, almost no matter what, we document.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's absolutely right. So there are many projects which will have 1,000, 2,000 pages of documents alone, in fact. And again, you have a policy that how long you need to store those documents. It's 5 years, or some companies store those documents for 5 years. Some company will have store it for 7 years. And of course, nowadays, many of those documents converted into electronic documents. And due to space shortage today, cloud sourcing, it happens. Am I right? That's where, they keep many of those records there, in fact. Cloud sourcings they do when they don't have their own sufficient space to document those things. It's like that. And also one more advantage of cloud sourcing, if something happens in the infrastructure, some accidents, you can always retrieve those documents from the cloud sourcing, correct? That's another advantage you'll be having it.
Yes, right.
Yeah. And this is the part where you can lessons learned from every project gets documented or stored in those things. These are all part of this communication management plan. Okay. So business scenario problem, here is one. Communication is 90% of the project manager's job. Communicating status is a critical part of ensuring the project success. Your company is a key supplier for a major airline company. Most projects are 1 to 3 years long. A large 18-month design and manufacturing project is about halfway complete when the original project manager leaves for another position and you're asked to step in as a new project manager role. So the project includes work performed by subcontractors and they have some key deliverables coming up. You need to understand the status of these deliverables. So how should you prepare yourself for the project manager role, especially as it relates to communication requirements? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the first thing I'd do is start to search through the background information and
Yeah.
see if I could have anything from historic records.
Correct.
Second, I would talk to the current project manager and see
Yeah.
if there's anything that person could relate to me.
To understand from him. Yeah. Correct.
Then I'd probably start to work with the whatever team members and stakeholders.
Yeah.
I thought would be pertinent to give me the right information.
Correct. Absolutely
and
right.
That would be me coming up to speed on the project. And I don't know that it would necessarily need to talk to anybody outside, like the sponsor group or the sponsor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's how we can take it forward on that. Particularly when you join the midst of a project, that's what you need to do. That absolutely right. Correct. And this is a very common problem. Many times, in the project environment, it happens. Am I right? Yeah. Have you experienced that in your? Yeah, I'm right. In the middle of the project, somebody leaves and goes, and it will put the project into dire status. So it's always a challenge for the new project manager to come and take over, and without understanding sometimes you'll have very short time also to go through the entire process, isn't it, of our learning and all those things. That's another big challenge.
Yeah, generally that's the case.
Yeah, that's the case.
Yeah, correct. Usually somebody leaves the job for some reason, and you need to get in and address issues.
Yeah, that's right.
That's been my experience anyhow.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a very common, even in many other parts. I heard that many of the students, when they keep sharing those things. There's the biggest challenge. In fact, you suddenly take over. First of all, your team needs to accept you, in fact, as a project manager. So you need to use your leadership skill, your motivational skills, and you should be good in your subject. Then only they will start respecting you, in fact. And the another important challenge is that you need to deliver the schedule also. In fact, I'm right. You cannot give that as a reason that I joined in the mid of this. In fact, so I cannot. I'll not be responsible for the schedule commitment and all those things. You as a project manager, you need to accept all those responsibility, and you need to commit it to that project deadlines also in terms of cost, in terms of schedule. I think it's a big challenge. In fact, that's right. That's great. I'm glad that you've gone through this type of situations and you've come out of those things. That's great. What used to be your biggest problem when you take over like that?
Usually when you get put in a position like that, there's some level of failure.
Yeah.
That's going on in the project.
Yeah. Yeah.
The first most important thing to do is to identify what the failure is and see what you have to do to fix it.
Yeah, root cause analysis, you do that, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's
yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. The biggest problem I used to face, Dave, like this type of, sometimes, I had to take in between certain things, task. The morale of the team is to be very low, particularly their boss, the project manager who was handling those projects has left. For some reason, the morale of the team is be very low at that stage, in fact. So you need to build them up, that's very important, correct? As a team, as a leader. I think that's the biggest task. And of course, again, that will come out of your root cause analysis. When you do that, what went wrong, how to fix it, you'll get some answers for that. That's right. So it's a very common problem. That's good. I'm glad that you touched all those points. That's good. So once you plan your communication, the next you need to manage communications. So how do you manage communication? What are the important inputs is the output of the previous process is your important. The output of the previous process, the plan communication, what you get a communication management plan is your input here, because this is very important. This will become your guiding factor to manage the communication, because this will have all the things, your stakeholders, their analysis, the requirement, when to communicate, how much to communicate, what to communicate, how frequently you need to communicate, and what technology you need to use. All those things will be there in this communication management plan. Then you also have your stakeholders engagement, how you engage those stakeholders, particularly the non-supportive, non-cooperative stakeholders. How do you engage them? We'll discuss in detail in the stakeholders knowledge area. Then project documents, two important project documents is your change log and the issue log. As I explained, the change log will have all the change requests, whether those requests are accepted, approved or not. All the change requests that comes from your customer or anybody else is to be documented. That will be the change log. And if it is approved, when it got approved, all those things will be mentioned. And also whether you have gone through the change control process, like, because any change request will have, as I explained, you will have the triple effect. It will have the effect on cost, schedule, and scope. Whether you analyze all those things, all those things will be mentioned in the change log. Then the issue log, every project will, when you're dealing with these human resources, the issues keep coming. Who has raised that issue, when those issues was solved, in fact, and all those things will be documented in the issue log. Another important thing is your lessons learned register. What from the similar projects, what lessons did we learn, in fact, and those some of the good lessons are being practiced or followed up in the new project. And quality report is also very important. In fact, whether are we meeting the customer's requirement. So we have any issues on that, it also will be form of the input. Then your risk report, we'll discuss in the risk knowledge area what all the risk report contains. Basically, when this risk was identified, was responsible for that, how do you handle that, what strategy you will have for the risk, in fact, whether it's a mitigation, whether you are accepting that risk, all those things will be also will be a form of the risk report you will have. Then risk register. Stakeholders register is another important register you will have, that each stakeholders, in fact, their requirement, their needs, and all those things are mentioned. And stakeholders also register keeps getting updated. For example, some project managers, project team members may leave in the process, or some regularity issues. In fact, some new stakeholders may come into the project. In fact, all those things so needs to get updated as the project progresses. Then you have the work performance reports, which is an output of the one of the other the control thing. In fact, so here is the work, it will become the work performance reports. Because from these work performance report, you are going to communicate to the stakeholders, in fact. So this is work performance reports in the form of status reports. It could be form of your EVM. It could be from various other reports. And how you communicate, it could be electronic mail, or it could be various other type of technology. You may use it and you're going to communicate. So that will be another important input. And enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are the other two common inputs in most of the processes. So what tools and techniques we use? We use communication technology that we discussed about it. It could be emails, it could be video conferencing, of course, except facts that it could be Skype meetings, various other things that you use. Communication methods, which we discussed, it will be verbal communication, or it could be formal communication or written communication, all those things. What's important, if it is a distant communication, please always remember it should be a formal communication and written communication always, so that that can avoid any misconception or misunderstanding between the stakeholders and other things. So it should be always formal and written communication for the for places. Then you need to have the good communication skills, like communication competence. That is, as we discussed, the 90% of the time a project manager spends on communication. So he should be very effective in communication. That's very, very important. He should have the required subject knowledge expertise. He should know what language to speak, what to communicate. He should be also getting the feedback. It's not that any communication should be one way, because unless you get a feedback, you don't know whether you are communicated right message, whether you communicated correctly. You don't know. So you should always encourage the feedback from the your team members or from your stakeholders. That's very, very important. Just to give an example, I keep asking you that, are you with me? For example, just to know that both of us are in the same page. But that means what I'm trying to communicate, whether that has been understood by the receiver, in fact. So the feedback is also very, very important, actually. Non-verbal, which we discussed, it's more of your body language, your eye-to-eye level contacts, how you speak, your tone, your hand movements, all those things will be part of the non-verbal communications. The presentation, of course, today you have PowerPoint presentations. You got various other techniques of presenting your facts, your status reports. What you normally use, Steve, in your company? Use PowerPoint is a common thing, or use any other technology?
Actually, we don't. I'd like to see us use. I would like to see us use Procore as a information system, but we haven't gotten there yet.
How does it work? Can you throw some light on that? How does it work?
You basically get all your documents on there. It's an internet-based system, a cloud-based system, and it interfaces with the field level staff, and they use tablets, and they've got real time information on what I do in the office, and then also I've got real time information on what happens out there. I mean, you could take a photograph of something and attach it directly to a specific location on a plan.
Oh, very great.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's nice. It's efficient. You can choose to use that with your other stakeholders.
Okay.
So it's a very robust system.
It's more of a pictorial representation. That means I'm right. You attach a picture. That means you know exactly what's happening in that.
Yes. Right.
Oh, that's great. In fact. Okay. Actually, they say the picture speaks more than 1,000 words, like that. Correct? Am I right? That's what they say. In fact.
Oh yeah, sure.
I think that is the concept they would have used. In fact, in that.
Right. Going back to the communication model.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better for our field people to send a photograph
Uh-huh.
because their written communication skills
Ah,
aren't generally very good. So
yeah, correct. Absolutely right, in fact. So the picture speaks
we
better
like
than
to
words.
see
Yeah,
pictures speaks better than words, right? Absolutely.
yeah, correct. That's right. And it conveys very clarity and other things. Even if they want to express, sometimes they cannot express it, whereas the picture says what exactly is the status of that. That's great. In fact.
Exactly.
Uh,
Yes.
So when you're likely to implement that, it's very interesting to know. In fact, that's good. Yeah.
If it were my company, I
Yeah.
would implement it tomorrow.
Tomorrow. That's right. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Who are the others? Is it a very expensive one compared to the regular one, or you need to invest on something on that?
You know, that's an interesting. You got to do the cost benefit analysis.
Okay.
And once you do that, you
Uh-huh.
you soon realize that it becomes a very cheap and very inexpensive program because of the speed with which you can get the information around.
Uh-huh.
The ease. It's very user friendly.
Okay.
So, you know, the people in the field like to use it.
Okay.
And then every time you do use it, it memorializes the conversation or memorializes the effort you go through. So it touches on a lot of the requirements that you would find in the communication plan.
Oh, okay. Great. That's great input. Okay. That's nice. Very nice. Nice to hear that. That's great. So they use probably more of Instagram, right? And that's where the picture is represented.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Much
probably, but it's right. These are all some of the developments which is happening at a very fast pace nowadays. That's right. And many of these things are becoming interactive also, correct? Am I right? You know, you can give the feedback from those pictures what they sent. So
yes,
it can be, you can make your comments and send it across to them, whether it is online or is as per the requirement. You can give a feedback immediately in that. That's also there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all real. It becomes real time information.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only problem that you run into with real time information, there's no filters.
There's no filters. You know, correct. Yeah, correct.
You know.
Yeah. Too much of transparency. Too much of transparency will be there.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes that becomes an issue. But I think that it's worth.
It's good for the project. Absolutely.
It's probably worth the explanation that you owe a stakeholder.
Yeah, correct.
There is that, you know, and they understand the benefit.
Benefit, yeah, correct. That's right. Yeah, you're right in that. It's good. In fact, it's going to help so that everybody is on the same page, and real-time information always good. That's right. I think that's going to be a great development in the project management environment. I think that's right.
Yes. Yeah. At least for our industry, it is.
Yeah. And it will help you to take the right decision at the right time before it becomes late. That's also there. It will save money. It will save time. Correct.
Yeah. 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 Exactly. Information in our business is like it's like an apple bite out of it.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Right. That's right.
Every passing minute, it gets older and older and more difficult to deal with sometimes.
Yeah. Correct. You're absolutely right. Great to hear that. In fact, I'm sure as well as possible your projects you should also implement that. That's nice. Okay. And what do you call for this? What is the term you kept for that? What's the terminology?
It's a company called Procore. Procore. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. And you call this application as what? A real-time application or?
It's a project management information system.
Oh, part of PMIS, in fact. Okay, PMIS.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. That's good, in fact. So these are all some of the developments which is happening in this communication technology. That's good, in fact.
Right.
Yeah. Great. Then you have the project reporting, interpersonal and team skills. As we discussed many times, you should be a good active listener. It is not that the communication should be one side. It should be always both the sides. You should get the feedback and take corrective measures of that. The conflict management, which we discussed at length, as you have team members, conflicts are bound to come. There cannot be any projects without conflicts. Am I right? You agree with me on the Steve? In fact, conflicts are bound to happen, actually.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It all depends upon how good the project manager is handling those conflicts and aware of it, why the conflict is coming. Is it because of, again, the root cause analysis is very important here. Is it because of scarce resources, or is it because of the scheduled priorities which we discussed, or is it because of the working style, or is it because of the experienced and the junior members, their ego issues? So all those things are or because of the communication language issues, in fact. So the project manager, if he can analyze those conflicts clearly, then it will also help him to take the corrective measures in timely. And you can use one of those techniques. It could be a collaborating technique, or it could be a compromising technique. Definitely, he cannot avoid the conflicts. He can never do that. So either he can smoothening it, or he can accommodate it, or you can compromise it, or he can collaborate or problem solve it. Those techniques can be used if it's very clear that why these conflicts have come. So the root cause analysis of the conflict management is very, very important there. The cultural awareness, as we discussed, and you also gave some example on that. Any project, you will have some the cultural awareness. In fact, it's also important. Different language they speak, or different working environment they would have come. All those things are also very important, and as a project manager, you need to be aware of these things. Meeting management, which we discussed, that the important thing about the meeting management is it encourages all the team members to participate. It also encourages that you need to ensure that everybody participate in a constructive way to achieve the project objectives. That's any meeting, you need to have that as a basic guideline, and you need to have some ground rules, how the meeting should be conducted, and how the minutes of the meeting should be circulated, to whom it should be circulated, what all information should be circulated. All those things are the part of your meeting management. It comes. Then the networking, for any project manager to be successful, you need to have a good networking ability. In fact, networking with your stakeholders, networking with your customer, networking with your sponsor. Because by having good networking, it will create a trust. It will create the confidence of the various stakeholders on the project manager. So networking is a very, very important interpersonal and team skill that every project manager should have. And particularly, there is so much of importance on the people management. The networking is one of the equally important there, how you network with your stakeholders. I'm sure, you will agree with me, Steve, many times by having good networking, many of these challenges you can overcome by sheer having good network with the people. Correct? You agree?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And having, yeah, exactly, having good networking is sometimes the result of the work that you put into it. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
It shows the effort that has been put forth,
yeah,
the trust by the stakeholders.
Correct.
And there could be bad networks too.
Yeah, correct. The others, the flip side of that, correct.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
But what happens, sometimes when you need some subject matter experts Suppose you get into some issues or some problem in certain knowledge area. If you have good networking, you can get anybody on the board and get your problem solved also, in fact. If you have a good
Sure.
industry networking, in fact. That's what the PMI, you have once you, did you become a member already, or this week you're planning?
Oh, I'm gonna become a member very shortly.
Once you do that, there are at least, as I told you today, 900,000, for example, today you have the PMI members. At least if you get start networking with around 1,000 people, in fact, based in different countries, different industries. So any subject that you need help, they will willing to help you, in fact, in the project management environment. In fact, they'll be too glad. So that's the biggest advantage of networking. So that's right. You can solve your problems in a jiffy sometimes if you have the right people contacts. Even, for example, since you deal with a lot of government projects, suppose you know some important people in the governments, either senators or anybody, don't you think that will help you to take some decisions or make your projects go smoothly in the government sector? Am I right? You agree?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So that's one of the advantage of having good networking. Then, of course, the political awareness. We are all familiar with the political thing. Some stakeholders will be again supportive, non-supportive. All those things, as a project manager, you should be aware of it. That who is supporting you, who is not supporting you, and how to get the support from the non-supportive thing, and what is the reason why they are not supporting. Is it an ego issue, or is it the misunderstanding among the stakeholders? Sometimes, even the board of directors, there will be many misunderstanding among the board of directors, and because of that, sometimes, they'll not be cooperative. So all those political awareness, it's good. Project manager should be aware of it, in fact. Have you come across all like that? Ever, for example, some misunderstanding among the board of directors or the key stakeholders can derail the project sometimes? Have you come across?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. They don't see, and maybe not a construction project.
Yeah.
I would think that would be more, if there, and I've seen instances where there were project initiatives in the company.
Yeah.
To change maybe an estimating procedure.
Correct.
And there's some level of effort that goes into it.
Yeah.
And it needs to be addressed or confirmed by upper management.
Correct.
And sometimes it goes through, sometimes there's some level of friction.
Correct. Absolutely right. Yeah.
Rework.
That's right.
For us, that would be more of a scenario where we'd see that play out. Than a construction project.
Correct. Absolutely right. That's right. You're right. So all some of the critical factors, that we need to keep in mind. I totally agree with you in that. That's right.
Sure.
Political awareness, particularly for a project manager, is a very important thing, because most of the time it is the ego that plays. Am I right? Most of the time, the ego.
Egos, agendas. Unseen. Not everybody shares their agenda with you on what you want to do internally with the company or externally with the company. And
correct. Yeah. You're right. That's right.
And it's,
so then, correct.
Sometimes difficult through those.
Yeah, it's like that. So one more tool and technique, of course, your regular meetings with your team members and stakeholders. You do that. And what output you get, managed communication, is your project communications, various project communications that you decide about. And your project management plan gets updated, particularly the communication management plans gets updated, because number of new communications you would have included, or number of new stakeholders you would have included, or the stakeholders' requirement, according to their requirement, your communication plan also would have been changed, in fact. So all those things gets updated. And based on that, even stakeholders' engagement plan, based on their progress, in fact, also gets updated. Then various other document updates like issues log. You would have solved certain issues during the process when you are managing communication. So those issues have been solved, in fact, so you update those things. And the lessons learned, as you gave several examples, in fact, each of these issues, what lessons we learned from these things, it also gets updated. And your project schedule gets updated, and risk register and stakeholder register, organization, because stakeholder register, why it gets updated? Because new stakeholders would have been come on the board, or some old stakeholders, probably no longer exist there, in fact. So stakeholders register also gets updated, and their requirement and needs also gets updated there, and along with your organization process assets. So you plan the communication, you are managing the communication. After managing that, you need to, the next process is monitor the communication, or you are controlling the communication. Monitor communication is the process of ensuring the information needs of the projects and the stakeholders are met. In fact, so you manage several communication. The next thing is to control the communication. So how do you monitor and monitor the communications? Is monitor the communication. Here earlier it used to be called as a control communication. Now that has been changed. In fact, in this process, you call them monitoring the communication. That means whatever you have managed, whatever you're planning to manage, is it you're monitoring the communication? Is it going according to the plan? So here the project management plan, resource management plan is your important thing, and the previous process output, the communication management plan is your important input here, in fact. And your stakeholders engagement, again, these are some of the outputs of the previous process. As I told you, I hope you remember, every process, the ITTO, I just wanted to remember that every process will have inputs, every process will have tools and techniques, and every process will have outputs. The outputs of some processes can become the inputs of the following process, or the inputs of any other process out of this 49. So you need to remember that here, these are some of the outputs of the previous processes which we discussed. For example, here, project management plan updates. Communication management plan is one of the important output in the managed communication. That becomes your input in your monitor communications. And your stakeholders engagement plan and your project documents, your issue log, your lessons learned register, again a previous process output, it will become your input here. And monitor and communication, like any other process, you have seen that the control processes, control scope or control schedule or control quality, that your work performance data will become one of your important input. And once it goes through this process, it will become your work performance information, because you are processing this raw data through one of these techniques, in fact, tools and technique, and it will become your work performance information, which will be again become the input for other process when you're sending to communicating to the various stakeholders as reports. So work performance data, your enterprise environmental factors, and OPA are the other two common inputs. So what are the tools and technique we are talking about? Expert judgment. Here is your subject matter experts. It could be your internal subject matter experts. You have any communication manager in your company, Steve? You have any communication manager, corporate communication manager or something like that?
No.
No, you don't have, in fact. Some large organization, they do have this position of communicating about the company policies, procedures, company, for example, they will be the face of the company to speak to media, all those things. They will have a communication managers, in fact. Particularly in the election projects, you would have seen that, there will be one party spokesperson, correct? Am I right? You would have seen that. Either Republican Party or those parties will have a communication manager who communicates everything to the external agencies, to the media houses. In fact, they plan what to speak, all those things. Sometimes they filter the communication, they channelize those communication. So all those things are very, very important, in fact. So here the expert judgment will be probably one of them. In fact, they are the subject matter experts. In fact, what to communicate, when to communicate, how much to communicate. In fact, what information to be provided. All those things should be these expert judgment can give that. Then your project management information system, PMIS. You are just mentioning about some of the innovation which is happening. That that things. That's a great things to happen. Then your data analysis, like your stakeholders assessment, engagement assessment matrix. We'll discuss about this in detail in the stakeholders knowledge area, that you block the stakeholders according to their engagement, whether they're supportive, non-supportive, all those things, they're, although you make an analysis of that. Then your interpersonal and team skills and observation and conversation, which we discussed in the in the other knowledge area. Sorry. Your observation and conversation, basically that when the team members or they're discussing about that, when they're not able to convey, you observe what they're discussing and you make your inference from there. In fact, these are all some of the monitoring the communication techniques that you use. Then the meetings is another very common thing. Of course, you said that you have a weekly meeting, am I right? That's what you discuss with your team members.
Oh yeah, we have
weekly meetings.
Yeah, typically weekly meetings.
And with your sponsor, how often you meet your promoters?
Sometimes weekly. At the very least, it's monthly.
Okay.
Depends on the project. But generally never more than monthly.
Oh, more than, okay.
Longer than monthly.
More than
with sponsor.
Oh, okay. Your sponsor also operates from the same office that you operate, or is a different location?
No, no. The sponsor would be actually an outside entity.
Oh, outside entity, is it? Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Yeah. Because of your government projects like that, am I right? That's what it's.
Right.
Oh, okay. I understand that. It's all, the project dynamics, of course. Each project will be different. Many places, the project sponsor will be the corporate office where the projects gets initiated. So it's like that. It all depends upon the situation and the context. I agree totally with you.
Sure. With the type of projects we do, generally the sponsor, what we consider the sponsor is the project owner.
Correct. Absolutely right. That's right. Then you have the outputs like work performance information. As I told you, that the work performance data, the raw data go through the process, and that will be converted into a work performance information. Then your change request also gets the important output here. Then your project management plan gets updated, and communication management plan, stakeholders engagement plan, and issue log, lessons learned register, stakeholder. These are all some of the common project documents which under each process, when it goes through, it gets updated, in fact, because that the project is a very dynamic environment. Am I right? Things the change requests are implemented, incorporated, and every change request, when it is incorporated, it will have the effect on your cost line, your scope baseline, and all those things needs to be updated, in fact. So that's what I appreciate in the PMI, these concepts, in fact, so clearly defined. That what can happen in a project and how these documents are very relevant and very important for the progress of the project. That's what PMS says, Steve. If the 65% of the project, when they analyze why it failed, because they are not followed the project management principles, is one of the main reason why those projects are not successful, in fact. So if in the project environment, if they follow these guidelines, these management skills and tools and techniques, the project can never fail. That is why the PMI today is becoming highly respected and highly reputation today. It has got today. It's enjoying among the various industries today. So some of the key concepts on communication, just to sum up what we discussed, communication is a two-way process of transferring information from one entity to another. In the very first slide, we see that the project is an entity. You have project manager. It could be your sponsor. It could be a team member. So it's a two-way entity that, as from the project perspective, you communicate to the project manager, project sponsors, or the team members. And the team members, they keep communicating, updating the project. The four commonly used communication methods are formal written, formal verbal, informal written, and informal verbal. And we also discuss about the non-verbal communication. This is also very important in the project environment, because when you're communicating with your team members, with your customers, or with your stakeholders, it's also very important that they'll be observing your body language. So non-verbal communication is also very effective communication when you're dealing with your team members. And the total number of unique channels of communication can be calculated using the formula n into n minus 1 divided by 2. I request you to just remember this formula. It's very important from the examination perspective. Please do remember this formula. Like, if you immediately remember you got 10 people and you got 45 communications, I'm sure you will remember that. Am I right, Steve? In fact, 10 into 9. 10 into 10 minus 1 divided by 2 will give you 45 communication channels. You can definitely expect a question on this number of channels from the examination. Kindly do remember, and if you remember that formula, it's easy to calculate. By analyzing the basic communication model, problems in project communication can be identified. Analyzing the basic model that we discussed, the encoding, decoding, and if there are any issues, why is it because of the internet issues, or is it because of the language issues, that can be analyzed and identified. Then project manager is responsible for timely availability of information to all stakeholders. This is very important. Ultimately, he is responsible, and it will be clearly mentioned in your project communication plan that which stakeholders to be informed, what level, at what frequency, and what type of technology you need to use. All those things will be clearly mentioned. And three important communication management process are: you plan the communication, you manage the communication, and you monitor the communication. So in the previous PMBOK guide, if you are referring 5, they would have mentioned as control communication. Now it has become monitor communication. Am I right? You would have seen that. I think. So
Yeah.
so this is this is about the communication thing. Any questions so far on this? I think it's a very straightforward and clear, I think.
Yes.
That's great. I hope the interaction what we had also, I think, make very interesting to understand various things also. That's good. That's right. And it's my great pleasure to interact with you, Steve. You are so knowledgeable. You're so good. That's why I really appreciate it. But that's really good.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's right.
Now that we've spent a couple of days together.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
That's right. So we'll just go through a few questions.
Sure.
A team member has been late to several recent team meetings, and the last 2 deliverables he submitted were not acceptable. The project manager decides he can no longer wait for things to improve and must address the issue within the team member. So what is the best form of communication of addressing this problem? Is it formal written, formal verbal, informal written, or informal verbal communication?
I'd say formal written communication.
Formal?
Yes. Yeah, because it's to the point where it's not acceptable. And
he can no longer wait for things to improve. Yeah, the issue with the team member.
Right.
I understand. Because he would have tried all other methods, am I right? Yeah. Okay.
Huh?
All other methods he
Yeah.
would have tried.
I would think that the other 3 methods he would have tried already, and now it's to the where looks like it's to the point of failure. So formal communication would be justified at this point, I would think.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. In that context, no, I think that would be the best answer for that. Let's just look at it. Okay, exclusive, extensive use of dash communication is most likely to aid in solving complex problems. solve complex problems.
Extensive use.
The key word is the complex problems.
Formal.
Formal written is communication. Correct. I think so. That should be the right answer. Okay, just look at that. Because particularly for the distant communication, if it is a far-off communication, and even for a complex problems, is always good to put it in writing. A formal written communication can avoid any misunderstanding or any confusions at various level. In fact, that's right. Here, of course, it's best to start the discussion informally. The project manager should also document the problem and include a summary of the conversation with the team member. If informal communication does not solve till the problem, formal written communication is the next course of action. Of course, here, one step back they are going and say first you also try the informal communication. Informal verbal communication you start, but we are assuming that he would have tried all these three. Am I right? That's what our assumption is here. But the project manager decides he can no longer wait for things to improve and must address this issue with the team member. What is the best form of communication? According to the PMI, what they feel that is that if first you start, in spite of these things, you start an informal verbal communication. Then if this also doesn't work, then go for formal written communication. So that is the process. The PMI recommends that, in this type of things, first you start an informal discussion and then get into the formal written communication. You're also right. I agree with you that many times, we are assuming here, he would have tried all these things. But still nothing like trying once again the informal verbal communication. Then if this doesn't work, then go for formal written communication. That's what the PM says. Okay.
Okay.
And the next one, of course, is straightforward. I think formal written communication allows your words to be documented and ensure they will go to everyone in the same form. When there are complex problems, you want everyone to receive the same information. The same thing applies even for your distant communication also. It should be always a formal written communication so that it gets documented and it will ensure that everybody is on the same page. Communication is the key to success of a project. As the project manager, you had 3 stakeholders with whom you needed to communicate. Therefore, you had 6 channels of communication. A new stakeholders has been added when whom you also need to communicate. So how many communication channels do you have?
You had 3 stakeholders. Okay, so 4, 5, 6. So you're up to 10 now.
10?
5 times 4 is 20.
Yeah.
Divided by 2, 10.
Yeah, correct.
So it's big.
That means earlier you had 4 people, am I right? That's how you had 6 communication channels.
Correct. Yeah, you have 3 yourself and 3 stakeholders.
Yeah.
Which is 4 in communication. So
absolutely
that would be 3 times.
Yeah.
4 times 3 is 12.
Yeah.
Divided by 2 is 6. So now you're up to 5 times 4, which is 20, divided by 2, which is 10.
Yeah. I think you got it. Nice. Let's look at. But this is the tricky point. That's how they ask in the examination also. They will not ask you straight away that, how that. They will twist and ask you that question. So that's important actually to remember. Sometimes they will also say that we always assume the project manager is also part of the team. Somewhere they would have mentioned that excluding the project manager, you got 10 people like that. They would ask the question. So we assume that we take 10 as the thing. In fact, 10 into 9 will make us a 45. Suppose excluding manager, you need to include you also, then it will become 11. Then the whole calculation goes haywire, am I right? So you need to just remember those twist when they ask that question. That's important actually. Okay, but I'm happy that you're getting it fast. Two people are arguing about what needs to be done to complete a work package. In addition to the words between them, if the project manager wants to know what is going on, she should pay most attention to what is being said and when, what is being said, who is saying it, and the time of the day, the physical mannerisms, and when during the schedule this discussion is taking place, the pitch and tone of their voices along with their gestures.
D, pitch and tone of their voices along with their gestures.
Gestures.
That's the full package.
Yeah. So because the first two you can easily rule out, it cannot be A and B. So these two are close answers. In physical managers, during the schedule, this discussion is taking place. The pitch and tone of their voice along with their gestures. Okay, because this C could be a partially it could be right, but this pitch and tone, these are all part of your body languages. Your gestures, your voices, your pitch and tone, all will become your body language. In fact, that's what probably they are referring to that. Look at that answer. A project manager has a project team consisting of people of 4 countries. The project is very important and the project manager is concerned about its success. The length of the project schedule is acceptable. What type of communication should you use? Is it informal verbal, formal written communication, formal verbal, or informal written communication?
Consists of 4 people in 4 countries. I'd go with B, formal written communication.
Yeah. I also think so because as I mentioned, when they are based in 4 different countries, it's very important that that means you are talking about a distant communication, in fact. Like the previous question, the complex communication here we talk about here, for example, they're very important to the project manager. So, so the earlier question, like say, for example, is a complex problem, you go for a formal written communication. Similar way here also, you need to, I think the formal written communication is very important when they are based in different countries. That should be the answer. So you're absolutely right. 10 is the formula that you have used. N into n minus 1 divided by 2 or 5 into 4 is 10. You're absolutely right. So this is the catch you need to remember. This type of questions you can definitely expect in the examination. Then non-verbal communication represents a major part of all communication. The choice including verbal communication, pitch and tone, as well as the gesture is the best choice here, in fact. Then because of the difference in culture and the distance between team members, formal written communication is always needed. In fact, this type of thing. So as we discussed, why we did not select the other 2 answers is because of straight away you can rule out this. Between these 2, this answer has got all the non-verbal communication, your body language. That's one of the reasons rational you are selecting this answer. And like complex communication, of communication always has to be formal written communication. Then this is the formula you need to remember about that. I think that completes the communication management. Very simple and straightforward. At least you can expect from this 2 to 3 questions, Steve. Please do remember the formula. That's very important. Number 1, n into n minus 1 bar 2 divided by 6. That's what you need to remember that. N into n minus 1 bar 2, that is the formula. The second one is probably your formal written communication, verbal communication, all those things, please to remember. Communication models, kindly do remember. Of course, the technology you are very, very familiar, that will be easy to answer. Just repeating again, encoding, decoding, and the responsibility of the sender the importance of sender, that he need to communicate properly to the team members. That's also very, very important. And manages stakeholders, engagement stakeholders plan. These are all some of the important information in the communication thing which we covered, I think. And another thing, this could be another question in the project management. The project manager, in fact, how much percentage he communicates. That also can be a question. In fact, sometimes they ask 60%, 70%, 90%. They'll give you 4 options. So please do remember 90% is the thing, that you need to remember that. Otherwise, it's a very straightforward and easy to remember. There's not much complication with your experience. I'm sure you should be able to think. This also sometimes, could be tricky, the verbal and non-verbal communications. Please do remember, email is a non-informal communication. This is very important to remember. And long distance, project charter, project management plan, these are all some of the things. And presentation, verbal and conversation. Even, for example, sometimes they do ask in the coffee shop, project manager and a team member is discussing some important thing. So what type of communication? Is it written? Is it informal, or is it a formal communication? So they will give some options. So it is a informal communication during lunch meeting or your coffee shop meetings. Sometimes, it all will become the informal conversations, informal communications. So these are all few things that some tricky things, sometimes they do ask. So we should remember those things. This is what I was telling, project management, PMI questions you or test your skills, not only apart from these type of thing, your working experience, your project management situation, how you are handled. I give you the example of halo effect. Halo effect is very common thing. In fact, they keep asking that question, that you are good, somebody is good. As I gave you that HR manager, he has been promoted as a supply chain head. What it means, in fact. So it's like that. Another thing, you must have heard ethnocentric. Ethnocentric, have you heard about that? In fact, probably we'll discuss that also. In fact, there's another questions they might ask sometimes. Ethnocentric, somebody believes that, their religion or their language is superior than others, in fact, like that. So that also a sort of question can come, it's like that. So these type of questions, of course, you don't read that in the PMBOK Guide 6. But from your working knowledge, from your working experience, you need to answer those questions. How we can do it? When you answer this mock test, Steve, you will have all these type of questions, in fact. So that will make you confident to answer those questions. Right.
Okay.
So even though 70 or 90% of the questions can come from PMBOK 6, that is your examination outline content. Sometimes, from your working experience also, they will test your skills. This is important that many guys, they miss out on that. So that's important. Okay, great. So it's almost close to 1:30. Shall we?
Sure. Yeah.
So any questions on the previous knowledge area we discussed about either resource management or on the other knowledge area which we discussed today? On the communication? No. Oh, okay, great. So we'll move on to the next knowledge area, that is the project risk management. I'm sure with your vast experience, you'll agree with me that there can never be a project without risk, am I right? All projects will have risk, correct?
Oh,
you
yeah.
agree with me on
Absolutely.
that? Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Sure.
Basically, the risk, when we talk about the project risk, it should be done on an iterative basis. It should be done on a regular basis, and it will continue to emerge as the project management processes should be conducted iteratively. That's what we discussed in one of those things. But before understanding that, the project risk, since they are unique undertaking and varying degrees of complexity that aim to deliver the benefits, because each project, you work under with different constraints, different assumptions, and also while responding to the stakeholders' expectation, that may be conflict or changing today. In fact, what requirement you gather in the beginning, suddenly your customer will ask for some changes. In fact, so there is always a risk attached to that. So the company should take project risk in a controlled and intentional manner. That's very important. You need to control this risk in order to create value while balancing your risk and reward. When you talk about, there are two types of risk generally we talk. One is the individual risk, another is the overall project risk. What do you mean by individual project risk? Is an uncertain event and condition that if it occurs, has a positive or a negative effect on one or more project objectives. In fact, it may have. That's the individual project risk. When you talk about the overall project risk, it on the project as a whole arising from all sources of uncertainty, including your individual risk, and represents the exposure of stakeholders to the implication of the variations in project outcome, and it could be both positive or negative. In fact, these are the two. Just to give an example, for example, you look at it, project risk management, what all the risk can come. In fact, unmanaged threats may result in issues of problems such as delay. It can delay your cost, overruns, performance shortfall, or loss of reputation. These are all some of the things that can have this management. So how do we manage this risk? The various types of risk. In fact, how do we identify those risks? How do we manage the risk? What are the strategies? That's what we'll discuss in the project risk management. Okay. So this knowledge area, project risk management, if you look at it here, you will have, there are 7 processes in this. You plan risk management, you identify the risk, quantitative risk analysis, then you qualitative risk analysis. After that, you perform the quantitative risk analysis. Then you plan your risk responses. Then you also have to implement those risk responses and monitor the risk. These are all the 7 processes that we have in the risk knowledge area. So what is the definition of risk? Risk are considered a risky. They are unique undertaking with varying degrees of complexity and are influenced by constraints. It could be assumptions and changing expectation of stakeholders. This is what is happening in the Prevail project environment. So we need to manage this risk in a controlled manner and create a value while balancing the risk and reward. So this is the definition of risk: is an uncertain event or a condition that, if it occurs, has a positive or a negative effect on one or more project objectives. In fact, generally, Steve, you agree with me that the moment we hear about risk, we always think that it can be only a negative risk. Correct? You agree? But there are some positive risks also in the project.
Sure.
Am I right? Or yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yep.
Can you give some example of a positive risk? Have you come across any positive risk in your project environment? Can you think of?
No, I can't think of anything.
Okay. Let's say, in fact, you are doing a project based in US. You are doing a project in Canada. Okay. In Canada, and all the reimbursement that you make in Canada is all in Canadian dollars. Okay. But you are funding the project in the US dollars. Okay. From US, you are funding in US project, US dollars. Whereas all the expenses that you are incurring in Canada, you are reimbursing in Canadian dollars. Let's say that against the Canada currency, your US dollar is getting appreciated and Canadian dollars is losing. Is what's happening nowadays, in fact, against the US dollars. Most of the currencies are losing. So if that happens, what happens? You are funding with US dollars, whereas your reimbursement is happening in Canadian dollars. That means you will be incurring less cost in Canada. In fact, you are reimbursing less, whereas your funding is more, in fact, more because of currency fluctuations. So it is called a positive risk, in fact. Correct? Am I right? This is an example.
Sure, that's a good example. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. So that it's called a positive. So it will have a positive impact on your project. It's called positive risk. It can happen very common nowadays, in fact, when the currency fluctuations. The negative, of course, you can give a number of examples for negative risk. Am I right? You know, for suppose construction project, you are constructing during, let's say, in fact, monsoon season or during hurricane season, in fact. What happens, you know, your project can get delayed, in fact. So it will have a negative impact on the project. So any risk, it can be positive risk or it can be negative risk also, in fact. And you have strategy for how to deal with the positive risk, and you also have strategy for how to deal with negative risk. Let's try to understand, in fact. Otherwise, general perception is risk means we always think it is negative. It's not so. There are some positive risks. So how the organization or how the projects you exploit those situations so that you convert that positive risk into an opportunity. And if it is a negative risk, how you can mitigate or you can avoid or you can transfer that risk. That's what the risk responses will be discussing about that. Interesting, am I right? It's pretty interesting.
Yep. Yep.
That's right. That's right. So as I called, the positive risk are called opportunities. The negative risk are called the threats, in fact. So organization should recognize positive risk in a project and attempt to leverage them, in fact. There are many opportunities where you can leverage those positive risk. There are two types of risk, as I explained. One is the individual project risk. It is an uncertain an event or a condition that if it occurs has a positive or a negative effect on one or more project deliverables, objectives, whereas the overall project risk is a whole arising from all sources of uncertainty, including it could be individual risk representing the exposure of stakeholders. If the overall project risk happens, if it is reaches an uncontrollable level, then that's where you terminate the projects. In fact, beyond that, you will not be able to take it forward. That will become the overall project risk. In your experience, have you terminated any projects, Steve, in between? You're not able to continue because of the risk factors were very high?
No, but it's been close.
No project has been closed? No, that's right.
Yeah, we've had a lot. We've had projects with a lot of negative risk. We've never had one closed down.
Oh, very good. That's a good track record, in fact. That's good. Excellent.
Yeah.
That's right.
But there have been some that have been close.
Okay. So far, you need to understand that there are any risk. It can be positive risk or it can be negative risk, and you will have individual project risk and the overall project risk, in fact. Once we are clear about this, then probably it's easy to understand the risk knowledge area very well. So the negative risk, some of the key terms that you need to remember here is negative risk are known as threats and positive risk are known as opportunities. A risk that can only have a negative consequences is called pure risk, in fact. Please remember this, pure risk or have got only negative consequences, whereas a risk that have both positive or negative is called business risk. Because any business you will have either it can be positive, it can be negative. So, any risk which has got both positive or negative consequence is called business risk. Even from the examination perspective, sometimes they will ask you what is pure risk and what is business risk. So please remember, negative risk is always called pure risk. Both positive and negative are called business risk. Because any business, you will have sometimes ups and downs. Sometimes it will be very profitable, sometimes it will be not profitable. So it is related to that. So business risk is always positive or negative. Risk averse is one who does not take risk. You must have seen some promoters, some companies, they are aversion to risk. In fact, they are scared of taking any risk. In fact, that's called risk averse. Risk tolerance is the level of risk that can be tolerated. Suppose some of the promoters, I have heard that they invest, let's say, $1 million. If the risk tolerance level is, even if I lose out of that up to $10,000 or $20,000, they'll say that that risk can be tolerated. Beyond that, I will not be able to tolerate. That's called risk tolerance. And risk threshold is that a risk that is acceptable. As I give the example, up to $20,000 of loss is acceptable to me. In fact, some promoters, they do keep that in mind. That's called risk threshold. So 3 important things to remember. One is, of course, apart from the pure risk and the business risk, is the risk averse, one who does not take any risk tolerance, and this threshold level. What's your management? Where do they fit in here, Steve? Is a risk tolerant company, or is what are certain risk threshold levels, or their aversion to risk?
We definitely do the risk threshold.
Okay, great. Okay.
We try to assess that in each situation.
Okay. Okay. And in certain of capital, or probably you will reserve some funds for towards that. Up to this level, we can manage. Beyond that, you may have to take a decision like that. Correct?
Right.
That's what they will do. Yeah, it's good. That's right. Though the risk planning is done, your identification of risk is done during the initial planning stages, but nevertheless, risk identification has to be a continuous. You need to keep on monitoring it, in fact, because at any stage, risk can occur from any of the sources. So it's very important throughout the project life cycle. The assessment and monitoring of risk is a continuous process. We need to remember that point. So how do you calculate the risk? It's also very important. A risk can be managed if only they are measured quantitatively. Correct? You agree? So risk is measured by assigning a monetary value to it. So risk exposure is a probability multiplied by the impact of risk. Please remember, risk exposure is risk probability multiplied by the risk impact. This is the formula you need to remember. Like your EVM, earned value management, into n-1/2, that which we learned in our resource management. So this is another formula I request you to remember. Risk probability multiplied by risk impact is your risk exposure. Whereas the risk probability is the likelihood that a risk event could happen. And if that happens, the impact is the effect on the project of objectives if a risk happens, in fact. So this is the risk exposure is equal to risk probability multiplied by impact. Just to understand this, I have, let's see, in front, this is an example. It will make you to understand better. Let's say there are 3 work packages, X, Y, and Z. Work package X, the probability of risk is 25%. And if it happens, the impact is minus 10,000. The Y has got a work package of 40% probability, and if it happens, the impact is minus 2,000. And Z has got 10% probability, and if it happens, the impact is plus $20,000. So how do we calculate the EVM, or expected monetary value, of this? X is 25% probability minus 10,000. It will become minus 2,500. Because you remember the formula, risk probability multiplied by the impact. So the probability is 40%, impact is minus 2,000, that will become minus $800. In the Z category, 10% work package, 10% is the probability plus $20,000. So the expected monetary value, 10% of 20,000 is $2,000. So the overall expected monetary value is minus $1,300. This is how you calculate the expected monetary value of the risk. You got it, Steve?
Yeah.
It's pretty.
Hello. Okay, I can hear you now.
Oh, so I think again the network issue. I think sorry about that. What happened yesterday here? There was a heavy thunderstorm here in the night. Day for yesterday, it was, the weather is was pretty bad. Probably that must be the reason it's happening. It's like that.
That will have an impact.
Yeah, that will have an impact. The first day was pretty bad, in fact, sometimes. No. So, now it's clear, am I right? Okay, that's right.
Yep.
Okay. So this you got this formula very clearly. Risk impact multiplied by the probability will give you the risk exposure. Okay. So the first knowledge area is the plan risk management. So how do we plan here? Your project charter is one of the important input here, because you remember in the project charter we also identify the at a broad level you identify the risk in the initial stage itself, that while developing that what are the possible risks that can come. So the project charter also one of the important input. Then your project management plan. Your project management plan will have the risk management plan, your scope management plan, your schedule management plan, and all other various other plans, subsidiary plans will be part of the project management plan. Then all components, that's what we discussed, your scope baseline, schedule baseline, your cost baseline will be the inputs there. Then various project documents, the most important one is the stakeholder register, because the risk can also come from your stakeholders, your external stakeholders, your suppliers is also one of the important stakeholders. For example, am I right? Your key service providers could be important stakeholders. During the project, suppose if somebody drops out, they can create problems in your projects. So have you come across such situations in one of your important vendors suddenly dropping out from your project and created some confusion or the problems for your projects, your suppliers or the vendors? Anytime have you experienced it? Hello?
Yeah.
You have experienced that in
Yeah, mostly from the owner's perspective.
Okay.
Is generally when we do risk management.
Yeah.
And then internally. Not necessarily from subcontractors or material supply people.
Okay. Yeah. I see. Suddenly they are going out of business, or they lose certain human resource, some powers. Then they'll not be able to deliver your requirement. I think it's one of the common problem. In fact, that's one of the reason. How do they hedge? How do they mitigate the risk? Is in our company we used to have always a standby supplier for many of our products. In fact, because for some reason, you have a shortlisted vendors. For some reason, your main vendor does not supply, or in time suppose also goes out of business, then you always have a standby. That's how you hedge that risk, or you mitigate the risk. In fact, that's what we will discuss about the strategies of risk planning. So stakeholder register is a very important input. Again, you keep updating that because stakeholder register also will have your various suppliers, your external vendors and service providers. Then you have your environmental and enterprise factors and your organization process assets. Then tools and techniques, expert judgment. You take the subject matter experts who are masters in risk analysis or risk management. Your data analysis of stakeholders analysis. Stakeholders analysis is nothing but, you are analyzing your various stakeholders as the time goes, whether they continue to supply good material or they still business. Do they have any issues? In fact, all that, you keep doing analysis about your various stakeholders. Even your own team members, your internal team members, for example, suppose you come to know that one of your key team member is planning to leave your project for some reasons. And if you come to know well in advance, you will be prepared for that. Suppose it will become a news that all of a sudden one fine day morning, he comes and tells you that I'm leaving your project, then it will have a lot of repercussions on the project. So stakeholder analysis, which you're just talking about, it's also important. I'm just telling you that if your team members are spread across, it's important that some of the key team members suddenly, if they leave, then it will have a lot of impact on your project. So analyzing your key stakeholders always well in time, you prepared for any eventuality so that, you can mitigate those risks, in fact. So one of the tools and technique is your stakeholders analysis. It can be for your vendors or important clients or important suppliers, in fact. So stakeholder analysis has to be a regular process there. Then you have your risk management plan. This is the output you get from the risk management plan. Are you with me, Steve? Because of some disturbance, I hope we didn't lose the track of it. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting it.
Okay, it's clear, am I right? Okay, that's right.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. So there are, what are the levels of risk we can think of in a project? It basically classified under 4 major things. One is the technical risk. That is technical risk, in fact, in terms of your scope definition itself, if the definition of scope is not clear, it could be a scope risk. Then requirements definition, if the requirement you are collecting from your customer, if it is not proper or if it is not understood properly, that could be another technical risk. Your estimates and assumptions and constraints, you are not able to estimate properly. If you are not able to keep your assumptions and constraints, could be another risk. Your technical process, the process that you are following, that, if it is outdated or if it is not as per your requirement, it could be another thing. The technology itself, suppose if it is a outdated technology that you are using, then probably that could be another risk. Now, for example, you take in Microsoft, you take now, today we're talking about Windows 14, 15 is coming. Suppose still, if let's say that, you are using Windows 6 or 7, it can be an outdated, in fact, am I right? So the technology also could be a risk. Then technical interfaces, in fact, if there is no compatibility among the various things, also could be another risk, in fact. These are all some of the examples of technical risk. Then management risk, you look at the project management itself, if it is not the policies or guidelines are not proper, in fact, that could be another risk. Your program portfolio management, if it is not aligning with the organization strategy, that could be another risk. Your operations management, your organization itself, whether, if they're not supportive of that project, could be another risk. Your resourcing, if the organization is not providing the sufficient resources in terms of capital, in terms of physical resources, could be a risk. And even the communication, sometimes, if it is not proper, it can create a lot of risk among the stakeholders. Then what are the commercial risk? If you look at the contractual terms and conditions, I'm sure you are very familiar, Steve, with your suppliers and with your vendors. If the contracts are not proper, in fact, with the proper terms and conditions, if it's not laid down, that also can become a part of the risk. Then your internal procurement could be another risk. Your suppliers and vendors, which we are very familiar, could be then subcontractors, because many of your main contractors, again, they do subcontracting certain work. And if they are not up to the mark, if their quality suffers, also can be a commercial risk. Then your client and customer stability, if they are not able to sustain the business pressure, that could be another risk. Then partnership and joint ventures. Suppose if something happen among the partners, among the joint ventures, if something goes wrong, again, it could be a risk. Then your external risk, like legislation, if the government comes out with new rules, new, for example, guidelines, could be another risk. Exchange rates could be another risk. Now the legislation, you know that in many places the plastic is getting banned. Plastic use of plastic products are getting banned. So if any project related with that, or some you need to use certain things, if those things are not available because of the legislation, that also can become a problem, in fact. Then it was exchange rate, as we just discussed, it can be a positive risk or sometimes it could be a negative risk. Then site facilities, that also, in fact, if it is not in good place, if we have infrastructure problem, if there is a power or electricity issues also can be. Suppose, if that area is known for hurricane or we have heavy rains, that also can be a risk. the environmental weather, which I just gave the example, then your competition always a risk. In fact, you can never underplay your competition because they will be always against us. Then your regulatory could be another risk. In fact, these are all some of the risks that can internal, management, commercial, and external. Anything else you can think of in your projects apart from these, Steve, risks? It's a comprehensive, it's a long list, but still, you know, some particular projects may have some type of other risk also, probably.
Probably technical risks.
Yeah.
You know, we oftentimes work off of construction documents that are prepared by other people, and issues arise during the course of the construction. Commercial risks, sometimes things are specified or required by the plans that are outdated or problematic to get.
Absolutely right, and correct. Right.
External risks, sometimes, you know, I guess we'd look at that as sometimes the mission changes during the course of us putting the project together, and there may be some adjustment to the project during the course of our construction.
Okay. That's right. You know, absolutely right. So, according to the project, no, the risk can vary also. In fact, you are absolutely right. These are all some of the additions. In fact, but at the broad level, you know, you can classify the risk under technical risk and the management risk and the commercial risk. In the management risk, I have seen that the funding, resourcing, many times, you know, the sponsors, for some reasons or the other, you know, they withhold the funds. So that can have a lot of impact on the progress of the project. And even many of the governmental projects in other countries, you know, suddenly the fund will not get released. So then you will have a lot of delay in completing the projects. In fact, it's a very common phenomenon in many places. I think presently the technological risks are really great, you know, because more and more technology getting advanced. The obsolete technology, some projects they use in the beginning probably will have a lot of impact, negative impact on the projects. But that's the reason I think they have rated technical risk as #1 here, in fact. Correct? You agree with me on that? Yeah. No.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So this is the risk breakdown structure. If you look at it, RBS level, all sources of risk 0, the risk level 1 is at the broader level. And at the RBS level, risk breakdown structure, where you will have detail of all these things. In fact, this is the RBS, just an example of RBS also. So there are two RBS, Steve. One is resource breakdown structure, which we discussed in resource management, schedule management. You remember RBS? That's also called resource breakdown structure. But in risk knowledge area, we talk about the risk breakdown structure. You just be aware of those two things very clearly. Okay. There's common things, you know, resource breakdown structure and risk breakdown structure, in fact, but in the different contexts, you need to use those things. So definition of risk probability and impacts, as we discussed, a definition of risk probability impact levels are specific to the project context and reflects the project appetite and threshold of the organization and key stakeholders. We discussed about the risk tolerance. We discussed about the risk threshold level. We also discussed about the risk where they can, you know, for example, risk averse, in fact, where they don't accept any risk, certain some managements or some projects, in fact. So all those things. Right? So the project may generate specific definition of probability and impact levels, or it may start with general definition of provided by the organization. Now, this is a very important table. For example, just to understand this, On the scale, if you look at the probability and the scale. So less than 1%, the probability, there will not be any change, and the cost, there will not be any implication, and no change in functionality. Very low scale risk, it is 1 to 10%. The maximum time frame could be 1 week if it occurs, and the cost implication could be less than $100,000. There could be some minor impact on the secondary functions, not a major things. The low risk are categorized between 11 to 30%. 1 to 4 weeks time, it can have the impact. The cost implication could be $100,000 to $500,000. It will have some minor impact on the overall functionality. The medium is 31 to 50%, 1 to 3 months. The range is between $501,000 to $1 million. Then some impact in the key functional areas. In fact, it could be more key, some of the key important areas. Whereas a high risk or between 51 to 70%, 3 to 6 months time, $1 million to $5 million, significant impact on the overall functionality. Very high is more than 70%. If it happens, the time frame is 6 months time, and the cost could be more than $5 million. Of course, these things, probability, according to your project size, you can have these numbers, and you can have the cost estimation also. For example, many of the projects, you are mentioning that your total cost of the project is $2.5 million. Am I right? Correct, Steve?
Sure. That's pretty good range.
Yeah, that's so. You will have a different cost. For those your range, in fact. So probably here the entire table will change according to that, because your total cost of the project itself is $2.5 million, correct? So you will have the same percentage, but probably you will have a different time frame for your project, because maximum your project time schedule itself is 6 months or 7 months time, correct? It's 8 months, 280 days is about 7 months time, in fact. So accordingly, you will change the scale, and you will customize it or you tailor it, in fact. But this column will holds good, and this column also will holds good. Only thing is the time and cost factor may change according to the project objectives. In fact, you need to keep this point in mind. Got it? Are you with me on this, Steve?
Yeah, they're relative to the size of the project.
Yeah, absolutely right. You need to keep that point in mind relative to the size of the project. Sure. Otherwise, the scale and your quality and the probability remain same. This you please change it according to your project requirement. Are you with me on this? This is very important to understand.
Sure. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So the first process is the identification of the risk. So identification of the risk is the process of identifying individual project risk as well as the sources of overall project risk and documenting their characteristics. Characteristic is basically what we discussed here, whether it is a very low risk or medium or high low impact. So once you identify the risk, the immediate thing is you need to plot it like this, the probability and its impact. So this will be in the part of your risk register. In fact, you identify the risk, what is the probability, and if it happens, what is the impact of that? That thing has to be mentioned. So identification of the risk, here we talk about the inputs like schedule management plan, because the risk can also come from your wrong schedule. In fact, that also can. So it's an important input. The cost, the quality, resource management plan, your risk management plan, scope baseline, and the schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. As I told you that these three are triple constraints. So it's important to have these key inputs in the identification of the risk. And then the documents, your assumption log, what all the assumptions you have kept in mind, particularly when you are developing your project charter, could be an important input. Your cost estimates, suppose you have done the estimation wrongly, then probably that can go haywire. So your cost estimate also could be an important input. Your duration of estimates is also an important input. Why it's important? Suppose if an activity, let's take 60 days, suppose you have taken it as a 45 days, that also can have a lot of impact on that. So the cost, your duration estimates also can be an important input. Then your issue log. Issue logs is that what all the issues come up. In fact, when did you address those issues? That also can be an input. Your lessons learned register, your requirement documentation, and resource requirement, your human resources, your physical resources, also as an important input, because based on the availability of those resources, your project will be successful. So if there are any issues on those resources availability against your requirements, also can be a risk, in fact. So then your stakeholder register, which we discussed, stakeholders register also contain all your vendors, suppliers, your external stakeholders, internal stakeholders. All those things can be an important input here. The various agreements, I'm sure you are very familiar since you're outsourcing a lot of things. We'll also discuss in detail in the procurement knowledge area about the agreements. Then procurement documentation. I'm sure you must be having a lot of procurement documentation, am I right, from your outsourcing suppliers?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Every job.
There are in terms of what? In terms of supply requirements, statement of work, am I right? Those are some of the documents you'll be having. Yep. Statement of work.
Yeah. We'll get statements of work. Where each one of the statements of work carries a cost with it, so we get an itemized statement of work.
Correct.
We'll get background information on people. Some larger contractors will do Dun and Bradstreet reports on them.
Correct.
We'll look at their past performance on projects. Their intended schedule for completion. If they got any long lead time materials that they're working with. There's generally quite a bit of background information that goes to procurement.
It's a long list of documents. I know that. And when you have multiple vendors, each vendor will be having this. Just imagine the amount of paperwork we'll have to do for this. Am I right?
Then when we get multiple bids, then we got to do
correct
comparative analysis.
Comparative analysis.
Right.
And you also do the source selection analysis. Am I right? You must be doing that.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Who handles? You have a legal expert, or you have who handles in your company?
Generally, I'll give it the first read, and if there's an issue, a contractual issue, we work closely with an attorney. Look at it for us.
Okay. He's the subject matter expert. You hired them as a consultant. Am I right? I'm sure.
Yes, exactly.
Correct. That's right. That's what most of the companies they do. Even though internally you have a finance head, but still on legal opinion, they always outsource them. In fact, because they're pretty expensive, also. Correct. Pretty expensive.
Yeah, they're prohibitively expensive to keep around all the time.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they do. In fact, I'm a bit familiar with those ID concepts. In fact, I know that's right. Okay. Then enterprise environmental factors and the OPA are the other two common inputs. If you look at this identification of risk, you look at the number of inputs that you require, because the risk can come from any of these areas. In fact, as we discussed, it could be in your cost area, it could be schedule, quality, your people, your 3 baselines, then your assumptions log, your various project documents, the stakeholders. So it's quite a long list of the risk inputs. So the tools and technique, we talk about data gathering. Brainstorming is one we discussed in the integration management. I hope you remember. Brainstorming is collecting the ideas, in fact, from the various stakeholders, from your team members. The checklist, or when you follow a checklist, that what all we need to follow that. So that's another important tools and technique. What all we should do to identify the risk. So you have a proper checklist of that, whether it's happening in the cost area or quality area. You have all those checklists, in fact, so that you will not miss out to identify those risks. Then the interviews is one-to-one with the very important team members or your stakeholders. That's how the another tools and technique. The root cause analysis, which we discussed in the quality area, quality knowledge area. Hope you remember that. Any risk, why it is happening? What are the root causes for that risk? In fact, it's going to happen. Let's say, in fact, if one of your important team member is leaving, that is the risk you have identified. Then you do a root cause analysis. Why is he leaving? Is he leaving because of special monetary benefits, or is he not happy in the project? Whether is he not fit enough to do this job? Or was he underqualified, or was he overqualified? Am I right? I'm sure you must be doing all such analysis if one of your team member is leaving. Correct, Steve? Correct?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that is the that's type of root cause analysis. When you do that root cause analysis, it will help to address that issue and also prevent the future issues. In fact, suppose you have hired a person who was overqualified for this particular job, and you hired him, and he's leaving for that reason. So that will help you to take a decision that next time when you hire a person, you hire a competent person who is good enough to handle this job. In fact, he should not be overqualified or underqualified. So all that data analysis, when you do the root cause analysis, it will help you to take a preventive decision or preventive action for the future problems, in fact, and also address those issues. Then the assumption and constraint analysis, what all the assumptions you have kept while developing this project, and whether those constraints, those assumptions, even today, is it prevailing? You also make that analysis. Then the SWOT analysis in the following slide, I will explain to you that the document analysis, that's what you do. Then interpersonal and team skills. This is very, very important that, whether the right team members do have, or we interacting them with them well, are we listening to them, are we hearing these problems? These are all some of the tools and technique. Have you heard about prompt list by any chance, Steve? Prompt list.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Prompt list. This is one tools and technique. Are you seeing my slide? Can you see? Are you seeing that?
Yeah. Okay, prompt list. Okay, yes. Yeah. Okay.
You are familiar with that prompt list?
Yeah, maybe. Why don't you go over? I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. I'll just go through that. For example, let's first address the SWOT analysis. That, for example, it's very common, the strengths of the internal origin, in fact, and opportunities. You look at it, and the weakness and threats in whether this risk, the organization also, you make a SWOT analysis of that. This is the prompt list which I was talking about. There are, it gives individual project lists that also could be sources of overall project risk. So for example, some framework you must have heard about, PESL, that is political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental. It's called PESL, in fact. This is one example of a prompt list. The another one is the TECOP, that is technical, environmental, commercial, operational, and political. Then VUCA, of course, this is very common, volatility, UCA I call it, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, in fact. These are all some of the the prompt list, which we are talking about. That means you analyze your political risk, economic risk, social risk, technological risk, and legal and environmental, in fact. So this is the prompt, so that you will not, it's almost like a checklist for you. You will not miss out any of these factors, that can have impact on your project, in fact. And VUCA, I'm sure, is very, very popular nowadays, because every business today, you address it as a highly volatile business. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of complexity and ambiguity in most of the business today worldwide we are operating. Am I right? Because of various reasons today. And the TCOP is another technical, environmental, and commercial and operational political impact. These are all the prompt list they are called in fact. So easy, and you will not miss out these things. This is another tools and technique where you analyze to identify the risk, various risks. Any of these you are done in your company? By any chance, Hookah, Lisk, and Puzzle? Do you use such frameworks?
We don't.
You don't.
We don't generally. No.
Okay. Okay.
We should.
We should absolutely. Correct. Yes.
Right.
That will actually expand your horizon of identifying the risk so that you can be well prepared. But again, it depends upon the complexity or the nature of the project you're doing. That also. Sometimes you may not require, but highly multi-complex projects, mega projects, for example, run into several countries. Today, a lot of projects are running into several countries. At that time, I was just giving an example that Dubai is they are trying to connect Dubai and Mumbai city by tube rail. So that, I'm sure, all these prompt list, all these things will be the risk factors there. In fact, even technology, environment, commercial, operation, and political will also from both the countries. In fact, as long as they are in good terms, these things will go. And if something, suppose suddenly some misunderstanding comes, that will have a lot of impact on the project itself. Same it will apply political, economic, for example, if they're not able to fund that project, that can have social causes. In fact, today the environment is a very big thing. Today, in many places, what is happening, because of the growth of the industry, a lot of deforestation is happening. In fact, am I right? So they're removing the trees. In fact, that is having a lot of impact on the environment. It is causing a lot of rain. For example, the rainfall is getting reduced because of the deforestation in many places. These are all some of the social factors also you need to keep in mind. In fact, legal and environmental issues.
Okay.
Are you with me on this? Hope it's clear.
Sure. Yeah.
Great. The examples which I'm going, I'm sure is quite relevant and easy to understand some of these things. Correct? Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the risk register, what all a risk register contains? This is very important. The results from the perform qualitative risk analysis, plan risk responses, and implement risk plans. These are all the process that we are going to cover, are recorded in the risk register as those processes are conducted throughout the project. In fact, for any risk, in fact, all these things are conducted throughout the project. You need to remember that. So the risk register may contain limited or extensive risk information depending on the project variable, such as size and complexity. If it is a highly complex project, probably the risk factors and the identification risk also is a very mammoth exercise. But if for a simple project, probably it could be very limited in fact. So the one is the list of identified risk. What a risk register will contain is list of all the identified risk. That means each individual project risk is given a unique identifier in the risk register. Identified risks are described as much detail as required to ensure there is no ambiguity of understanding. This is very important. There will be unambiguous understanding. And a structured risk statement may be used to distinguish risk from their causes and their effects. In fact, this also you clearly mention the risk and what is the root cause of those risks. In fact, it's clearly mentioned, because once you analyze the root cause of the risk, it's easy to address those risks also. Then who are the potential risk owner? Here we're talking about a owner has been identified during the identify risk process. The risk owner is recorded in the register. So if it happens, he will be one who will be addressing that risk. And this is the performance during the qualitative risk analysis. That means, whether it's a low priority risk or a high priority risk, and all those things will be clearly identified. Then the potential risk responses is also mentioned in the risk register. If it happens, then what is the strategy for that? If it is a positive risk, what is the strategy? If it is a negative risk, what is the strategy? Those also will be recorded in the risk register. So this will be confirmed during the planned risk responses process. So basically a risk register contains these three important things: list of identified risk, the potential risk owners, and the list of potential risk responses. This is a template or an example of risk register, just to understand. Here, the following risk template include traditional risk register columns and also the columns recommended by the Prince2 methodology. Of course, this is another methodology they do follow. So here, the name of the risk, you got the category, the impact, whether it is number 2 or the 5 is the maximum, for example. Here, 40% is the probability, here's 20% probability. It is a high level risk of 60%, it's a 20% risk. So you will have that. Then you have the rating for the risk, whether it's 6, 5, 4, according to the probability. Probably you will have it, in fact, it comes in business. Then what is the mitigation plans for that? Who the owner, for example, Sarah, owner, data migration. Last 2 days was so fine. I don't know, today was a technical problem, internet here. I never thought internet could be an issue here.
Yeah, we're at the mercy of our technologies, aren't we?
Yeah, we are on the mercy of technology. You're absolutely right. Correct. That's pretty bad. However, man proposes sometimes, technology disposes. Am I right? It's like that.
Sure. Yeah.
It's not like man proposes, God disposes. It is man proposes, technology is disposes. It's like that.
Yeah.
We are virtually under the mercy of the technology. That's right. Okay. So that's about the risk register. Probably you can customize it and you can download this template available from the projectmanagement.com, so that it will also help you that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So the second process here is the performance of the perform qualitative risk analysis. It's basically the process of prioritizing the individual project risk for further analysis. So how do you prioritize it? The formula that which we discussed, the probability into impact. That is the formula you'll be using it here. So one of the technique, for example, let's just to revisit that. Probability and the impact metrics. It prioritizes the rules may be specified by the organization in the advance of the project and be included in the organization process as such. You see, here is an example. Let me make it a slideshow so that I will open it. Can you see the slide now? A very important slide to understand.
Yeah, sure.
So you got threats and opportunities. As I told you, that positive responses or the positive impact will be the opportunities. The negative impact will be the threats. Now, let's say the very low is 0.05%. Low is 0.1, moderate is 0.2, high is 0.4, and very high is 0.8. The same thing applicable for the probability of the opportunity also. Very low 0.05, 0.1, 0.2, 0.4, 0.80. Now, what is the impact of this? Is the impact. You multiply it by the probability. So let's say that very low, you multiply it by 0.1, for example, by 0.05, you get 0.01. Low is 0.030, you multiply it by 0.05, you got 0.02. And 0.90 is very high. You multiplied it by very low 0.05, you get 0.05. So this is how the impact. So if you look at it very high, 0.08 multiplied by, let's say, in fact here, 0.80, you multiplied by 0.90, you get 0.72. This is a very high threat, in fact. So here is where probably some projects, the management will take a decision if it is reaching so high, whether it is an individual project risk or it can have the overall project risk, then you will try to take a decision whether to terminate the project or you take the corrective measures, in fact. The same thing applicable for the positive risk also. And here, when it reaches very high positive risk, whether you can exploit the situation or you enhance the positive risk, you also look at it in fact. So based on this, you are prioritizing the risk, which is the number one risk, which is the number two risk, which is the number three risk. So you are prioritizing the risk according to this analysis of risk probability multiplied by the impact. It will help you to prioritize the risk. You got this matrix, Steve?
Yes,
Clearly?
I do. Yeah.
Okay,
I get
you
the
got it.
concept.
Okay. Oh, very
Great.
good, in fact. So probably for your projects also, you can customize it accordingly. And then it will help you to address which is the number one risk, which is the number two risk. And you can. So the qualitative risk analysis is nothing but prioritizing your risk in terms of order, which is the highest impact, which is the second impact. It's like that. So they perform qualitative risk analysis. Just to revisit that, you have the project management plan, then you have the risk management plan, then you have various assumptions log and your risk register, which we just discussed in the previous earlier to that. Then you have a stakeholder register, will have all your stakeholders, including your external stakeholders, your suppliers, your vendors, your internal stakeholders, your customers, all that you will have in the stakeholders register. Then your enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets. These are the two inputs. Then you have your expert judgment, your data gathering, interviews. You are interviewing with your customers, with your vendors. In fact, the tools and technique you use. Then risk probability and impact assessment on the slide, which I just explained to you. This is the risk probability and impact metrics. Then your assessment of other risk parameters. Is there any other risk? How do you assess them, in fact? Then your interpersonal and team skills, that facilitation. Your risk categorization is from this analysis, you categorize the risk. It's a very high risk or a high risk or a medium or a low risk. Again, you get from this analysis. Then you represent the data through the probability and impact metrics. This is the metrics you use and you represent your data. These are all the risks that which are high orders and low orders. According to that, you'll plot them here with this, and you will also know if it happens, what is the impact of those risks. Then hierarchical charts, again, the risk breakdown structure, in fact, which is the number one risk, number two risk. According to that, you put it in a hierarchical charts that will help you to address those issues on a priority basis. What is the output here you get is a project documents update, your assumptions log and your issue log. It all gets updated, including your risk register and the risk report. These are the other two important things, gets updated in that. Any questions on these tools and technique? I think I did explain with the relevant charts, and so that it's easy for you to understand and follow that.
Yeah, no,
Are you
I
with me, Steve?
got it.
You got it, no?
Yeah.
Okay, great. This is one thing I request you to remember. Take a picture of the risk probability and impact. Remember the formula, the impact multiplied by the probability. You will be able to analyze you will be able to categorize those risks. So once you do the probability and impact analysis, the next process is the quantitative risk analysis. It is basically to put the numerically analyzing the combined effect of the individual project, because unless you quantify the risk impact, you may not be able to get the gauze of it, right? So it is very important after doing the qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis, again, I'm repeating, you are prioritizing the risk by using the formula impact multiplied by the probability. Then after that, you also do the quantitative risk analysis. Now, how do you do the quantitative risk analysis? These are all some of the inputs that you use in the process. All these things which we covered: risk management plan, your scope baseline, schedule baseline, and cost baseline. These are the three important baselines that you keep it in, because these are all the actual numbers you'll be having it in fact. So it's very important to analyze this against the plan, where what are the changes which is happening, because of these risk. So then you have the project documents like your assumption log, your basis of estimates. What are the bases that you have kept in estimating the scope, schedule, or the cost, in fact, or the resources, all those things, you have a clear understanding, the basis of estimates. Then you have your cost estimates. Based on your earned value management, you also have the cost forecast. In fact, you would have arrived at the cost forecast. That also could be your important input. Then your duration estimates, your milestone list. Is there any change in the milestone because of the certain risk factors? Is it getting delayed, in fact, of achieving those milestones? Also, you will have a list. Then you have the resource requirement of both the physical and human resources. Your risk register, which will contain the categories of risk, in fact, identify the risk, all those details which we discussed. And you are forming a risk report based on all these data you have generated. You are converting into a risk report to inform to the concerned stakeholders. Then you'll have the schedule forecast. Is there any changes in the schedule because of the risk, non-availability of resources, of the risk factor? It could be physical resources or the human resources. All those details will be having in the schedule forecast. Then your enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are the other two common inputs. Now, what are the tools and techniques here? You have got expert judgment, your data gathering, interviews, representation of uncertainty, because that's where the whole risk is a uncertainty, in fact. So you have a representation of those uncertainty, in which area it's happening. Is it technological risk or is the management risk? All those things are clearly mentioned. We'll discuss about these three: simulation, sensitivity analysis, and decision tree analysis in the following slide. Which are the influence diagrams? It's a flow chart, in fact, where it is getting influenced, these risks. In fact, those diagrams also will have this risk is particularly having a severe influence on this is all those details in the flow chart that we mentioned. So let's look at the decision tree analysis. Are you familiar? Anytime you have done this, Steve, any chance, a decision tree analysis?
Yeah, probably, but let's run through it.
Yeah, let's go through. Okay, fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'll just take a sip of water. So let's see, a decision tree is basically on the expected monitor value, EVM, you call it. So here, let's say, in fact, you need to buy a car. Which one would you buy? Which option has a risk over a period of 5 years? Let's say, in fact, it's a decision you need to make. Suppose you buy a old car, and in fact, which car would you buy? A new?
What would I buy? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is a decision that you need to take. Suppose somebody has to take. Okay. The initial cost of buying a new car costs $20,000. Okay. Now the probability of failure is about 10%, and if it happens, the impact is $15,000. You can see in the right side. Now, probability of success, nothing goes wrong, is very, very high, being a new car, 90%. So the impact is 0 here. You got this part clearly, Steve? I hope you got it.
Yes.
Yeah, so $20,000 is the investment for a new car. Failure, if it happens, the chances are very less because it is a new car. If it happens by any chance, the impact is $15,000. Probability of success is very high, is almost 90%, and the impact is 0. Now let's assume that somebody buys a old car with an investment of $15,000. Okay, so he'll be saving $5,000 here because he's buying a old car. Now, buying a old car, the probability of failure is very high. 70% is the probability because it's a old car. If it happens, the impact is $10,000. Okay, and the probability of success or the pass is 30%, and if it happens, again 0 in fact. Okay, these are the scenario, old car versus new car in fact. Now, you remember the formula, you remember that how do you assess the risk? The risk associated exposure is the probability multiplied by the impact. So with a new car, $20,000 plus the impact is $15,000 multiplied by 10% here. 15,000 multiplied by 10% plus probability of 90% multiplied by 0 here. So this is the risk associated with the new car. So that means $20,000 plus $15,000 plus multiplied by 90%, it's 0 here. So here 10% of $15,000 is 1,500. So 20,000 plus 1,500 gives you $21,500 by buying a new car. Suppose you buy a old car, what is the impact? $15,000 plus 10% here, for example, 70% of $10,000, correct? So 70% multiplied by 10% plus 30% multiplied by 0 here, in fact. So that will give you 70% of 10,000 is 7,000. So 15,000 plus 7,000 is $22,000 in fact. So this is the decision that you need to take, whether buying a old car is better or buying a new car is better. So here from this analysis, it clearly comes out that buying a new car is better than buying the old car because your impact is more by $500. Is it clear? Hello?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it makes sense.
It makes sense, am I right? That's right.
Yeah.
My explanation is right when I explained it clearly. I hope you got it. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is the decision tree that many times you need to take. When you say that alternative analysis, one of the tools and technique, you remember that in many processes we discussed whether to buy or make it. This is the decision tree that you always need to apply. Even for hiring a person in your company, let's say that you need to hire somebody for 1 month. You need to take a decision. Hiring is better or employing is better. Internally buying is better. You can always do this decision tree analysis, which costs more, and what are the probabilities and what is the impact of that. You can always make an analysis. Even any equipment, suppose instead of outsourcing, should you make your own equipment or you need to outsource? Again, you can use this decision tree. This is a very popular technique in taking decision for quantification or what the earned value, the expected monetary benefits or the value of the EME, expected monetary value, right? And this is the decision tree that you need to use. Even in the examination, Steve, this type of tree they will give you, and you need to immediately calculate. If you remember the probability and impact, you can analyze and answer it clearly. So I would request you to just practice this decision tree 3-4 times by putting the various scenarios, in fact, in your own projects. You can scenarios so that you get familiarized with these concepts. Any questions on this, Steve? It's a very important thing, so I thought just let me clarify that.
No, I've got it.
You got it. Yeah, great. Anytime you use this concept in your projects, by any chance?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes you did use that.
Yeah, sometimes we will do this. I mean, we look at the, you know, decisions on whether to subcontract or self-perform.
Correct, absolutely.
And then there's views that are easily associated with both of those.
Okay. Great. Probably you must have done it subconsciously, sometimes without using this formula or the steps. But I'm sure you would have applied this concept at least. Am I right? You know, whether to buy or to outsource it. Correct.
And I think that yeah, more subconsciously than anything. Sure.
You would not have used this formula, or you would not have used this process, but definitely would have done it in a different way. Actually, same thing probably. That's right.
Right.
Yeah, but when you put these numbers, you know, there will be a lot of clarity, and probably for one of these days, you know, for your project, just try and implement this. You know, this will help you. A lot of clarity will be there. That's what I would humbly request you. Some of these concepts, start applying in your own projects, so that, you know, from tomorrow itself or from Monday onwards, you know, so that two advantages. One is you will start remembering these concepts from the examination perspective. And second thing, you will be actually enhancing the capabilities of your own team members also. So you'll try to align them to the project management principles and the process. Let's say in your team, if another 2-3 colleagues, they do the project management certification, then whole your organization is going to get a lot of benefit. Correct?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah, that's right. You said, you know, nobody else has done certification, am I right, in your company, project PMP?
No.
Yeah.
No.
So I think you will be the role model for them also. You'll become the role model for them. Yeah.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, definitely. You're capable of doing that, and absolutely right. I think that's the best thing that we can contribute to our colleagues' progress and their growth also, in fact, in our working life. Correct, that's right. Upbringing the colleagues and sharing the knowledge will always help them. That's right.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes. And in the process, it will help you to achieve your project objective also, in fact. That's also most important thing. Good. In the process, you're developing them to adhere to the project objectives, so they will also know while taking the decisions, you know, that they need to go through all these things. That will also help them. That's right. So this decision tree is a good example. I hope you got it. That's right.
Yeah, I did. I do.
Yeah, great. That's right. Sensitivity and simulation is also, sensitivity is referred as a what if and a way to predict the outcome of decision given in a certain range of variables. That means you assume certain variables, and here again, of course, you require a software for this. Sensitivity analysis is also known as the tornado diagram. You just kindly remember, tornado diagram is also called sensitivity analysis. And both for simulation and sensitivity analysis, you need a software, and you compare those data into the software with the various multiples. And Monte Carlo method is known as the simulation technique used in random numbers. And Monte Carlo simulation technique are used in business and industry to solve problems that are extremely difficult or involve a large number of variables. So you put large number of variables as an input, then you assume certain things in fact, and if it happens, what is the outcome of that input? So this will help for the project schedules or the cost, those variables as the inputs, and you will get an outcome. These are called sensitivity analysis and simulation, particularly for the complex projects. Space projects, for example, they use this simulation. They put various thousands of data into that, so many multiple variables to that, and they simulate that, and they will get some outcome of that. This requires, again, as I said, special computers, software for that, and once it is installed, you know, then you can do this analysis. I don't think in your smaller projects you'll be doing all these things, correct? Am I right? Simulation and sensitivity analysis. I don't think you'll be doing it.
No.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, basically for the large projects and when they want to have multiple variable data, they will simulate and get this data. So what we did, we planned the risk, then you did the qualitative risk analysis. After in qualitative risk analysis, what we do is we are prioritizing the risk based on the probability multiplied by the impact. After doing that, the third process you have done is the quantitative risk analysis, where you have done the expected monitor value. Show the decision tree is one of the, for example, tools and technique for that. And you also do the sensitive analysis and simulation, a few other techniques you have. But the most probably used is the decision tree analysis. It is very widely used. So once you do that, then you need to, that means you are very clear what risk you have, you are prioritize the risk, you know the estimated or expected monetary value of the risk. Then you need to plan the risk responses. The next flow or the next process is you need to plan the risk responses. So risk response is the process of developing options, selecting strategy, and agreeing on actions to address overall project risk exposure. So planned risk responses again is basically depend upon the, is it a negative risk or a positive risk, correct? So as we discussed, there are two types of risk. It could be a positive risk or it could be a negative risk. Positive risk are called opportunities, negative risk are called threats, in fact. So you have different strategies to handle positive risk and the negative risk. Let's look at that. So the planned risk responses, the major inputs here, we talk about the project management plan, then resource management plan, your risk management plan, your cost baseline, project documents, your lessons learned register, project schedule, your project team assignments. That means, your various team members, their roles and responsibilities could be another input. Then your various resource calendars of both human resources and physical resource calendars. Then you have a detailed risk register, which we discussed. And the risk register, you have identified the risk, then you have got the category of the risk, and whether it is a positive risk or a negative risk. All those details will be have in the risk register and also in the risk report. Then you have a stakeholders register. These are all the common inputs that you have, the enterprise environmental factors and OPA. So what are the tools and techniques? Here we have got expert judgment, or the subject matter experts who are very familiar with the concepts of risk, the strategies, all those things, they're very clear. The data gathering, the interviews, the idea interview is the one-to-one meetings you will be having, and you are interviewing a person. That could be another tools and technique. Then your interpersonal and team skills like facilitate the subject matter experts. In fact, you facilitate them and get the required information. In fact, that also could be a tools and technique that will be using it. So we have got two strategies, one for strategies for threats and strategies for opportunities. If it is a positive risk, it's an opportunity. Negative risk means a threat, in fact. So what are the strategies? We'll look at it. Then contingent response strategies. Contingent response strategy is that you remember the known unknown factor and unknown factors. So the risk also, when you categorize, it is bound to happen. It's a known thing, but you don't know when it's going to happen. Unknown factor is that you don't know it's going to happen and how it's going to happen. Both are unknown factors, uncertainties in both the things. So contingency planning is that the known unknown factors, you will use the contingency reserve. Unknown factors, you will use the management reserve. Please do remember that very clearly. Then strategies for overall project risk we'll discuss. Then we'll also look at the alternative analysis and the cost benefit analysis. Then decision making, multi-criteria decision analysis, which we discussed. Now let's discuss about the two important things: strategies for threats and strategies for opportunities. So if you look at it here, you see one common thing for both positive risk and negative risk is the accepting that risk, in fact. So that is one common thing. Now for strategies for opportunities, you exploit, then you share that, enhance, and accept it. In fact, these are all the strategy for positive risk. or you escalate also that risk. That's another thing. Whereas in, for example, in negative thing, you avoid the risk, you eliminate the uncertainty. Transfer, that means, it's the insurance we are talking about. The mitigating is the preventive measures that you are undertaking. Then you are accepting the risk, in fact. So opportunities, there are 4 strategies. And here also 4 strategies. One is accepting is the common thing that you need to. And also sometimes you can escalate the risk also. Let's look at with some of the examples. So what is a positive risk? Let's say, in fact, is a strategy used to increase the probability or impact of an opportunity. In fact, I gave an example of the US dollars for the Canadian dollar depreciation against US dollar. That's one example. Let's say another example is a construction of a project that involves building 6 apartment complexes in different parts of the country. One of the teams is using a new construction design tool that has increased the efficiency by 20%. So what the project manager immediately he will do that, even the other construction teams also use the same tool, in fact. That means he is enhancing the probability of this risk, in fact, by enhancing that. That's what he is doing it. This is called enhancing. In fact, this is an example of that. Sharing is another strategy that, let's say that your company has bid for a large engineering project of a hydroelectric dam. As the team renew the scope of the project, it seems an opportunity to increase the success if it partners with a company that has experience with the advanced hydroelectric technology. Your company realizes you got this order, but your company realizes that you do not have the required technology. So what you do immediately, you partner with a company who is familiar with the hydroelectric technology. So the positive benefits of the risk can be shared by other companies. This is called sharing that positive risk, in fact. This were clear, Steve? Enhancing and sharing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Then is the exploitation. How do you exploit? This is a high priority opportunity where the organization wants to ensure that the opportunity is realized. For example, a large software development project has 3 teams working on different components. With the architecture, if one of the team completes work sooner than scheduled, the project manager, then what you do, you put the team by allocating the work from the other 2 teams also. That means you are exploiting. Just because that one team has done well, so what you are done, you are trying to exploit that by giving the other 2 teams work also for them. So you are exploiting the positive risk. Accepting it is common for both. Here, the constructing an overpass large city will have a pool of experienced construction workers to draw upon. As the project scope is constrained to the construction of the overpass and there is little opportunity to enhance, share or exploit the positive effects of the risk, the project manager accepts the risk input. That means he is not going to do anything about it. These are all some of the example of the positive risk responses. From the examination perspective, they will give a scenario. Then they will ask you, is it enhancing or sharing or exploiting or accepting the risk? So I request you to remember, put these 4 things in different, for example, examples of your own company projects. Was there any opportunity for enhancing it or sharing it or exploiting and practicing it so that you can answer this question in a jiffy, in fact. So that's very important. Now let's look at some of the negative risk responses. So in negative risk responses, one is the first strategy is avoiding that risk. So how do you avoid? For example, a new offshore drilling is rig in Gulf or Mexico. The risk of hurricane during setup would impact the schedule and budget. So what PM will do is that setting the new area outside the hurricane season, in fact, a very common thing. That means you are avoiding the risk. Another example, from your home, you are trying to reach office. You come to know from the Google there is heavy traffic and the route that you are undertaking. So what you do immediately, you take another route to reach your office. In fact, that means you are avoiding that risk of undertaking it. Then the transfer, this is another common thing. For example, a large commercial office building is under construction. The work location has many flammation material. There is a risk of fire that could damage, destroy the structure. So causing the significant budget. So the project managers are to fire insurance during the construction phase. Transfer is nothing but taking an insurance on your project, in fact. Very common, let's say you have got a home insurance, you got a car insurance. What does that mean? That means you are passing on the risk to an insurance people by paying a premium to them, in fact. That is transfer. All insurance that we do, it's a transferring of the risk from you to the another third party by paying a premium. Is it clear, Steve? I think it's a very thing.
Yeah, it's a good example.
Yeah, good. Very insight. Mitigate. Another classic example is that a software development project transition from the Java to .NET language. The risk that developers will not be as familiar with .NET could lead to project schedule delays. The project manager mitigates the risk by providing training to the developers and hiring a .NET. That means you're mitigating the risk. Another few examples I can give you. The seat belt that we wear. Why? What's the reason? Because you are mitigating the risk of any accident impact. That means you are mitigating the risk by wearing the seat belt. Same way these airbags in most of the cars are providing nowadays. It is nothing but mitigating the risk of any impact. That's an example of mitigation of risk impact. That means you are trying to reduce by preventing, by taking some initiative. That is a preventive thing. That is a mitigating the risk. Accepting thing, again, is a common thing that team does not have access to a printer at their work location. This will require the team to walk down the hall whenever they need. So the PM, what he decide is, okay, no problem. You can walk it to the next building and get the printout so you don't take any actions. That is accepting the risk. So these are the strategies for negative risk and positive risk. I would request you to practice this with more examples, because definitely you can expect 1 or 2 questions in the examination. At least 1 question will be there on the positive risk and the negative risk, so that once you get familiarized, it will be easy to answer. Any of these things do you think you can do in your projects, Steve? Any of this strategy?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we transfer risk. Subcontractors over a certain value, you make them do a back bond.
Correct.
Which guarantees their performance.
Yeah.
Risk mitigation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we always monitor that, and if we need to get a subject matter specialist, we do that.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yeah, that's right.
Avoidance. Yeah. We try to avoid certain things that would potentially damage the job by changing the schedule or
correct. Absolutely right.
Maybe redoing the specifications.
I'm sure you must be, most of the project you must be doing all these things. In fact, sometimes we may not be familiar with those terminologies, but we'll be doing it subconsciously, these things.
Sure.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
We do have positive risk.
Yeah.
We just and we experience positive risks. You're right. Most of the time when you talk about risk, we always think about the negative risk.
Yeah.
But maybe I can see opportunities for myself where I can probably start to exploit the positive.
Yeah, that's
risks.
right. Yeah, great.
And one of the positive risks that we could potentially exploit is finishing projects early.
Yeah, finishing the project early. Absolutely right. Correct. Allocating the right resources. Absolutely right.
Right. Sure.
And you can save a lot of money out of that. In fact, you can really exploit that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
No,
exactly. And if we could start to, look at early finishes as a positive risk, we can start to identify it in those terms.
Correct. Absolutely.
or start taking a look at accelerations, or, you know, company-wise, enterprise-wide training, you know, the training that we would
yeah,
give an
impart,
individual.
correct.
Right. We'd be able to carry over, and it would have a direct impact on the business.
Correct, absolutely right. That's right. So that's a great thing to happen in the projects. If you can identify those areas and apply your mind and take some decisions by exploiting or sharing or enhancing, the outcome of the project will be very good. In fact, I'm sure your promoters will be extremely happy with that.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. That's great. In fact, these are all the big advantages of learning these concepts. In fact, you can apply in our, and it will not take years together. Tomorrow itself, you can apply in your job. Am I right? You know, correct? Many of these concepts,
Oh, sure.
you can
Yeah,
you can apply right on Monday morning. You can initiate many of these things. In fact, right.
Certainly we can. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely right. You don't depend. There is no external factors. There's no environmental factors here. It's all your capabilities, your involvement, and your interest on the project. That's why it's like.
Sure.
That's why the PMS says, you know, these concepts, if are executed, your project can never fail. In fact. Because you are taking all possible consideration to make the project success. In fact, this is the advantage of understanding these techniques and skills and implementing them. That's good. That's good. I'm happy that you are now this page. In fact, very nice. That's great. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is also important. Sometimes escalating the risk and issues. Sometimes, you know, what happens, some of the team members, they know that something is going wrong, but they don't bring to the concerned project manager or sometimes your knowledge, in fact. So what happens, you know, that will reach a stage where a point of no return. That should not happen, in fact. So the escalating the issues at the right time is also a responsibility of the project team members. And ultimately, if it is reached a high, for example, high percentage of uncertainty, then beyond the more than 70%, which we discussed the probability and the impact, then the PMO, it takes a decision regarding whether you continue the project or whether you can terminate the project. You know, that PMO can take a decision because they are designated project support, can oversee and ensure the management risk issues in line with the local risk and issue management processes. Either they can help you to sort out these issues, or if it is beyond anybody's control, then the PMO can also take a decision on that, what should be done on the project. But what is important is escalating the risk and the issues in the beginning itself is very important. That's what, you know, the feedback. Sometimes what happens, your junior team members in the project, they know that something is going wrong, but because of the fear or because of certain reason, they don't escalate the issues. And when it really the house started burning, then everybody realizes there is something wrong. But somewhere, you know, in the room, you know, there is a small smoke which was identified at the same time not reported, can lead to sort of problems. Do you agree on these things? Sometimes it does happen in the project environment, am I right? No.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, generally there's telltale signs that something's going wrong, and
yeah, correct, that's right. Okay.
You don't always have the opportunity to see them early on.
Yeah.
Until they get bad.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely right.
Sure.
That can happen also in many of these projects. You're right, that's right. So implement risk response is the process of implementing agreed upon risk response plans. The key benefit of this process is to ensure that the agreed upon risk responses are executed as planned in order to address the overall project risk. So here basically we're talking about the positive risk responses and the negative risk responses. based on the opportunity and threats that we discussed, in fact. So here, what are the tools and technique implementing the risk responses? The major inputs are your risk management plan, because that is one you have the detailed of the risk, identification of the risk. The risk management plan will also have the identification of the risk as I explained, and also that what are the risk responses plan that will have, in fact, if it's a positive risk or a negative risk. Then your project documents, one of the important thing is the lessons learned register, because from the previous similar projects, what are the lessons learned, in fact, and how did we overcome those? What strategy we have implemented in responding to those risk, in fact. So you will have a document of lessons learned register, and your risk register and the risk report, which will contain the details of the risk, in fact, where it has happened, how it has happened, and what is the who are the key stakeholders of those risks. All those things will be mentioned in that, and a proper risk report giving all the probability and impact, and if it happens, what is the expected monetary value of that risk. All those things will be part of your risk report. Then your organization process assets, then expert judgment, interpersonal and team skills. One of the thing is the influencing. We discussed about the influencing. Is the project manager, with his subject matter expertise, his vision, his knowledge about the risk, he will be able to take certain decisions. The leadership role he takes, with all that, he can influence on the team members. And the PMIS, the project management information system, will give you a detailed analysis of the various risk, in fact, and how it's all those information you can get. Then what is the output you get out of this is the project documents update. One of the important thing is the issue log. It's a important output you get. That means the various issues that has come across, and how it was addressed, was the time it was addressed, who are all involved in those issues. In fact, all those things will be clearly mentioned in the issue log. Then your lessons learned register also gets updated. If you see the both, you have an input, and when you, after implementing that, your lessons learned register also gets updated, in fact. And your project team assignments, depends upon the changes that are taken, that also gets updated. Then your risk register and risk report also gets updated, in fact. So these are all the very common inputs of both the lessons learned register, risk report. And it's because you are operating in a very dynamic situation there, where the risk factors have been identified, analyzed, and you have implemented the risk responses. After implementing, naturally all this the information gets, these outputs also gets updated in the registers, in fact. The change request, of course, we had discussed several times, is the implementation of risk responses may result in a change request to the cost and schedule baseline. So whenever the risk happens, in fact, definitely it will have some impact on the cost as well as the schedule baseline or other components of the project management plan. It could be scope, it could be quality, in fact. So the change requests are processed for review and disposition through the perform integrated change control process. I hope you remember in the integration management knowledge area we discussed at length, perform integrated change control process is the change request that comes. You analyze the changes according to the cost, the schedule and the scope, these three triple constraints. Then you forward it to the change control board. Only after the approval of the change control board, you process those change requests. In your company, you have a change control board, or how do you handle these things? Your quality person will be involved, or how do you do that, Steve?
Yeah, generally myself, quality control manager and management.
Okay.
The change requests and propose them for schedule and cost increases or decreases.
Internally, you take a decision.
Pardon me?
Does it go up to your sponsor level?
Yes. Yeah, the sponsor.
Or promoters level?
Yeah, makes the final decision when it comes to changes. Sometimes there are no cost changes, which are schedule or quality or material changes, and they can vary quite a bit.
Okay. Okay. That's great. I hope this process is very clear, but implementing the risk responses.
It is. Okay. It is. It gives structure to things that I've done in the past.
Okay.
But I'm just starting to be able to.
Oh, great. Sure. So you're able to connect with those things. I'm right. You know that the process and other things.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So once you implement, then the final process in the risk management is the monitoring that risk. Monitoring the risk is the process of monitoring the implementation of agreed upon risk responses plans, tracking identified risk, identifying, analyzing new risk, and evaluating risk responses effectiveness. So in monitoring, you not only monitor how those risk responses have been implemented, you also identify any new risk has emerged out of it. That's very important. And evaluating the risk response effectiveness. Those strategies that you implemented, let's say in a negative strategy like mitigating the risk or avoiding the risk or ensuring the risk, how effective those strategies are. Even in positive risk, when you enhance the risk or share the risk or exploit the risk, whether those risk responses have been effective. So you are doing a monitoring and controlling. You are monitoring the risk. So monitoring the risk, you look at again the project management plan, your risk management plan, your project documents, your issue log and lessons learned register, and these two are very common if you look at it here, lessons learned register and risk report. Then like any other control process, you have your work performance data and work performance reports also here as one of your input, because this is the one that you need to inform to the respective or the important stakeholders among your team members or your external stakeholders you need to inform. So you look at these various inputs. Then what are the tools and techniques here? The technical performance analysis. Technical performance analysis is looking at your data very critically, that how these parameters have changed because of these things, the schedule or the cost, the technical aspects of those things, how it is going to have an impact on that. Then reserve analysis. I told you about the contingency thing of management reserve and the contingency reserve. Again, just to whereas your contingency reserve is within the cost baseline. That means contingency reserve is a known unknown factors, whereas the management reserve is unknown factors. So you keep that. You also make that reserve analysis, and you do the lot of audits. It could be internal auditors or it could be external auditors. In your company, do you use any external auditors, risk analysis auditors? I think there are some companies who does the risk evaluation. Do you make use of such auditors?
Not generally, no.
Not generally? I see. You don't do that. So probably your internal auditors must be doing that. Am I right? That's right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. How about you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I dropped off.
Okay, fine. Okay, that's right. So the audits, particularly in your government projects, do they come and audit? How do they do it?
On which part?
Government projects.
Overall, every year the company gets audited, or we do an internal audit.
Oh, okay.
But not necessarily for risk. On specific jobs, we will do risk analysis. I have not seen one get audited though.
Okay.
For the risk.
Okay.
It's I don't know that the size of the jobs really justifies that type of audit for the work we're doing. I'm sure that much larger projects,
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
in the 20, 30, $40 million range probably get audited.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
don't.
that's right. Probably yes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Probably small projects like 2 million, probably they may not. That's also possibilities.
Right, right.
Correct? Yeah, 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 that's right. Okay. So these are some of the tools and techniques. Then you get work performance information, because the work performance data is processed here, the work performance information. Then change request, the project management plan that gets updated. Then your assumptions log, issue log, and lessons learned register, risk report, all these things get updated in the as an output. But this is the monitoring and control process. So implement risk responses, implementing agreed upon the risk response plans. Do what we plan to do if this happened. That is the whole strategy of implementing the risk response. Do what we planned to do if this happened. Monitoring the risk is the implementation of agreed upon risk responses, and track and identify the risk. Identify and analyzing the new risk if anything is evolved. As I told you that identification of risk is always a continuous process right from the beginning till the project gets over, and evaluate the risk process effectiveness of the throughout the project. Is what we are doing, is it working? It's most of the time if you do this, I'm sure, many of the risks we can overcome. But in many project environment, we don't do it meticulously. Am I right, Steve? In fact, that leads to a lot of problems, in fact.
Sure. Yeah.
We know that, I have experienced that, in the organization which I worked. They know that there is something, one person, a key person is planning to leave the job for some reasons. And nobody goes and talks to him that why he wants to leave and all those things, in fact, so they don't take action. And ultimately, that the project can be jeopardized because if that happens. Another risk, I've seen that, one of the vendor, the supplier, we know that, his track record of late, it's becoming bad. He's not able to supply the required material well in time, but still sometimes we try to over depend on him because of some emotional reasons that he has been associated for a long time, and we don't take actions, or we don't sometimes, and we get into the problem of getting the required inputs or the raw materials, and that will affect the project also. I've seen many examples like this in the work the projects. For some reasons or the other, they don't implement these strategies, in fact, knowingly or unknowingly. That is the unfortunate thing.
Sure.
Is it because of the overconfidence they have that things cannot go wrong like that?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, but I do understand that.
Yeah.
Risk management is not always addressed, and it should be, because
it should be correct. Yes.
Quite honestly, there's every project. Now thinking about it, there are as many opportunities as there are threats.
Yeah.
And I mean, it kind of gives you a chance to better the job as you're going through it. If you look at the risk assessment in that way, in that light. So yeah, it should be. I can absolutely understand why risk management should be in place and utilized.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you totally on that. In fact, every project should have a risk analysis manager, in fact.
Sure.
Yeah, that will really help to overcome these things. Just to give an example, I remember the company which I used to work, my CEO used to say that any new project you initiate, first you list out all the negative factors, what all can go wrong, and you make a list of 10 to 15 items things can go wrong, and you first address those issues, then you take the project forward, they used to say, in fact. Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
I think that's the best way of, I think, addressing those project risk, in fact. First, list out all the negative things. Once you list
Right.
out, you are prepared for all those negative aspects or the threats, and that means you are prepared to face those things. I think that's the best technique that one can follow. In fact. That's right.
Sure.
Okay, great. Then this is the audits. Risk audits are a type of audit that may be used to consider the effectiveness of the risk management processes. And the PM is responsible for ensuring that risk audits are performed at an appropriate frequency. Because ultimately, the project manager is responsible for the overall outcome of the project. So even the risk audits, I think probably the PM has to take the initiative by the competitive people. It could be a third party facility or it could be a outsourcing facility, but it has to be done on a regular basis for the success of the projects. In fact, that's very important. Uh, I think that's where the audit plays an important role in making the project successful. And it should be clearly, the objective should be clearly defined before the audit is conducted. That means every stakeholder should aware that what is going to be audited and what is the main objective of that audit also is clearly mentioned. That's right.
Sure.
Yeah. Great. So the key, some of the key points on the risk management. Risk is an uncertain event or a condition that has a positive or a negative effect on project objectives. Many times, as we expressed and discussed, we think that risk could be only negative objective. It's not like that. Even if it is going to be positive impact, then what strategy you will have to address those things, we need to remember that. Risk is, are you with me? Hope it's clear.
Yes.
Yeah. Risk is calculated by multiplying the probability and impact. We discussed many times. Kindly do remember this formula. Risk weighting or the analysis, the probability multiplied by the impact. We discussed with the several examples also. And the expected monetary value also we discussed by a decision tree where the probability and impact and how you arrive at or how you conclude which is a better one, you take a decision in fact. Then risk can be classified in various ways. Under one category, risk are classified as external, internal, technical, and project management. We discussed about this external risk and the internal risk. Internal risk could be your scope, your cost estimation, your budget estimation. All those things could be your internal factors. Your technical, in fact, for example, if you are using an outdated technology, if the technology is obsolete, all those technical risk. And the project management, your senior management, and your various other things also could be a risk, in fact, if you don't get the required. And then on the basis of origin, risk can be classified as scope, resource. The project management, this resource will all, I think it will come under the project management, your schedule, cost, and quality risk can be classified, in fact. So a decision tree is used to analyze the risk and its impact on the decision of the phase of uncertainties. From the examination perspective, this is a very important thing. So my request is kindly make some few calculations by using the decision tree so that you'll be able to answer the questions in case if it comes in the examination. Another thing to remember is the probability and impact. Uh, then one more important thing to remember in the risk is that the positive risk strategy and negative risk strategy. Positive like enhancing, sharing, exploiting, and accepting that. Whereas in the negative risk strategy, the common thing, which I explained, again, is avoiding, or mitigating, or transferring. These are the three common things. With some examples, I explained to you that mitigating is like a car seat belt, or your car the safety thing, that the cars are in. That's an example of mitigating. Transferring is the insurance that you take, whether the home insurance or the vehicle insurance, that you are transferring to the third party. Then avoiding is that knowing that there is heavy traffic on a road, that you try to avoid the road. Similar way, for example, in a hurricane area, you don't want to take up the construction. Either you try to postpone or reschedule it. That means you are avoiding that. These are all some of the strategies for positive risk and negative risk. I would request you to just keep those samples work out few other examples, so that you'll be able to answer those questions well. Then 7 project risk management processes or a plan. Identify, perform qualitative risk analysis. That's where you prioritize the risk according to the probability and impact. Then perform quantitative risk analysis by using the decision tree or tornado, or the sensitive analysis, or in simulation. These are some of the tools and techniques that you use. Then you use the plan risk responses based on your opportunity and threats, positive risk responses and negative risk responses, which we discussed. Then implement those risk responses. And after implementing it, you monitor those risks, whether those responses are working out well. And in the process, any new risk have come out, in fact, and how do you handle that? And audit is one of the important tools and technique that you use during monitoring risk responses. That concludes the risk knowledge area. Any questions, Steve, on this?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think it's a very important knowledge area, because as we discussed, every project will be associated with risk. And it's only that identifying the positive risk and negative risk, and exploiting those positive risk, or taking the advantage of the positive risk and minimizing the negative risk, that should be the strategy for the overall risk management. Correct?
Okay.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, great. So let's look at some of the questions that we had. Okay, sorry. Yeah, your team has worked diligently to identify a large number of risks on a pharmaceutical development project. At this time, the risk register includes risk related to government regulations, risk involved in production, and risk related to introducing the new product to the already flooded market, as well as many other areas of potential risk. Before proceeding with the project, these risks must be assessed and risk response plans must be developed. The highest ranking risk. All the following are factors in the assessment of project risk except risk events, risk probability, amount at stake, and insurance premiums.
All the following factors. Insurance premiums, D.
Insurance premiums, okay, as well as many other areas of before proceeding with the project, these risks must be assessed and risk response plans must be developed, the highest ranking risk. So at the following, okay. If a project has 60, we look at the answer. If a project has 60% chance of $100,000 profit and 40% chance of 100,000 loss, the expected monetary value for the project is
C. $20,000 profit.
No, yeah. So again, you have done the probability and impact analysis, correct? This is how this is how the question will be there in the examination, in fact. So probably if you know the formula well, you'll be able to answer this in a jiffy. Am I right? Since you remember this formula, you answered it so well. Am I right?
Yeah,
correct?
sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So that's the advantage which I was talking to you about this EVM, earned value management formula. If you remember all those 20 formulas, I'm sure you'll be able to answer these questions in matter of few seconds. And you're sure of the answer also. There is no confusion of in these questions. So
Yeah,
that's right. So if you look at the answer, you are absolutely right. Insurance premiums are not factors in assessing the project risk. They come into play when you determine which risk response strategy you will use, in fact, because it is a insurance is a response to your negative risk strategy. So it will only come when you which risk respond you want to do that. Then for the next question, you are absolutely right. You have multiplied $100,000, 60% chance that will give you 60,000. Then 40% chance of 100,000 is 40,000. So 60 minus 40 will give you 20,000 profit. Absolutely right. Then output of the planned risk responses process include residual risk, fallback plans, and contingency reserve. This could be a little tough, but let's think it over. Risk triggers, contracts, and risk list, secondary risk, process updates, and risk owners, contingency plans, project management plan updates, and sensitivity analysis. Output of the planned risk responses. CRD, secondary risk process updates and risk owners, contingency plans, project management plan updates, and sensitivity analysis. Okay. Sensitivity analysis could be a tools and technique, which we discussed. Let's go through that answer. In fact, I know it's a little tricky situation. We'll just go back to that and see what exactly is there to understand plan risk responses. Yeah, implement. Yeah, if you look at it here, the responses outputs. Schedule management plan, cost management plan, quality management plan, resource management plan, procurement, scope-based schedule plan, project documents updates, assumptions, lessons learned, project schedule, and project team assignments, and risk register and risk report. That's what has been mentioned here. Probably in the PMBOK guide, some more details also will be there regarding the outputs. Probably it might be there. So these are all some of the outputs here: schedule, cost, your quality. These are all the project management updates. Then baselines, then the documents, assumption log, cost forecast, lessons learned, register. So these are all the outputs. Now let's see what the question is asking. Residual risk, fallback plans, and contingency reserve, risk triggers, contracts. So here, of course, the contingency plan, project management plan updates, and sensitivity analysis. This is how they have framed it in a slightly different way. Let's look at the answer and which matches one will see. Workarounds are determined during which risk management process, the identifying the risk, or perform quantitative risk analysis, or plan risk responses, monitor risk, in fact. Workarounds are determined during which risk management process.
Plan risk response?
Plan risk responses. It's okay. Let's look at that. Could be that. During which management process is a determination made to transfer a risk? Is it identifying the risk, or implement risk responses, plan risk responses, or monitoring risk responses? Made to transfer a risk.
Plan risk responses.
Plan risk responses. Okay. So let's look at it. The answers. Sorry. You see, the first answer is a risk list, process updates, and sensitive analysis are not the outputs of plan risk response. As I told you, that sensitivity analysis is a tools and technique that we use. Residual risk, fallback plans, and contingency risk are all outputs of the plan risk responses, making this a correct answer. Residual risk, fallback plans, and the contingency reserve. Though, of course, in the output, it's not clearly mentioned. You need to assume, for example, your, just go back to that, if you remember, it's dual risk, fallback plans, and contingency reserve, just to understand this process again. Yeah. You're talking about the contingency reserve, particularly, for example, when you talk about the scope baseline, schedule baseline, and project baseline. This is where you need to use the contingency reserve. We talk about, because here the contingent response strategy, that also will be there. In fact, so these all some of the reserves that you are going to utilize. In that context, you need to read that question from that. In fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that if you understand that little more in detail about these things, then probably you will be able to answer that question. I know it's a bit tricky question because the terms are expressed in a different way, in fact. So probably you need to remember that, in fact.
Sure.
Residual risk, your secondary risk, process, contingency plan, project, this is not the answer, in fact. So your residential risk, your fallback plans, and your contingency reserve. That is the reason why you need to select this answer.
Okay.
Otherwise, other things are very clear. Hope this creating a workaround involves determining how to handle a risk that has occurred but has not included in the register. So this answer is actually the Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me, please? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, sorry, terrible today. The network. Need to do something about this. So we're discussing about the workaround. When you are monitoring the risk that was not included earlier in the register, but you found out during the monitoring. So that's where the project must be in the monitor risk process if risk has occurred. That is a workaround. In fact, that is the unexpected risk that has occurred, but that was included in the risk register. Okay. Then of course, the third answer is the transference is the risk response strategy. Risk response strategy are determined in the planned risk responses. You are absolutely right there. In fact. Except this first question, I think rest all a little easy. But the first question, because of they have put it a little complicated way. Sometimes, it's pretty, but I'm sure once you go through that PMBOK guide 6, where the outputs are clearly defined, you will be able to answer that question also. In fact, that's right.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. So that concludes the risk management. Any thoughts or any feedback on these things?
I got to spend some more time in this section. For sure.
In this section? Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I just need to spend more time studying it.
Which part you feel you need more time? I just want to understand which part you feel.
I just need to globally, overall, get an understanding, perspective of each one of the sections.
Yeah.
And how they interrelate.
Yeah. Correct. Okay. But otherwise, these 6, 7 processes are clear, am I right? In risk management, that's you're comfortable on that. How you plan the risk. After planning, you identify the risk, then you plan the risk, then you do the qualitative risk analysis, then you do the quantitative risk analysis. 3 things to important. As soon as the quantification comes, you remember that earned value management. In this is expected monetary value. You remember the decision tree, so you will know immediately that you need to quantify the risk. Then in qualitative analysis, you need to remember that probability and impact formula. That if you remember, then you know that you're a practical. That is probable things. Oh, hello. Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. The third important things to remember is your positive and negative strategies, risk responses. I think, if you can remember these 3-4 important things in risk management, you should be able to answer all the questions. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So when you are reviewing it, give importance for those things, so that you'll be able to encapsulate those things very clearly.
Sure.
Otherwise, it is not a very difficult knowledge area to understand or anything. In fact, we should be able to do that. Yes, that's right. And in case if you have any doubts or anything, tomorrow you can ask me on any of these subject area that we have covered so far. Tomorrow probably we can spend a little extra time if required, and we can try to understand those things. That's right.
Okay.
I wanted to be comfortable. Yeah, sure, please.
Are you going to be able to share your slides?
Yeah, sure. I'll send you. We'll send you the slides. In fact, you can. No problem. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, it's already. It might be available on the Ismart portal. But in case if you have, we'll send it across to you. We'll also send you the recorded version of all these sessions.
Okay.
Yeah, that also you can go through. And any other slides that I have used, in case if you need, I'll send it across to you also. That's no problem.
Okay. All right.
And anytime you can connect, as I told you on that day. It's not that once the session gets over, anytime, any clarification or any help, till you pass your PMP examination, you can always be in touch with us. Absolutely no problem. Even afterwards also. That's right. Just like that.
Okay.
We wanted to be successful as a project management professional in all your respective fields. And whatever little support from our side, we'll do that. Absolutely no problem. I'll be too glad, as personally also, I'll be too happy to help in any areas that you require of these things we discussed. That's great.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah,
sounds
that's
great.
right. Yeah. So, any other earlier knowledge area you feel integration we discussed, or the scope, schedule? Just make a note in case if you have any questions, you can ask me tomorrow about those things, so that you can revisit. You can revisit those areas, particularly if you think that earned value management. Tomorrow I'll go through once again all those formulas. I'll be sending that few slides, which I told you. Remember that brain dumping. As soon as you go to the examination, first.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me, sir? Yeah. Steve?
I hear you now.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Today, I don't know. There was some terrible problems here. Okay. Those things, formulas that I'll be revisiting tomorrow once again. And the brain dumping, which I was talking to, as soon as you go to the examination, you write down all the formulas. And you should be able to write. You should be able to write on a piece of paper within 5 or 6 minutes, and you keep those formulas in front of you, so that these questions can come anytime during the examination. So it's easy to answer that, including, for example, today, that n into n minus 1 bar 2, that formula, and probability multiplied by impact, your risk formula. All these things, kindly keep it in front of you, so that it will be easy to answer those questions. In fact, this is one examination tip. I know I'm sure it will be useful for you to do that. So my request is, from tomorrow onwards itself, you start practicing these formulas. You keep writing down on a piece of paper, so that within a month's time you should be able to. Every day you keep writing. Within a month's time, you should be able to write in about 5 minutes time. That is one task you should undertake religiously. Without any break, you should do that for whatever the time. You are keeping around 1 month time to take the examination, Steve?
I would like to think I could probably get into it in a month.
In a month's time? Okay.
Yeah, I've got to finish my application with PMI.
Okay. And most important, as I told you, at least before you take the examination, 5 to 6 mock tests you should undertake, 4 hours live test, and you should score at least 75%. then only I would request you to take the exam. For that's important, so that you become very confident by answering those questions, and that will help you to answer this question in a quick time also when you practice this mock test, so that you will understand the important few points, so that in case if you have made a mistake, you can correct it, because the explanation are given in the below, so that you can next time when you attempt the same thing, you will do it without any problem. It's like that.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, great. So with that, we'll conclude today's session. We'll take it up tomorrow, 9 o'clock. And I'm sure tomorrow, the last day, we'll try to complete the sessions. And in case, again, I'm repeating, in case if you have any doubts on any subject area or any knowledge area, we can catch it up on those things tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, have a great evening. See you, Steve, tomorrow. Bye.
Okay, sure. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.